Obono gini kama chozuno Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obunin kife la chasha so, obunin kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me.
Anamana, Anamana, when I met you. ajọ dịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It's a free one. Be free. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Emi Lokon, don't turn, Emi Lokon. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Emi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they don't feel afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi Lokon, OTD, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Emi Power. Emi Lokon, OTD, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Ojetiwo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the way you forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at me. One day you get ya. Mama musi na mwame to go kwa. Aga na mwamu jelumba. Owe butike. Aga nilu ne butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya dika kwa ya jomwa.
Tí ó bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkó. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
There it is. Oloma Padaleye, may God never depart from you. So, pardon me, that's the obligatory call in Navos Energy. So yes. So Oloma Padaleye, that was how that song tailed off. What does that mean? May God never depart from you. Who on earth would not say amen to that? May God never depart from myself and you guys too. So may God never depart from us. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So now there is really no other news. The Nigerian space continues to be a single narrative storyline. So the Nigerian space continues to be a single narrative storyline. The protest or anarchy, however you're choosing to term it, that continues still. But it's not unique or peculiar to Nigeria, by the way. Actually, I was going to show you this later, but let me show it to you now. It's not unique or peculiar to Nigeria what is going on. Let me actually show you what is going on in Bangladesh, who have reached an advanced stage in this. The protest going on in Nigeria is going on virtually, I think it's going on in about a couple of Latin American countries, certainly going on in Bangladesh, going on in Nigeria, tailing off in Kenya, and about to kick off in Ghana. So it looks as though the world is going through a global phase. But the Bangladeshi protest, it has reached its crescendo. So they've succeeded in all right, let me not show you that because that seems somewhat a bit violent. So so they succeeded in chasing their prime minister out of office. She's run away to India, and what you're seeing here. So what you're seeing here are the protesters now seizing hold of parliament. So that's what you're seeing here. So this is the advanced stage of the Bangladeshi protest. And this is the hope of the Nigerian protesters, I am sure, to be able to chase the government institution out of office and occupy the parliament. So this is the latest development in the Bangladeshi. So they've reached somewhat a crescendo now. So who takes charge of that country almost certainly will be the military, and then they revert to where they were before and go back to ground zero again, and the country gets traumatized. So that's where. So that is that's the potential destination of what is going on in Nigeria. So there's that. But no. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? As I said, good to be in your company. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. I think I've said all of that already. So let me now say this. So to the protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. All right. So I'm following the comment section as I'm. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. So let's see those numbers going up just as I'm making that invitation. So click on like to get the numbers up. So click on like right now, and then click on subscribe as well. So let's see the subscription button go gray on your screen to push up the numbers on the platform as well. We have the aspiration of hitting 100,000 before the end of this year. See where we are, see what the ambition is. So take us on that journey, the ambition. So if you're watching this and watch back as well, so be part of that journey then to 100,000 subscribers before the end of this year. So we only get there really with your cooperation and with you keep clicking on the subscription button. Click on like and click on subscribe. So do those two things. And then if you, pardon me, if you want to come and be an active participant in the conversation, click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. I'm putting it in the comment section now so that it is immediate to hand. If you want to be an active participant in the conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated, easy as ABC. So it's an open microphone space, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So the instructions again, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and be an active combatant. And there is one more click, which is already been exemplified by the CEO of the platform. So we have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats in the course of every session. So Alexander Gomez sets the example, and traditionally, by the way, we expect you to either match the first super chat or supersede it. So that's where Alexander Gomez has set the bar. So you either match the first super chat or exceed it. Please don't super chat anything derisory like $2, whatever. Keep that in your wallet. So if you want to super chat with intention. So super chat, super sticker, and all of that. So all of those, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and be part of the conversation. Click on the $ at the bottom of the screen, super chats towards the platform on Facebook by stars. So all of those things, do all of those things, and your body will suddenly experience a feeling of warmth. you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of feel good, of warmth. So do all those things and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So all those, I'm not quite sure if I'm moving a bit skittishly on the thing. I don't know. Tell me if I'm coming across okay where you are in the comment section. So yeah, so so yes, indeed, Choma, you know the rules. So yes, all those, do all those. So let's just get into the conversation. Like I said, the conversation has still not left the protest space within the Nigerian dynamism, and we're still within that space now. But that space continues to transmute into different inflections. And one of the inflections coming out of that transmission is an inflection coming out of the north. So that inflection has led to a foreign sovereign space coming then to run commentaries on the Nigerian protest. So all of that ambiguity explained with this. So all of the ambiguity explained with this. Breaking, we did not coordinate protest in Nigeria. So this is the Russians now feeling the need to come in to exonerate themselves. But of course, if they were behind the protest in Nigeria, I suspect that they would not be coming out to say they are behind it. But there it is. We did not cooperate. We did not coordinate protest in Nigeria, and that is the Russians. The Russian embassy in Nigeria has issued a statement denying any involvement in the recent protest in northern Nigeria. The protest, part of the #EndBadGovernance movement, saw some demonstrators carrying Russian flags and chanting slogans in support of President Putin, whilst others held placards with various messages. This raised concerns about potential external interference. And by the way, in the build-up to this protest, by the way, the security forces did tell us that they've already identified foreign interference. So I don't think this should catch them off guard, and this might well be the inferences they were drawing or the hints that they were tipping us towards. We did not coordinate protests in Nigeria. Headline attributed to the Russians. The Russian embassy in Nigeria has issued a statement denying any involvement in the recent protest in northern Nigeria. The protest, part of the #EndBadGovernance movement, saw some demonstrators carrying Russian flags and chanting slogans in support of President Putin, whilst others held placards with various messages. This raised concerns about potential external interference in Nigeria's domestic affairs. However, the Russian embassy clarified on Monday that the protesters' actions do not reflect any official policy or viewpoint of the Russian government. The embassy emphasized Russia's commitment to non-interference in internal affairs of other nations. So that is a categorical lie, of course, because we've already seen them as active participants in all of the neighboring countries to the north of Nigeria. I think with the exception of Cameroon, Russia pretty much rules. At Niger Republic, Chad, all over, they rule all of Burkina Faso. So they all have Russian government. So that narrative of non-interference is a total lie. One more time and all the way through, the Russian embassy in Nigeria has issued a statement denying any involvement in the recent protest in northern Nigeria. The protest, part of the #EndBadGovernance movement, saw some demonstrators carrying Russian flags and chanting slogans in support of President Putin, whilst others held placards with various messages. This raised concerns about potential external interference in Nigeria's domestic affairs. However, the Russian embassy clarified on Monday that the protesters' actions do not reflect any official policy or viewpoint of the Russian government. The embassy emphasized Russia's commitment to non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations, including Nigeria, and reassured that it respects the sovereignty of the country. So this gives no assurance at all, because we have seen their movements, over the last couple of years, especially in Africa. The statement reads, the embassy has noted the reports in Nigeria's media and the circulation of videos and images in digital media depicting protesters in northern states of the country carrying Russian flags and chanting slogans to Russian President Vladimir Putin. The government of the Russian Federation, as well as any Russian official, are not involved in these activities and do not coordinate them in any way. As always, we emphasize that Russia does not interfere in the domestic affairs of foreign states, including Nigeria. These intentions of some protesters to wave Russian flags are personal choices or sorry, I can't read anymore. Let me just let's try that last bit again. As always, we emphasize that Russia does not interfere in the domestic affairs of foreign states, including Nigeria. These intentions of some protesters to wave Russian flags are personal choices of individuals, and they do not reflect any official position or policy of the Russian government in the issue. We respect Nigeria's democracy and believe that peaceful demonstrations in conformity with the Nigerian law are a manifestation of democracy. However, should this event lead to any disruption or act of violence, we strictly condemn them. So that is the Russians then distancing then. That is the Russians then distancing then from their flags being waved in the north. So that's the Russians distancing from their flags being waved in the north. And those flags being waved in the north, by the way, they've generated quite a lot of controversy. In fact, Aso Rock is now taking a position. Tinubu orders crackdown on those waving Russian flags. You remember Solly trying to make a story out of this, and we tried to shut him down. President Bola Tinubu on Monday directed security agencies to crack down on those flying Russian flags in the country. General Christopher Musa, the chief of defense staff, said this whilst briefing State House correspondents after the National Security Council. He said the service chiefs briefed the president on the current security situation in the country. He added that the briefing was necessitated by the ongoing nationwide protest, which resulted in violence in some states. Initially, when the protest started, they said it was a peaceful protest, but we have realized that there are individuals that are willing to take advantage of it to cause mayhem. And we can see clearly what has happened since it commenced. Criminals have taken over with a lot of looting taking place, stealing, and all sorts of happenings, he said. He said the situation became worrisome as foreign flags were flown within the sovereignty of Nigeria, and it was totally unacceptable. We are warning in clear terms, and the president has also said we should convey this, that we will not accept anybody, any individual, flying any foreign flag in Nigeria. This is a treasonable offense, and it will be viewed and treated as such. So, nobody should allow himself to be used by any individuals, the general said. He said those flying foreign flags are mainly children who were being pushed to do so. We are following up with those who are sponsoring them. Some people are pushing them because the flags are also made. So I saw the flags being made, by the way. There are clips going around of the flags being made. There are clips going around of the flags being made, and the DSS are starting to round up both the people making the flags and the people paying them to do it. It said those flying foreign flags were mainly children who were being pushed to do so. We are also following up with those who are sponsoring them. Some people are pushing them because the flags were also being made. We have identified those behind it, and we're going to take some serious actions against them. The president is clear on his instructions for us not to accept anyone that wants to disrupt the peace and tranquility of Nigeria. He said all security agencies are ready to defend the democracy and sovereignty of the nation. We will not accept anyone taking any action for whatever reason to push for any change of government. Democracy is what we stand for. Democracy is what we will continue to defend, he said. The CDS said he had earlier stated that the military will step in if the protest got out of hand. You can see that some subversive elements. So he goes on and on. I think that's sufficient enough of that. That's sufficient enough of that. But still within that Russian space, Showore somewhat recoiling from that. Military takeover will not. Military takeover not part of our hashtag end bad governance struggle. Showore disowns protesters with Russian flags. So you can start it, but you cannot guarantee the direction that it will follow. This is how these things usually work. But you call for it, now you got it, so you deal with it now. Everything falls on Showore, of course, at least a good percentage of it, Showore and the obedient space. But we carry on. Human rights activist and convener of hashtag Revolution Now movement, Omoyele Showore, has distanced hashtag end bad governance protesters from a purported call for a military takeover in Nigeria. Showore said this in a post on his Twitter handle whilst reacting to speculations that the nationwide hunger and hardship protest was to orchestrate a military takeover in the country. He said that whilst the struggle for freedom in the current ongoing hashtag end bad governance protest include all institutions involved in promoting lousy governance in Nigeria, including the Nigerian military, the struggle is not for military takeover. Showore, a former presidential candidate of the AAC in 2019 and 2023, said, "We must reiterate that our struggle for freedom culminating in the current end bad governance revolt includes all institutions involved in promoting lousy governance in Nigeria, including the military. We note with concern that a section of protesters," I wonder how soon before they start to blame this on the government, that it is the government that is orchestrating the people that are asking for, that's how they function, isn't it? We note with concern that some section of protesters, particularly in Kano and Kaduna, have been waving Russian flags at the same time calling on military to take over. Some well-mannered military buzzards have shown up to protest grounds claiming to calm protesters. We are not deceived. So that's Showore trying to distance himself somewhat from that space. But that space is, and by the way, people need to come into the studio if you want the conversation. Of course, we always say that, always a slow start. But it looks as though the protesters have some concerns about that as well. And this thing seems to be spiraling out of what they thought they were orchestrating. So let's go to a senior voice within that space to see how they are reacting to the Russian flags being flown in the north.
Nigerian youth, please, I beg, nobody should come out and protest again. I know a lot of you are not observant, but if you are watching what is happening in Kano, Kaduna, and those northern states, it's not a rocket science. Something is about to hit this country if we are not careful. No be cruise. I just watched one video now where we say that they burn Nigerian flag and the whole Russian flag. It's not cruise. How they got that Russian flag is not a coincidence. Something is happening that we all may not know about. To the point where we say they sold the Russian flag. They hold and plenty. They held it in Kaduna. They held it in Kano. They held it in Katsina. And they held it in Jos. Do you understand? It's not a coincidence. Somebody somewhere is doing something. More they calculate, more they use our brain. I beg, Mona no come out to protest. I beg, Mona y'all leave this thing, this protesting. You don't they get out of hand. For real. And I see another video where they say they want military. They want military. They want military. Something is going on. And now between them, I don't know what they do, but I want to appeal to the youth. I beg. In all states, you people should shut down this protest. It is for our own good. We want to end bad governance, yes. We want to stop hunger, yes. People they suffer, protests of war and all that, yes. But we don't want to burn Nigeria down. Now, me, I don't do for Christian and Muslim fights before. And I know now this kind of gathering, one person go just talk one thing, bam. One person just talk one thing like this, boom. That smoke don't start like that. Fire don't catch. They don't turn into religious crisis. Do you understand? Before you know it, they don't they say Christian and Muslim, you don't start. From there now, you don't know where it will escalate to. Kano, no far from Kaduna. From Kaduna, Pra, they don't come. From Kaduna to Abuja, no far. It start going like that. It start going like that. And problem don't escalate. It is not funny. It is not cruise. It is not rocket science. It is not coincidence that these people are holding Russian flag in Nigeria and burning Nigerian flag. It is not a coincidence. Don't take it as these people, they know the air word. No, it is not a coincidence. I am appealing to Nigerians. Do not support any protest anymore. It has gotten out of control and it has gone beyond hunger protests or whatever protest. Please. And President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all the security, chief of army staff, chief of air staff, all the chiefs, Mona go shut down that state down. You understand? For those of Nawe don't do Sharia before, una go know what they try talk. Mona go shut down those states down. Mona declare state of emergency, shut down that state. And any boy wanna see said they protest. Mona try. Mona just look for a way take end up. I beg. Mona, I beg. And Nigerian youth, please don't be party to any protest. Because think about it. How did we go from we are hungry, reduce fuel price, to we want Russia, we want military to take over? What do you really want? You understand? It means that somebody somewhere have been waiting for an opportunity to move smart. Like I said, some mumu and some goats and some cows go they talk say now APC don't pay them or they don't pay them, may go talk. Think about it very well. It's your country, it's your country. If what they talk they wrong, then you people should continue. But I'm pleading with you people to please not protest again for now. And mind you again, the protest was already hijacked from the starting, because how do you want to protest and when I go announce dates? Announcing dates don't make everybody prepare now. That date when they announce, both the bad people don't prepare, both the good people don't prepare. Do you understand? And even the government too don't prepare. Because there's no way they will tell me that, there's no way government will tell me that their hand, they don't sponsor one or two hoodlums when they go scatter somewhere. There's no way they could tell me that. There's no way government could talk, say they don't get hand for one or two scattering. You understand? But even the people said they do their own. All those looting, you understand? Breaking people's structures, scattering things, going to go and carry it. No. It has gotten out of hand. So please, I beg, for now, this protest should be shut down. And to the military and to the presidency, please go and declare a state of emergency on all those states, secure those states, and make sure everything is calm. I beg, may this thing no get out of hand past like this. Thank you very much. And don't play. If you play, you learn. And you will learn the hard way.
So there it is. If you play, you learn, and you will learn the hard way. So a lot of people are going to learn the hard way, by the way. A lot of people are going to learn the hard way. These people thought it was, there's a lot going on in this protest, a lot. And a lot of it is going on over the head of so many people. So the idea is to rile against the Tinubu administration by political actors. Well, which I've already explained. The proponents of this protest now are the Showore and the Peter Obi space. So they're the ones that birthed the idea, structured it, and organized it. So their idea is to try and embarrass Tinubu at the least, but at the most to see if they can force him out of office. So that was their agenda, which was the orchestration. But there are other elements at play. So the people that they are using, which is the masses, they have their own agenda too. So what's playing out in the north is essentially people orchestrating the northern youth against a southern president, which is not something they are comfortable with, especially the way Tinubu has been moving, blocking all of the potholes, all of the little funnels that they've dug into the Nigerian wealth. So a lot of that is going on. A lot of it also, this Russian orchestration, people may say, people may say it as a bit of a nonsense, but you cannot totally discount it as well, because as that guy just said here, they signaled this protest for such a long time that all vested interest had the time to plan their own narrative into it. So there is nothing to discount. There is nothing to suggest that we should discount the idea that there's a Russian element somewhat to this, because they've already seized hold of the Sahel and the gold piece and the crown jewel on the African crown is essentially Nigeria. The pork belly fat of the African space is Nigeria, and it's so easily within their reach and grasp now. So if they're able to in any way foment to, use, we cannot discount that there's a Russian play at play here as well, because of course we've already seen their antecedents in other African nations. And then there's another element to this as well. The feel and texture of the protest is essentially a protestation against elitism. So everybody thought it was a protest against Tinubu, but it's actually, especially the language coming out of the north, it's essentially a protest against the elite space. So there were so many moving parts that all of the vested interests now are set at panic. Showore thinks he's pulling any strings. He's too daft to pull anything. But there are other masterful Machiavellian maneuvers that are pulling deeper, longer, and more sinister strings than he will ever understand. So it depends on how quickly this thing comes to an end to tell us then what direction it may go. But it's taking shape in a direction that a lot of them did not anticipate. The room is populating, by the way. Anybody that wants to join. So this now next piece is in response to something Uptown said yesterday. Tinubu accomplished cultivation of 500,000 land. So I don't know what 500,000 land means. So, but that's the presidency. Pardon me. The presidency has clarified that President Bola Tinubu accomplished his plan to cultivate 500,000 hectares of land in line with the administration's food security policy. The senior special assistant on media and publicity, Temitope Ajayi, said this in reaction to criticism of the president's statement that his administration will collaborate with state governors to cultivate 10 million hectares in a nationwide broadcast on Sunday. One of the critics, Oseni Rufai, a journalist on Arise TV, in reaction to the broadcast, accused the president of not fulfilling his earlier promise to cultivate 500,000 hectares of land. Rufai argued that since the president did not fulfill his promise to cultivate 500,000 hectares, he cannot cultivate 10 million hectares. He further demanded the sack of the president's speechwriter. In response to Rufai, Ajayi explained that the federal government, in collaboration with state governors, fulfilled this promise of cultivating more than 500,000 hectares. Ajayi said, more than 500,000 hectares have been cultivated in at least 5 states, and Jigawa and Kebbi alone have done 300,000 of the 500,000 for dry season farming. There is almost no state at the moment that is not working on agriculture. Niger State is currently working on 1 million hectares. The president said the plan and or target is 10 million hectares. He was clear in his broadcast speech. He did not speak amiss. So this is Rufai Oseni, who has never verifies anything. He just throws raw meat to the raw meat eaters. So we've been seeing a lot of protest, though. But if the protest continues in the fashion of the next thing I'm about to, if the protest continues in the fact, pardon me, I need water. Or maybe I'm just speaking too fast or too loud. All right. If the protest continues in the fashion of the next thing I'm about to show you, then I am for that protest, and I will go to Nigeria to protest alongside with them. So this sort of protest I agree with, but the sort of anarchy going on, I don't agree with. So if the protest continues in the fashion of the next thing I'm about to show you now, then I'm all for it. So this is the sort of protest that I would like to see. So this is the sort of protest that I would like to see. So this sort of protest I endorse. So yes, I think everybody endorses this sort of protest. So this is a hashtag end bad governance. Let's stop Japa syndrome. So this sort of protest, I think Nigerians approve. So that's a little bit of a lighthearted whatnot. Let's go on from there to another one. Tinubu orders crackdown on those flying Russian flags. So I think we've already gone through that. Security meeting, hoisting foreign flags in Nigeria, treasonable offense. That's the Chief of Defense Staff. So I think we've already gone through that. So let's go on. Hashtag end bad governance protest. Federal Executive Council may announce fresh decisions today. So the Federal Executive Council is to meet today, the 5th of August, and a review of the hashtag end bad governance protest is expected to be on the table as part of the agenda of the meeting. The FEC meeting, to be presided by President Tinubu, is expected to start 12 noon in the council chambers of the presidential villa. So let's just leave that. There's an additional evolution within this protest space that is going on that I want to bring to your attention. There's a new evolution within the protest space that is going on that I'd like to bring to your attention. So I'm going to play you about 5 minutes of this, then I'll play you a different clip. The hashtag end bad governance protest is now localizing in the state spaces, which is what a lot of people feel that it should be. Or where a lot of people rather feel that it should be. So let me play you a couple of minutes of this, and then we pick it up.
And pacify, their people. The traditional rulers were not the right people to, to summon at that point in time. I think Mr. President should have exposed at that point in time the governors, the state governors, and the state governors should go maybe in collaboration with the traditional rulers in their domains to now appeal to the people. Because if you see what has happened, that's why I say they're not seeing the money you're talking about, because people who are taking this money have not been put on the spot. And in addition to the 433 billion naira to talk about, there was also 1.33 trillion naira that was at FAC that was given to the states. So the question is, why is it that the federal government, has not all along been able to put together a system whereby accountability will become, an issue?
So it's as if the federal government is giving a lot of money to the states without asking how do you spend.
Yes,
there are those who will say the federal system of government allows for that level of independence. The federating units should have the lives of their own and be able to determine how they run their own states. They have been disbursed and to the states. Well, there are other initiatives
and that will continue to come out of
money that have been disbursed. Let's take a break, everyone. But when we come back, you should be asking, as a Nigerian, where are all the money that have been disbursed? President Bola Tinubu said in his speech yesterday that monies have been disbursed to help alleviate the poverty of Nigerians. They have been disbursed and to the states. Well, there are other initiatives that the president said that have also been activated, but where are these? Mr. Femi Falana had written, and I'm going to read part of what is said to you after this break, and I'll allow next guest on the program to weigh in on that. Stay with me, everyone. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us. Let's now focus our attention on a particular aspect of this whole conversation that we may not have been talking about. It's not only the federal government that is involved in the governance of this nation. There are 36 state governors and the FCT being governed by a minister, and all of whom are responsible directly to the Nigerian people. Now, I'd like to remind you, one effort the president said he has made in getting funds out to help cushion the effect of some of the effect of the decision of his government's policies, some of which include
then ask them to go and pacify, their people. The traditional rulers were not the right people to, to summon at that point in time. I think Mr. President should have exposed at that point in time the governors, the state governors, and the state governors should go maybe in collaboration with their traditional rulers in their domains, to now appeal to the people. Because if you see what has happened, that's why I say they're not seeing the money you're talking about, because people who are taking this money have not been put on the spot. And in addition to the 433 billion naira to talk about, there was also 1.33 trillion naira that was at FAC that was given to the states. So the question is, why is it that the federal government, has not all along been able to put together a system whereby accountability will become, an issue?
So it's as if the federal government is giving a lot of money to the states without asking how do you spend.
Yes, how
there are those who will say the federal system of government allows for that level of independence. The federative units should have the lives of their own and be able to determine how they run their own states in their own territory. And the federal government has its own powers. So the question is that the states, apart from some of these intervention funds, the states are getting far more than what they used to get since subsidy was removed.
Exactly.
The question is that where are the funds?
The funds, like I said, I think the issue, is still, like you rightly pointed out, the Mr. President should put the governors, the states, on the spot. If you look at the Revenue Mobilization Allocation Fiscal Commission, of course, it says that money is given to the states because going by the sharing formula, which is in the Constitution. But where is the accountability? Is it that you just come to the federal, you collect money, you go and do whatever you like with it, you come back again, you collect, you go and do whatever you like with it, nobody asks you to render any account? And if there's any account being rendered, because we all know the states are in the pockets of the governors, not the House of Assemblies, not the traditional rulers. Nobody in any state can talk to any governor because they behave like emperors in where they preside, in the states. So the issue is that we've come to a stage where the problems should be put squarely where it belongs, and that is for the citizens to begin to now hold the state governors to account for how much has been given to them.
In fact, alone, Alaji Abajisani, there is a report which says that the state governments or the states have received an average percentage rise in federal allocation up to 27%.
Yes.
So if they were receiving a certain amount consistently over the last year, since Bola Tinubu came into government, the allocation that goes to the state has increased up to about 27%.
Yes.
So are we seeing the effect of the 27%, or even if it's 20% or 25% rise in federal allocation in the lives and livelihoods of the people? Anyways, the state in each of these states of the federation where people are protesting, there are state governors there.
Yes.
Agree that Bola Tinubu was the one who made the decision to remove subsidy.
Yes.
And the major effect of that subsidy removal is what we are seeing in our livelihood and in the price of commodities in the market. But the question is that, are there no governors in the federative unit?
Yes. The problem, like I said, I'll still say Mr. President has a duty, to rise to the occasion and then deal with this problem. Because one,
how does he do that? Can he query a state governor? Or you're talking about audits?
The issue is this. You see, when he removed the subsidy, he said that the subsidy was going to private pockets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Up to today, nobody has mentioned who these private pockets were. Today, we have the pockets that we know where the subsidy is going to, and that's the state governors. So somebody should now call out the state governors.
There are only 36 of them.
Yes, but they are known.
Yes.
You can claim that the ones that were stealing our resources before the removal of subsidy, we don't know them. Nobody has been able to mention them for us, for up to this moment. But what about the trillions that is now going to the state governors? Why can't somebody now ask them to account? And of course, we have agencies. EFCC is there, ICPC is there, and the other agencies. Maybe they should swing into action.
And the Nigerian people are there.
Exactly.
If some of these agencies are not rising up to the occasion,
yes,
the Nigerian people have risen to the occasion.
Yes,
they've gone to the street. The question, and perhaps also poking in the minds of the average Nigerian, is this. Hashtag, where is our money?
Yeah,
hashtag, where is our money?
It's lost.
All right, I had to wait a moment for it to get to that space. So that's where I wanted it to land. Hashtag, where is our money? So you can point that to Aso Rock Villa, of course. Hashtag, where is our money? But it sounds better, and that question answered better by your state, which are getting an abundance. They're getting more money than they've ever gotten in the history of that country, and the suffering is at the highest it's ever been in the history of that country. So there is no correlation between the two. The state governors getting the most that they've ever gotten, and the hardship in the country the highest it's ever been. So hashtag, where is our money? So it looks as though the protest is now transmuting, heading in the direction of the state governor. So that is Shehu Okinbaloye birthing that hashtag to the state governors, where is our money? And Briquette family picks it up. What is this?
Development here and there. Now imagine governors where they cry, say money no day. We can't collect this information from authority. No be the one where they go talk, say, no, this man, I'm president in the Sudan. He go just tell Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, may them come together, give us the list. I not go rush, call the list to each state. I go mention on 3 times. How many times?
3 times.
He go sweet us, I be no go sweet us. If a governor no work, we no say you know they ready to work. Because the money day. We go begin the minus. He do borehole here. How much be the borehole? Minus. I don't know whether you understand. Accountable governance. May the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation never suffer waste pain. May he never experience power failure on duty. Over to you, sir.
Continue. Thank you, Ordinary President. Not be only to say the thing we do monthly they pay. There's money where government they carry support state governors also.
Tell us who.
Over between December reach now, they don't give them over 570 billion. Additional support.
Additional support. Apart from that other one.
Additional support. The Minister of Budget print time for newspaper self 2 weeks ago. He did there. Nobody say something way hide. He did for newspaper. Minister of Budget.
Bring Minister of Budget come here. Make he educate Nigerians. Good idea, yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this short time where the Honorable Minister done there for studio, we don't understand many things. We go begin to announce how much they give social governor, how many trailers of grains, rice, how many bags, beans, how many bags, we then send to maybe Kebbi State, we then send to Anambra State, we then send to Ekiti State. And the money from subsidy money make Nigerians understand, say, it to say governors use the money well. This poverty for no reach this level. But now, we God don't catch them. Breeze don't blow. We don't see foul nyash. Una hembe lembe.
So there it is right there. That's Tinubu essentially throwing the state governors under the bus. And really, that's where they should be. 500 billion naira since December till date. So over the last 6 months, 500 billion naira has been given as support to the state governors. So that 500 billion naira is separate and distinct from their FAC allocation, which is their traditional stipend from the state, which has gone up right across the board of an average of 30% to the least that has gone up over 100% in some states. In Anambra State, over 100%. So they are getting twice as much in some instances as their monthly stipend. And then on top of that, the federal government has given them additional support of 500 billion naira. And then in addition to that, they have internally generated revenue. So just weigh all of that money and then see if what you are experiencing in whichever state you are, if it's commensurate with that level of money. So that is really where it is. And that is that guy speaking to the Bracket guy, by the way, that is the Minister of Information. So he's speaking from known data. So this is the thing now. Hashtag where is our money, but that hashtag to your state house. So that hashtag to your state house. So hashtag where is our money? So let's go on from there to this. So hold that still as a thought. So hashtag where is our money? And then we go to this page. This is the students loan disbursement. It says full list universities who have received NELFUND's 20,000 monthly stipend. So a lot of people querying, but all of the audit trail is there. So there it is right there. I wish Kenya will come and say, I'll forward this to him actually. Where is the money? Who has received it? The people that have received it this a day. So it says full list, varsities who have received NELFUND's 20,000 monthly stipend. So that monthly stipend, separate and distinct, of course, from the tuition fee that has already been paid. The Nigerian Educational Loan Fund, NELFUND, has disbursed 20,000 naira monthly stipend for July to 20,371 students from 6 tertiary institutions. Students from the following institutions whose institutional fees have already been paid by the NELFUND have begun to receive July's upkeep stipend. Here is a list of universities who have received stipend. Bayero University, we know, of course, Federal University Dutse, University of Ilorin, Uniben, Ibadan, and Maiduguri. So there it is right there. Is it enough? Certainly not. Is it working? Certainly yes. So is it enough? Certainly not. Is it working? Certainly yes. So let me take you now to how Lagos is managing now this protest going on. A report from our area patrol earlier on. So they're using the helicopters to monitor the miscreants in Lagos State, essentially. Reports from our aerial patrol earlier today. Traffic moved freely at the Lekki toll gate as not one protester was there. Protesters were less in number, but nonetheless were well organized and composed at Ojota. The rest of Lagos continued in its usual hustle and bustle without let or hindrance. So here is Sanwo-Olu monitoring them from the sky. Any funky move, you get shot. So that's Sanwo-Olu from the skies. So this really is how this thing should be managed. I'm expecting this sort of surveillance in places like Abuja as well. I'm not quite sure why they don't have this in Kano with helicopter gunboats just surveying those people who are hell-bent on fomenting trouble. So that's free flow of vehicular movement in Lagos there. So the anarchy that we anticipated. So the anarchy we anticipated in Lagos has not come to be. So that's good. It looks as though, oh, hold on. I thought I saw a few. Yeah, so those are the vagrants right there. You can see them where I'm encircling right there. But you can see that the helicopter has them fully covered. And I'm sure there are security personnel right not too far from there. So I cannot see that there are 50 people. So a categorical failure, any attempts in Lagos. So none of the ne'er-do-wells turned out in Lagos, it seems like. And there it is right there. So that's an aerial survey of Lagos right there. Nothing to report. So nothing to report. So Let me play you a couple more video clips. We kick off the session. The room needs populating, as I often say. If you want the conversation, you have to come on. So still staying within the protest space, a lot of fake news coming out of Kano, and it's been debunked. Watch this.
Contrary to a viral video circulating on social media platforms showing a place set on fire said to be in Kano, well, NTA can confirm that the said clip is said to be of day one of that protest, talking about the nationwide protest, and not the picture of what obtains this day. Our correspondent Amin Umar is standing by at the State Road in Kano for an update on the situation at the said location. Let's see that.
Right now we are on State Road, the road that is holding Audubako Secretariat. And contrary to the report that is going around virally, that there is an arson taking place around the Secretariat, we understand we are here. And as we can see the pictures now, the movement of vehicles, there is still a curfew that is within the window of the curfew. And people are going about their normal activities. Roads are alive. The people in the Secretariat, the security agency outfits that are there taking care of the Secretariat are here. They confirm to us that nothing is happening at Audubako Secretariat. And the clip that is going around the social media, which has become viral now, is not happening today. It is the activity and it is the arson that happened on the first day of the protest. I can assure you, and I'm confirming to you, that this is not what is happening now. This is not the picture of what is happening now. The video is the video of the day one of the protest. In Kano, Amin Umar, NTA News.
So that's fake news being debunked. So a lot of comments in the comment section are about that the narrative seems to somewhat encircle around the southeastern space, that a lot of the blames going towards the southeast. Well, they are the progenitors of the protest, but it looks as though a voice somewhat chimes with that narrative of marginalization. So let's watch this.
Igbo in Nigeria, to be Igbo is not easy. The Igbos are so marginalized. When they vote, they will say, go back inside. You can't vote. Go and vote there. Go and vote there. When they even win, sometimes they collect the ticket from them. When they want to come out for protest, they will say, Oro day. If Oro no day, they will say, no, Igbo must go. What kind of life is that? And we claim to be in one country, one nation together, Nigeria. Is Nigeria one nation? You to think about it. Igbos are extremely marginalized. And they are not the poorest in the society. In fact, they are one of the richest in Nigeria, if not the richest. They are employer of labor. They add value. Election, they will chase them. Orombo. Protest, they will say, go and protest in your village. In their village, they will say they want to go. They form their own Biafra airport. They will say you can't go. What a con.
All right, so that's somewhat Isaac Fayoshe making a case for the Southeasterners. So it makes a case for the Southeasterners, but the Southeasterners sometimes they don't help themselves with their ways and mannerisms. What this? They even take it internationally. They're known. They have one characteristic. Whatever. Anyway, watch this. Then you know what I mean.
Hello. Look at me. Do that again. Do that again. You're fighting him, yeah? You're hitting the man. Why are you hitting him? Why are you hitting him?
Shut up, get out.
Do you see?
Get out,
you see? He doesn't want to pay. He doesn't want to pay the money. We've done work for him. Yes. The whole house. Is that right, Suleiman? Yes. So he's trying to beat him. He's a hard man. Are you a hard man, yeah? Yeah. Are you a tough man?
Yes, he beat me here.
Tough man? Yes. Excuse me, look at me. Here. The police is going to see that now, yeah? You don't want to pay money, yeah? You don't. Yes, Christian. Yes. Yes, Christian. You got it.
So that's Senator Mba taking that behavior that we've already gone accustomed to in Nigeria to the UK. So hopefully he gets arrested for that. Another thing that rankles is how they tell you they own your land and they are the richest, wealthiest, and they made your land. So let's just address that as well. Our top 50 companies based in Lagos, Nigeria, that control Lagos economy, their owners and tribe. So the Dangote group, which is the biggest taxpayer in Lagos State, Hausa man, of course. Dangote is not a Fulani man, by the way, it's Hausa. So Dangote group, of course, Aliko Dangote, Global Core, Michael Adenuga, Yoruba, BUA group, Abdul Rabiu Hausa, Zenith Bank, Oba Otudeke, who is Yoruba, GTB, Jim Ovia, or Ovia, which is a Deltan, Access Bank, Tajuddin, Adeola, etc., etc. And then number 9, Fidelity Bank. So that's a Lomelu. Who is this one? Yes, is that no? UBA is a Lomelu. Fidelity Bank is Mustafa Chike Obi, so he's Igbo. So yes, I think top 10 enterprise in Lagos. I think we only have one Southeasterner there, and the top 50. Let's just say we have one, and then who is the other one? Konga, which is Leo Stan Eke. So that's 2. And then where is another one? And then we have Nest Oil, which is Ernest something or the other, and so that's number 3. And then we have Coscharis, which is Cosmos Maduka, which is number 4. And then we have Kilimanjaro, which is Ebele Enuwa, which is number 5. So out of the 50 wealthiest, the 50 wealth spaces in Lagos State, we only have 5 Southeasterners. So is that 10%? So nothing like owning Lagos, of course. You can see from the list that Lagos essentially, outside of Dangote, who is the largest taxpayer, it's essentially Yoruba all the way through. So I think the wealth actually in Lagos is concentrated in Yoruba land. So we built Lagos, we owned Lagos. You can pack that away now. So that we're not seeing the super chat streaming, by the way. We've only seen 2 super chatters. Let's play the care guides. Maybe that will seduce a bit more super chat. The care guides, then the panel.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. àgbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikukoniru Agwesheme, this have nothing to do with us. Joining us, that's Jide from Lagos right there. So good to see you, Jide. That's Larry in the house. Good to see you, Larry. Ajanle Koko represented. That's Ajanle Koko right there. Solly. Good to see you, Solly. So good to see you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off as we've done over the last couple of sessions with Solly. We go to Jide, Larry, Ajanle Koko as we wait for the room to populate. Solly, Alpha.
Hello.
Look at it. I wanted to start slandering you.
You see?
So it looks as though what you were alarming is taking some sort of a form, with the Russians now coming to distance that they are not fomenting trouble in northern Nigeria. So you can kick it off from there. You probably want to glory in it, don't you?
No, it's not even the end. It's just the beginning. Because I watched these Russian people take over these countries little by little. I saw the whole map of their plan. And like you said, Nigeria is their prize jewel. If they have Nigeria, they've beaten Europe, hands down, without firing any shots. They've beaten Europe because all the resources where it comes from, they've blocked all that space. They've also created a route which they can use for, because usually when there's military dictatorship, they always give them economic sanction. So Russia has already created a route which they can be using for import and export towards the eastern part of Africa, which they also want to enter and control. You have northerners who have brothers. They are literally family, and the only thing that is separating is the Nigerian border. These people are the same. They go in and come out however they please. That's why Nigeria couldn't even send troops into Niger. Now, these people would have started seeing the change that happened in Niger, and they will be talking to each other. They went for protest. Police went and shot.
Sorry, what change is happening in Niger? How is Niger changing for the better?
No, they've removed most of the corrupt leaders now. So
Okay,
that's
definitely
that. Isn't that what happened in the coup?
They removed the sitting government to anyway. Carry on. I promise.
Yes,
I promise myself that I won't interject you today. But sometimes you're just a bit funky with the way you see
No,
this
if
thing.
I'm wrong, you can interject. No problem.
No. They did remove a sitting government, yes, but they did not remove corruption. No, they removed a colonial overlord to replace it with another colonial overlord. So it's just passed the baton, isn't it? Nothing. I'm not sure that anything significantly changed in Niger.
Yes, I didn't say they removed the corruption, but because that wasn't my point of bringing it out. My point is that those options are there, and obviously the people that are their brothers in Niger will be suggesting it to them as an option. Also, they will be speaking to each other because these people always come together. They talk about their problems. They speak to each other. They exchange ideas, even though they don't go online and do it publicly and shout it to everybody that they are going to do protest in 2 weeks, telling everybody all their plans and posting it online. Northerners don't do that. They do word of mouth. That is why they follow their imams and everything. Now, that idea is already in their head. They've already seen it happen. They've seen it close by. Their families are talking about it. They went out to protest. There were two types of protesters in the north: people that were looting and people that were doing peaceful protest. Police came and shot the peaceful protest.
When has police shot anybody?
One man, when the protest started, the first 2 days, police shot about 15 northerners. 15.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I sent you the video, and I'll send it. I will send it again.
There's been no police fatality. And by the way, there are 3 protests going on in the north. There is the looters, which is the majority. There are people, the Showore Tagalongs, which are somewhat a handful. And then there are the political protesters who are being used by all manners of political vested interest in the north. So a lot going on in the north.
I just sent the video again to you. I sent the video to you again, one of the videos. They were literally carrying dead bodies. This police shot them in the streets. About 15 of them. I've sent you some of the videos. I can send you more. The moment I saw that, these Northerners don't let things like that go. I knew that they would take it far. Immediately I saw the Russian flag, I knew that was an immediate response to the police shooting. It wasn't soldiers that shot them, it was police specifically. This is why they're asking for military takeover. Military has been treating them very well during this whole protest. They want anarchy and chaos for those people that were unalived. You can't just be unaliving them like that and you think nothing will happen. The North is different from the South. It's in the South that they will unalive us anyhow and everybody will go and sit that home. They won't sit that home. They will cause chaos. They want either military or they want the Wagner group who has been looking for this chance and opportunity. Probably they never knew how they could enter Nigeria, but now they found opportunity. And this is how Putin always works. Putin will use propaganda of, oh, look at these people in this country. They are saying they are Russians or they are supporting Russians or they are carrying Russian flag and the government is dealing with them because of that. So we need to enter in and save those specific people. This is how it starts. And the moment you start saying the biggest mistake Tinubu can make right now is send military to go and attack them. And if they shoot more of them, that's when you see more Russian flags.
No, don't say shoot more of them because there's no indication that they've shot any of them. I've seen No, just hold on. I've had a look at what you sent.
I'll send more.
This is something from Insta blog of that's grayed out and just the police have come out to identify. We ran through the list of the reports. Even Amnesty International is not claiming the figures that you are claiming. So just don't spread fake news, but carry on.
I'll send you the video of them carrying the bodies. Maybe that one.
Don't send me videos of people carrying bodies because there are fatalities in the protest. But you cannot leap to the conclusion that police shot anybody because there's not been reports that police shot anybody.
Yeah, can I interject 1 minute?
Okay.
Can I interject, Solly?
Yes.
One man, it is true that police shot people. Even some of our national TV carried it. I watched it on Arise today. And I think I watched it on Channel too.
I'd like to see that link from channels. I'm not aware that
police shot Nigerian life. And they captured the face of the police. They showed
the police shot peaceful protesters, right?
Yes.
Yes.
In the
people
north.
that are protesting
in the north.
People
yes.
that are, hold on, let me just clarify. You see, this was how the narrative started in NSAS and we ran it.
I already explained.
No, don't hold on, sorry. Just hold
please.
Hold on.
Police shot innocent people, that's bad. Police shot those who, out of provocation, went to start looting. That is bad, but that is not too bad.
But that my point is the police.
So police is not supposed to watch people destroying other people's lives.
You didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. I said there were multiple people protesting. The police went to the side of the peaceful protesters. They ignored the looters. They went to the peaceful protesters and they shot them.
Where do you get that? No. It doesn't have proof of anything now. It's just saying it.
I sent you the proof now, but you don't want to check it.
So we have to be mindful of things. Of course, I'm not going to show a violent something on YouTube.
You said nothing happened, so there shouldn't be any violence then.
Look, all right, let's just move on, man. You frustrate me sometimes. You are sending me images of people carrying injured people with blood all over the thing, so I cannot show it on YouTube. In fact, let me. So this is what is sent in. So you can see that grayed out speed. So this is proof that police shot somebody only because Instablog something says we are not backing down. We will not be intimidated by police, says angry youth after police officers XYZ. So I'm not sure that you can leverage that to say anything, but just carry on.
I can send you another video of when they started.
Don't send me
see
any
this
more videos.
argument.
Just carry on. It's just
Please,
don't
let me
make.
just say this.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. You see, this argument is just like the argument at NSAS. A number of my friends say, "Oh, we had dead bodies moved to mortuary during the protest, so police killed people, police shot people." I said, normally, mortuary is where you move dead people to. You understand? The fact that you move dead people to mortuary during NSAS doesn't mean people don't die naturally in Lagos. That you say, okay, anybody that was moved to the mortuary must have been from the
People
protest.
could even have died violently in the course of that NSAS, nothing to do with the police. So
Exactly.
I mean, it's just these
So
things now.
we should
I
just
don't
You see, I just told you I watched on Arise News. They showed the video. They were reporting in Navusa, and the police, while they are tear gassing these people, the guy was firing shot, and they captured the face of that police. Now they have sent his picture to the police inspector general that these people that died in this area by gunshot is by police, and this is the guy that they captured the face when he was doing the shooting. So we know the way the Nigerian police, the way they act when it comes to situation. Even Wale Soyinka condemn it. The way they handle the protests unprofessionally in some places. In some
Did you
places,
see I
in
mean,
Lagos,
I know there's one particular police officer that they said shot 4 people or something like that.
yes,
One particular guy. That's the
yes,
only one I've heard. But did you see where the protesters in Kaduna, where they hijacked an armored police tank?
I
They
saw it.
totally hijacked it.
Yes, and they
just
kept their
standing on it.
and they kept their calm. The
And
soldiers
the
kept their
police
calm.
guys kept their calm. The protesters, they're pushing their luck. They're pushing their luck. But that police guy, that from the one that they showed, I think what he did was unprovoked. I don't know. I wasn't there. I've not seen any videos. But I did see videos of those kids hijacking armored truck.
They
I
didn't
also saw some.
hijack it.
Yeah, excuse me. I also saw
They were
some that
just
were
on.
jumping. Excuse me. I also saw some that were jumping on truck, and another one where they were taking. I mean, some police had like yellow jerry cans or something like that. Actually, this one not even police; they were soldiers, and people were stealing those jerry cans. So the people that are protesting are daredevil people. Like, I mean, both sides are provoking, but there's only one rogue policeman so far that we know.
Colata. Let me also put a side to it. There was also a situation where a Camry vehicle drove into police a set of police that were parading, and these guys were protesters. The Camry was among them in the north, and it drove into them, injuring 4 police officers. And I even the spokesman of the police also alluded to that.
Well, I personally do not care if they were violent or not violent. I'm just telling you what happened. Whether it is 4 people, whether it is 15 people, it happened. And these people take it personally. You know that even if this kind of thing happens in ordinary one small area in Lagos, these people used to go wild and they used to go berserk. There is cause and effect. These people did not just wake up one day and start carrying Russian flag. These people did not just wake up one day and start carrying a military narrative. Because there are some people that want to bring propaganda that is somebody that is pushing this thing. You buy their people. You buy their family.
No.
Their
Look,
friends.
don't worry. Don't worry about
now.
pie.
Let me speak now.
The Russian flag is politically motivated, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. You buy their family, you buy their friends because they are telling you that they are hungry. Because you took their money and you are using it to partially pay yourself, and you used it to go and share it amongst the other governors who are not even sharing the money back to the community. So these people know all these things. They are not oblivious. If you look at all the Arewa pages, this refinery in Malta. They are spreading, they are not making noise, they are spreading it silently. All the Arewa pages on Twitter, they are spreading all these things. All the Arewa pages on Instagram, all the Arewa pages on Facebook, they are spreading every single secret that this government had. They are spreading it everywhere. So the protest in the north is not going to reduce, it's only going to increase. It has gone from, I don't know which state, to Kano, to Kaduna, then the next state is Abuja. If what I think that this Tinubu government wants to do is, it thinks he can suppress them just like he does with us in the southwest, and they will just keep quiet. The more you pour petrol on their fire, the more these people will burn. If you like, try to pour water on it, it will get to a point where these people will not want dialogue anymore. And these people are going to run
No,
and
my
rage.
brother, let me push back a little.
Why can't
when
you
we
just
say
let him finish?
when we say these people, you understand, we are talking about 10 years old hosting Russian flags.
Good. I like
what
that you
does it
said
know?
this.
We are talking about children carrying
Yes.
Putin pictures. Now,
Yes.
somebody must have bought the
This
flag.
is what I'm
Somebody
trying
must
to
have.
explain to him, that it's politically
No, now I
motivated.
like that you. It's
Wait
okay.
now.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
So
Don't
no,
worry.
you see, what we are trying to do, we are not in an argument. We are in a joint inquiry. So let's find out if somebody actually. I'm trying to find the people now that you are talking about. I'm reasoning it out. Somebody must have given that child that flag. The child that cannot even afford to eat is an Aluanjeri. I'm sure the flag is more expensive than his meal for the day. And put his picture, is carrying it, and he's taking the risk and all that. So I believe that there are people, which is a narrative, there are people behind it. It's not as if, oh, we are a 10-year-old is feeling suppressed and said, oh, I think there is east-west fight. We need to reawaken the Cold War, and we need to switch side to the east, to Russia, and it doesn't know those geopolitics. Even some adults don't know that.
In addition to what you have said, Patrick, the DSS, there are clips online of the tailors sewing the Russian flags. And expensive material. So it's been bought and paid for, being sewn and then being distributed amongst these people. So somebody is funding and sponsoring it, and that person that is funding, or those people funding and sponsoring it, are speaking to. They're infusing a political narrative to it. So it's not a consequence of anybody getting killed, and then by osmosis they reach to be saying the people that were saying demonstrate. Let me play you a clip actually.
Talk. Hello, Mr. President. Okay. In my country, we don't need a rice, we don't need a beans. Yes, sir. This is the first time a rich man be a president, 1960. Yes, sir. You are a rich man. Yes, sir. You make us cry, we make you laugh. Yes, sir. In hope we choose you. Yes, sir. And in hope we will change you, inshallah. Amen. You make us cry, Mr. President. You are a rich man. You say you don't need any money. But life is too cost. Yes, nothing reduced in my country. Everything increase. We are dying. Poverty and hunger.
So the abundance of the people protesting in the north, they're not of the level of sophistry for the political move of that Russian flag. So that's a sponsored political narrative. So
nobody should
let him carry on that, Jide.
No, because you guys keep telling me the same thing that I know. I'm not disagreeing with you. I never said that you are wrong in all that you are saying. I'm just putting my own opinion out there. You say that these people are children. These children voted, did they not? So they also have a voice in the election. They have a voice in what is going on in the country. Because when they were voting, nobody was complaining, right? And you said that they are Amajeri. Well, they've stolen their Amajeri funds. They have nothing to eat, nothing to lose. Is somebody funding it? Obviously. But you can fund as much as you want. If the people's heart is not there, it will not work. Look at the protesters that they paid as anti-protesters. They gave them 5,000. They carry placards that no to protest, but at the same time, they were still complaining about hunger. So you can pay as much as you want. You can fund as much. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But the people are hungry. The people are hungry. You are saying this guy is not sophisticated, but he knows that the major problem that he's having is because of subsidy. He's telling you he doesn't want rice and beans because they are not looking for temporary solution. Is it because it's an aboki you say is not sophisticated? Yes, these people are.
No, it's not because it's an aboki. You heard him just there.
Because he cannot speak Queen's English.
No, it's not that he cannot speak Queen's English. You heard him so clearly. Whatever is holding up, he did not write it. It was given to him because it doesn't strike me as though he could write or even read. So that's one. And then equally, you could hear somebody pulling his strings, feeding him words. We all heard it now. So that's a rehearsed. That's a that's a put together something right there. So his expressions are not his. So we all heard it, but carry on anyway.
So him and all those people walking and they are saying that they are hungry. That is not their expression. It's somebody that is paying them to tell other people that they are hungry and they want subsidy back.
All right, just carry on. I think it's more nuanced than maybe you are.
Sorry, if I may say, I think this narrative is past we're hungry. Now they're asking for military. They're asking for regime change. They're asking for military. That's all they've been singing since yesterday. Nobody's saying we're hungry again. Now they're saying military, military, military.
Yeah, that is Kulata. That's the argument.
So you were part of the protesters today, and you that's how you knew that.
Don't talk. Who are you talking to? What are you saying?
You can't just give me all these flimsy excuses.
I'm not giving you. I'm talking to the platform. Who are you talking to? And saying you can't just
platform. The platform.
Okay, refer to the platform, please.
Is it possible that we all on this panel know, and we are the protest, and we know that people were not talking about hunger again? I highly doubt.
Didn't you? Their videos
on the screen. It's a Bamagi or something. Is what they are.
What they are doing is what they are doing is you are selectively picking something that is happening and pretending like another thing is not happening at the same time.
Let me. One man played something.
That is exactly what you are doing.
Look,
you are doing omission of truth.
Oh God. Okay.
One man. Let me remind him of something. Maybe for.
Can you let Solly continue and let's have a timed conversation? So that
yes, Solly frustrates the conversation sometimes because as much as he thinks he's weighing on the side of the people, I'm not sure that he gets the full grasp of if you look at what if you look at what Showore is saying here, it says military took over not part of our end bad governance struggle. Showore disowns protesters with Russian flag.
Everybody is coming out to say everybody.
Very dark man came out. Let me. So I'm just going to play you this again.
Please, I beg, nobody should come out and protest again. I know a lot of you are not observant, but if you are watching what is happening in Kano, Kaduna, and those northern states, it's not a rocket science. Something is about to hit this country if we are not careful. No be cruise.
So the space knows that it has transmuted into something else, but I'll carry on, Solly.
Even if somebody is funding it, let's say somebody in the military is funding it, is it not justified from their end? Look at how they are treating them like animals. They are treating them as bad as the citizens also. So if somebody is funding it from the military, it should not be a surprise also. These people have done too much. You are starving the people that are meant to protect you. So whoever is funding it, well, they are playing their own cards. Since if the government was doing the right thing and they did not steal that subsidy from the people, we won't be at this stage. And they are arresting Taylor. Are they going to arrest all the tailors in the north? Just a dumb strategy. Just a very, very dumb strategy. Obviously, people like Sowore, they will not want military regime. Obviously, very dark man is scared because he sees it the way I see it also, that these people are coming. Next thing is Abuja. And the more you continue to hit them, especially violently, the more they are going to continue to go. Give them what they want. Give them what they want. What is so bad in it? You have already stolen billions of dollars. Just trickle something down. Instead, you took more back. You are now doing some little touches here and there for the higher class people, and the millions of poor people. You expect them to starve. Me, I actually thought they were going to starve because that's how Nigerians used to behave. They won't do anything about it. They will starve and they will just keep quiet, and they were going to die in millions. But the people that were supposed to die in millions, they are fighting back, and they are telling you they are giving their last fight before they starve to death. And some people are selectively picking one thing that is happening, which is a minority, and you are trying to fully blow it as if it's the majority of what is happening, which is why you miss the Russian flag. You don't even know how the Russian flag was brought up in the first place. It's because they started shooting at them. These people did not bring out Russian flag from day one. They did not bring out Russian flag from day two. Even if somebody hijacked it, you are the one that gave them a reason to hijack it. So you keep on wanting to point to them. They are looting this, but it's the government that keeps on making this flame hotter and hotter and pushing the fire higher and higher. They are adding more fuel. Just give them something. You are going to now have meetings with the chiefs of staff, this one and that one. Why have the government still not released this rice that was given to them till now? They've still not released it. That should let you know how much these people think they can get away with it. That's why you see one of them go to UK and he's trying to beat people. That should let you know that he has done it so much in Nigeria, he has forgotten where he is. These people have gone too far, and they are not ready to stop anytime soon. Like I said, if not this protest, the next protest is going to end Nigeria. What I would expect from IPOB right now also is to take advantage of this situation and start lifting Russian flags also. You have to give them every headache everywhere so that they understand that people are really hungry. If you push us, we will push you back to your extreme, to what you fear the most. To what you fear the most, because you have done your worst. It's the same thing. We Yorubas here, we complain and complain when Igbo people insult us. And when something is done back, you say it is justified. The government is pushing these people to the limit, and they are fighting back. And now you are saying, oh, because you want to do tribal defense, that they are not hungry. First, you said they are not hungry. Second, you said no, nobody is shooting them. This one, you want to point out the little bad eggs that are going on, just to ignore the part that the people are hungry. You can't take it, but you want other people to take it. It's just crazy.
Woman, please, how many minutes are we having? So that we know.
All right, thank you, Solid. So thank you, Solid. Well, we'll do 5-7 minutes monologue. We kick it off with Kulata. I don't think he has much time, and then we come from.
Mama, you said me next, because
yes, I think it's all right. Kulata, can you come after Jide? Then you go first. Then.
Well, okay. All right.
All right. 5 minutes monologue. We kick it off with you today.
Thank you, Kolata. Sorry. Let me just quickly go. You see, when you are playing a game of chess with people that are very, very intelligent, you have to be smart as well. You don't show your best move at the beginning of a game. You keep it and you wait for the right time. My question is, what will Russia gain from turmoil in Nigeria? What will Russia gain from, taking over Nigeria? What is the interest of Russia? Because I would say that the government had already warned us that there were external influences on this matter, foreign influences, before we start seeing the Russian flag. So now, the interest of Russia is this. If you look at it, most of the countries that are having energy crisis in Europe are actually running to Africa. And that's why the gas line and wherever that they are doing is in place. And Russia strategically have taken over the whole of the Sahel. So in such a way, they are blocking the flow of this thing upwards. Because even Russia itself, if Russia loses this energy war, Russia itself will lose relevance economically. And so Russia will do anything to protect its own interest. And that's where I find that some Nigerians are so naive. Yes, there is hunger in the land. Everybody knows there is hunger in the land. And this hunger are things, so many things. And I've always been saying it, Nigeria is a time bomb. Nigeria has been a time bomb from the day we started seeing keeping money that were, you know, proceeds from oil, as we see it as something we can just spend anyhow. Long ago, when Shagari said there was money, and it was giving out money to every country that needed it. The South Africa that we built out with so many millions of dollars, are the same South Africa that want us out of their country, and they are fighting us. If we had invested that money in our country, and if subsequent governments have been doing the same, we won't be where we are. So basically, what I see is this: the people that are mobilizing this, you know, this protest, they knew what they were doing. They had to look for an alibi to hide under the hunger protest. And when it started, even the people, the organizers now are now pulling out, because they can now see what the government was saying. I remember very well, Very Dark Man did a video and was saying that they want to stop them for protesting. That's why they are saying there's external influence, there's this, they will protest. Now it is the same Very Dark Man that is saying that he's pulling out. Everybody should pull out, because the way it is going, it is no longer what they thought it was. And somebody is here defending and claiming what is not. See, what we are asking for when it happens, hunger will be small. The Nigeria of today will be a paradise. Let us ask people from Libya, ask people from Syria, ask people from all these countries. If we allow a proxy war to be fought on our soil, we would know what will happen to us as a country. And the funny thing I find out is that the people that carry unnecessary narratives are even people that are not in Nigeria. They find it so easy and it is so convenient for them to just say things about this country that are so damning. How can you justify looting of people's shop, crippling another person's life on the premise of hunger in the land? Is it the government that owns the shop that you are looting? So these are the issues on ground. When we have this kind of issues, I think we should think out of the box. We should talk to ourselves. We should say, okay, now, if you don't know, even on X now, there's another movement of Arewa Republic. They've done flag, they've done coat of arm, they've done everything. It's moving. These people that are pushing this narrative, they just want this country divided and they want the country destroyed. If the country is going to divide, if it's a peaceful one, fine. But if it's not going to be a peaceful one, if it's going to be a protest degenerate into a war, because what is happening in the north now, when the protesters want to overpower the security forces, let us remember something. Every man has the right to defend his own life. The policeman or the soldiers will first defend his own life before remembering that he's on assignment. You are coming with cutlass, you are coming with stick, you want to come and attack me, and I'm holding AK-47, and you tell me not to shoot it, to defend myself. And when I shoot it, everything goes out of hand. And when it goes out of hand, you come back and say it is the police. The police also has family. The police is part of the suffering. The police is also in the same hunger that you are talking about. It's not as if they are from the space. So this matter is a matter that we must be careful. And the northern leaders have been quiet for so long. The Kano state governor, because he was trying to play political whatever, said he was going to be in front of the riot and this and that and that. Now it has gone out of hand. There were more than three crises even in Kano, this protest. You know, even the people for Sanusi versus the people for Wado Bayero also had their own fight in the street. So it was so many things happening at the same time, and it can spiral into anything. So we need to be careful, and when we are talking, we should talk with some sense of responsibility to our country first, rather than just trying to say yes, this, that. All aspirants said they were going to remove subsidy. It is a known fact. Where I fault this government is that you should do proper, consistent communication with the citizens. This is why we are doing this. This is where we are. This is where we are going to. If we do this, we will do this. We will get here. This is what we have gotten to after 6 months. This is where we have gotten to after 8 months. Then people will know that, yes, it is for this reason that we are doing this. And I fault the Minister of Communication and wherever is in charge of that. I feel proper communication was not done and that is the biggest challenge. What they are doing is for the right cause. The president.
2 more minutes today.
Okay, woman. The president said it, and it is out there in the public domain, that we were using 97% of our income, of our earnings to pay for loans. Now it is 60-something%, 68 or thereabouts. That means there is progress. If they communicate to the people, if they come out and tell the people consistently, periodically, people will know that this is where we are heading towards. But you know, the biggest problem I think this government has, which, and I think we are not even, you know, how do I say, we are not grateful, or we don't appreciate the fact that the president has taken that step, is the fact that the president has openly declared a war against the governors. And if it is a man that is just thinking of his own second tenure, he would not go that line. He wouldn't go that line. For him to call and say, for the first time in the history of that, pasting out the names of the governors, the state, and what they collect, and let everybody know this is what they've collected. I have increased it by so and so. This is what they have done. I'm giving them palliative. Ask your governors, and he's saying it openly, even to the point of saying, okay, local government will collect their money directly. And still these governors are not doing anything. And we are rioting against the central, who from the beginning of time has always been faithful on his own obligations in terms of paying the money to the state. This man has increased their money. One man, let me just round up. This man has increased their money. He has given them interventions again, giving them palliative again, plus the money of the local government that they collect, plus the revenue they generate by themselves, and you cannot see any feasible sign that there is a government in the state. And we all go to the central to complain. Why don't we first start from the state? And I will leave it there. I feel we are not doing our country the right service by not asking the right questions. The right question should be, where is our money from the state governors? Thank you, woman.
All right. Brilliant. Excellent. So is that Rafina, mute yourself. I think we're feeding back from you. Yes. Brilliant, excellent. So Kulaka, you're up next. So many moving parts in what is going on now. This is what is coming out from the north, according to Premium Times. We want Tinubu to step down and Atiku Abubakar to take over the governance of the country. So it's now taking shape. Like I said, so many moving parts, so many people protest. I've always said that hunger is not really the basis of the protest that is going on. So many vested interest. What are you making of this piece of information coming out of the north? Yeah,
I'm going to take it holistically, if you don't mind. So, because some people are kind of like laser focused on a particular narrative. So this protest really happened because there was opportunity opened by the Kenyan protest. Since the election, people have wanted to protest. but they've not had the balls to put one together. And a lot of the leaders have not had the balls to put up the protest together. So this protest doesn't have one central organizer. It has a lot of opportunists, in my opinion, which it started from, like I said, Kenya. It started amassing. People made it hunger protest. Then it turned to bad governance protest because it didn't really stay in hunger protest that long. It turned to bad governance protest, and it keeps morphing. The latest iteration is now we want a military rule. You're seeing a variation of it, which is what's it called? We want Atiku. So because that thing started, they gave it a timeline. People onboarded themselves to it. So there are varying interests joining it. So when you look at it right now, there's largely nothing in the Southwest. I mean, Southeast never joined. North Central is cool, apart from Plateau doing the peaceful protest. And where we are, if anybody wants to tell me it's hunger in the land, look at the history of protest in the North. When Obasanjo became president in the year 2000, there was a protest. Which one was in year 2000? There was a Sharia. There was a Sharia protest where scores of people were unalived. Shortly after that, you had the Afghanistan protest, all in the north, Kano, Kaduna, where scores of people were unalived. Then it also came to which other one? There was the Miss World one. 100 people went. You will notice when Obasanjo was running in 2003, he had to abandon the Northern Alliance. Why did he abandon the Northern Alliance? Because they didn't want him in power. There's the hunger. If you know this country very well, there's always any excuse to strong arm any Southern president. Don't interject me. Don't interject me now. Don't interject me now. I'm not listening to you. And you're echoing.
I'm echoing, right?
Yeah, you're echoing. Mute. So in 2003, Obasanjo had to abandon the core North because of their fight for power. There was a massive fight for power. He had to create a coalition, went back to Afenifere AC. That was when they struck the deal that he won the Southwest apart from Lagos, and was able to go with the entire Southern Bloc and the North Central Bloc to be president. Go fast track to Jonathan too. They did not want to give him power. That was all the doctrine of necessity. Someone that was constitutionally empowered to have power. After that, when Jonathan was going to run in 2011, he used the same 2003 formula, which was the South-South, Southwest, apart from Osun State, and South-South, Southwest, North Central to win power. So anybody that gets into power has to satisfy the power blocks. And what do I mean by that? All subsidy, they share it throughout the country. It's not like it's centralized, but a bulk of it goes to the feudal system. Forex, largely skewed to the north. These are the rents that people earn. So whatever comes in, they have to show you using the army of largely uneducated people as tools to show power. So this guy now comes in, he has taken food from the mouth. Yeah, some rent in Forex is gone. Rent is subsidy, kind of gone. I don't know the full details of how they're doing the rest of the subsidy right now. But based on the narrative of my understanding, it's largely gone for these players. So you have that battle. And allyship that's supposed to come from some governors, they too, they've removed power from them. So you're essentially watching the same thing that happens whenever there's a Southern president in Nigeria. go back and check what I'm saying and ask, why does this always happen? There's no any single thing that would trigger a protest because there's always an excuse, right? Any single thing. Okay, what's Miss World? What does Miss? Why did Miss World make you unalive 100 people? Just irrational behavior. At some point in time, they were attacking Southeasterners. At some point in time, they were attacking even Southerners, the entire Southerners up north, when there was a Southern president. But they're less restive when there's a Northern president. But it's not like the people are fully aware. They're used. They're used by the politicians. They're used by the power structure. But in this case, they went against their normal, what's it called? Their normal leaders, which are the imams, and followed other further routes. I suspect Atiku jumped on board. I do suspect Atiku jumped on board. I'm not going to say, I mean, obedience can be annoying, but I can't really say Peter Obi. Maybe he just wanted to take advantage of the situation. But there are other ulterior players that are out there, the cabals, the forex people. They're losing a lot of money now. Imagine if you go to central bank, get $400, just in a few minutes later, you sold it for 800, make 400 naira spread without lifting a finger, and that's all gone. And you've kind of like set up your life around that, and that's all gone. So you have that there. You will have the people in Buhari's cabal that got trounced, that want their that want their payback. So you can see the different power block that's been shaking, while Tinubu is trying to entrench his own. So that's all you're seeing playing out right now. The Russian dimension, that one, I mean, the Russian dimension, I think I sent you WhatsApp about that yesterday. That Russian dimension, it's someone trying to pull some strings.
Does it have any legs, or is it just is it still a northern narrative rather than a Russian narrative?
I think it's still a northern narrative. In my opinion, I think it's still largely a northern narrative that they're pushing in one clumsy way or the other. But it may go, it may foment more trouble than needed, because it's an opportunity for Russia to like kill any dreams you have of passing your gas pipeline through Niger, because Niger itself is already trouble. We can't pass it from Niger now to Morocco. I mean, from Niger to Algeria. Sorry, not Morocco. That's the other gas pipeline. If those guys get entrenched up north, you can as well forget about taking gas to Europe via the shortest route. You have to take it through.
Would you say this protest has come just at the perfect time for Tinubu? So it's a year and a bit into its administration. So this seems like this seems like all the stakeholders, all the players within the field playing their jokers all at once. So that northern space that you've just so eloquently described, the Obi narrative that is already subsisting, and stragglers like Shore, etc. Everybody in play here. But they are in play now a year and a bit into Tinubu's administration. So if he's able to surmount this, does it then maybe not kill them off, but does it cage them quite strongly to go forward? Do you understand what I mean by that?
It depends on how he survives this. If he's bruised and battered, then it's done. If he doesn't cede ground and he muscles his way in, he'll become way, way, way more powerful. And God knows if there's not going to be other attempts. So it depends on his will and his machinations. Because right, what we have right now is a dangerous game. I mean, see, the people that wanted to protest from we must do Aluta, we must do, you can see all of them now chickening out because they've seen that the game has changed. All that lawyer, that Akwa Ibom lawyer that worked with Atiku, because that's, I mean, I don't know if you talked about it. The Atiku son went to Lagos to go and do protest. The guy is a commissioner in Adamawa State.
He be a F-Young, Gabi.
That F-Young guy.
Yes,
All of them.
we've been discussing him, yes.
I mean, you can see Atiku is part of the people fomenting this stuff. But you can see all of them, Showore, Deji, this guy, what do you call this guy? That muscle guy, muscle bound guy. All of them are kind of like
very dark man.
Very dark man. That, oh, we're not part of this military, because they're seeing this get real, that we're not part of this military stuff. We're not part of this military stuff. So all those hobbies protesters are kind of like chickening out that this one done the pass power and the influencers, because people are realizing that now the game is bigger than them. So what the remnant of the game, as long as it remains in the core north, the economic impact is minimal. I mean, honestly speaking, they can eat cake. If they prevent, if it doesn't spiral, I mean, so far, the South is good. Lagos is good. Like the places that will drive down the economy of the country is good. At some point in time, the North is already restive. The rural areas of the North are no-go areas for a large part. The cities now are getting decimated. At some point in time, you will tire out. But then, if this entrenched thing goes past Atiku and now takes on a geopolitical dimension, then we're in trouble. Because in that case, we may be headed for destruction of the country. If it takes a massive, if Russia, if not Russia directly, if the likes of Wagner Group come and take stage, they're not better off at that point in time. But as it got to that stage, I do not know. I still think it's not to that level. We just have people trying to foment trouble.
Could I interject?
No, not yet. No.
Let me tell you why I should.
No,
right?
not yet. You know, I don't mind interjection. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
No, it says
not
not
yet.
yet now.
Until one man rules,
not yet.
More than likely it's gonna rule for you, but
not yet.
It said not yet, so just hold it for a moment.
No, you just ruled though, right? So you rule, and that's fine.
It doesn't matter. No, hold on. The speaker has the privilege to say no. That let me call, but let him flow.
So
it's happy to take your. That's rational. It's happy to take your interjection, but saying not yet. But carry on.
Not yet. So if it gets to the point where we're having Wagner situation and all that stuff, then we're really, really getting into scary times. Because at that point in time, who knows the card that this guy will pull? Because it may be at that point in time, everybody face your father's land. But that's kind of like the extreme end. I mean, very, very, very extreme. Nobody will want a country our size to get to that level. But the dimension with this Russia thing that some nefarious people may take seriously and take advantage of it is scary. It's very, very scary. And if these guys don't tire out, because at the end of the day, before that speech, people tired out. It was Kaduna now that came out today. Mostly Kaduna that came today. And I don't know if there was, Kano was a bit muted today. But with the way Kaduna came out today, which was kind of like something unexpected from my end, then we just need to watch the next 2 or 3 days to see if they're able to curtail it, especially this.
I think we're seeing it take shape, a political. If we see Katsina, because they've rolled out the troops somewhat in Kano, and I think Kaduna has declared a curfew now in Kaduna and Zaria. So they are taming that space. So if we see it sprout out in Katsina, you know, Katsina is actually the epicenter of the north, especially the Fulani north. So if we see it sprout out in Katsina, then we know for categorical that this is a northern political play. But take interjections from a Rational Mind and then Ampansat. And
then if Rational Mind is not going to echo, or maybe I mute myself. Let me mute myself.
Yes.
Am I echoing? Kulata.
Yeah, so take about mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm echoing. Is that what it is, woman?
It is, yes. Can you not hear it?
No, I can't. So because I'm the one talking, so I can't, hear it. It's okay. Let me just let it be. It's okay because I'm driving.
No, speak. I'm already muted now.
You can speak if everybody's muted.
So real quick. So you see this subterfuge that you guys come here and do sometimes. You gave us a narrative of how protests began in Nigeria. I mean, and the slant to that your submission here is so deceitful and so full of half truth, half lies. You're talking about a religious protest as different from economic protest. You see, we come here, you people will never see amazing people in that country with the way you come here and talk about if it's not a Showore, it will be this, it will be obedient. If it's not obedient, it will be these people. Now again, you're talking about you see the Northerners, they have a history of protest. All the protests you talk about were all religious motivated. But this very one, it is about the hardship in that country. But look at how you went about it, saying that because it's some people. Okay, and again, in your same submission, you said that even these people did not even listen to their imams and their mullahs or whatever. They did not listen to them. The Sadwana what's it called? The emir of what's it called? Of Sokoto. Yeah, emir there. What's his name? Sadwana of Sokoto. What did he say? He said that when these people, the way you people are handling this, we'll not be able to hold back our people. We were not listening to them. Now you come here, you make it sound like, oh, it is some kind of a northern religious agenda. No, it is hunger. People are hungry. And I don't think you are listening to the protesters when they were being interviewed. Some of them, they said they are hungry.
Okay, so can I answer now?
Yeah, I leave it at that because I have much
to
say.
So if you understand my submission, what I'm telling you is when you want to foment trouble, you will look for any sort of trigger point. Any little trigger point, you take it up. The cry for hunger only lasted for how long? It's morphed in. I mean, it quickly. How many days have we had on this protest?
After they got shot.
Isn't this day 4? This is day 4, right? Is it day 4 or day 5?
I think it's day 5.
Okay, day 5. You had you had hunger. I mean, you had hunger. The people that were even crying hunger were a lot of it is from the south. Those people that were kind of like damaging and destroying things, it was all about I can't speak Hausa, but the translation was all about change of government, bad governance, change of government. Now it got more frontal. Now it's now military. So you can use any sort of trigger point. So, but you have all those trigger points when you had Buhari. We had 2 recessions under Buhari, 2 recessions, right? We had outside of the recessions, we had a time where people couldn't even get money. But there's more.
If they did not demonstrate during that Naira swap, then I cannot see what triggers them. I mean, unbelievable.
So there's more tolerance when their guy is in power. That's the point. It's not because, I mean, any small trigger point is like you, rational mind. Any small thing, by my guy, but maybe if Dupsy is there, she can slap your face, you just smile like Mumu. So that's what I'm trying to say.
All right, Pansat. Pansat, then and then bring it on with Pansat, and then we go on to Larry. So Pansat, you wanted to put a position to.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say that about a week ago, I came on this platform and I said that the possibility of a geopolitical then a foot that we should not discount it, and I was thrown out of the platform because of it. And I want you to say that is what happened. One man, I want you to be a witness of that. Is that what I said? And was that what you did? To kick me out and say no?
No, I cannot recall you saying anything like that.
Of course.
If you want
it to was me, Pansat. Don't take my glory.
No, hold on. Okay, so fine, you don't have to admit it, but interference comes in many ways. Intrusion, intervention, those are more things you could see.
but there are many ways of encouraging people, which is what we're seeing in northern Nigeria. They're cheering them on, booing them, pepping them, uplifting them, inspirational, motivational. So when you hear Russia is denying interference in Nigeria, it's just the embassy in Nigeria. They may emphasize that Russia does not interfere in the domestic affairs of foreign states. That's quote unquote. Says Russia does not interfere in the domestic affairs of foreign states, including Nigeria. That is the headline from Channel TV. But we know that they do interfere. Burkina Faso and several other countries. Now, one man, I also want you to be a witness to that. Does Russia interfere in African affairs?
I'm not sure if you're here during the readout, but we already went through that. Yes.
No. That answer would have been shorter than what you just said. Would you say that Russia interferes?
Like I said, we referenced it when we were doing the readout. We went that yes, they do.
Okay. You could have just said yes or no. I mean, so they have their Wagner group that's committing a lot of atrocities right now as we speak.
So sorry, are you put in a position to Kulata?
I am put in a position, but I want to be able to cut him off because he's going to dance around. I want to be able to have all those things established, and then I'm going to put a position to him. And one of the things you have to understand is northern Nigeria is not Igbos that you abuse all the time and talk nonsense. And when you see them doing something, if say Igbo say we want to leave, and they say, we don't believe you, you're not gonna leave, you really don't want to leave after we've been to war trying to leave. So when you see what's happening in Kaduna and Kano previously, and they're flying the flags, they're not playing with you. They don't like you. They don't. So the time for all those childish propaganda, people like Kolata, he could never open his mouth and use his education to say the truth. He's playing around with propaganda, relying on the moderator to be able to carry him over. When he leaves this place and go outside this platform, he couldn't do anything like that.
Is this a question or ad hominem attacks? So stop the ad hominem and go to your questions. Otherwise, you're done.
You see, did you look at the hubris he has to say that? Why?
Because you're not asking questions, you're just going on ad hominem and saying bullshit.
The moderator was coming, he'll come in. Yeah,
Pansat, put a position to him. Let him address it, and then we go to Larry.
I understand, but one man, you have to know who you're dealing with, right? You saw his interaction with because we're not just here.
Pansat, ask your question. We're not here to mess around. Okay, we're not here to mess around. If you don't have anything to ask, walk away.
We're all waiting for you to.
I'm gonna put my question to him, but I gave you the reason. But if you want to deputize,
fast track it, be pity. Please, you are wasting my time.
As some kind of a go-between envoy for you, surrogate, while you're here, then I'm not gonna.
Do you have a question to ask?
You shut your stupid mouth. Shut up.
Go away, Pansat. Go take your medication. Go take your medication. Bye bye. Go take your medication. You're acting out. It's about time you load up.
Let one man stay.
It's about time you load up. Go away. That's enough of you.
If you're in front of
that's enough from you, Pansat. Shut up.
So now, one man.
Pansat, shut up. Pansat, read my lips. Shut up. Did you hear me?
If you're going to let
Pansat. Shut up.
All right. Hold on for a moment, Kulata. Pansat,
he has nothing to say. He's just going around. Nobody has time for his rubbish.
Pansat.
If you can wrap it up in 15 seconds, you should get the hell out.
Yes, put that position and then we move on because we'll get to you soon enough, and then you give us the fullness of your.
You get to me soon enough, but I'll tell you what, I'll yield back because questioning this guy is like.
All right, Pastor, that's enough. Shut up. You don't have anything to say.
Hold on, Kulata. Pansat, you were about to interject him. He told you to hold, so we all on the assumption that you wanted to interrogate something that he somewhat said. So you've gone on for a good 5 minutes now. So if you have that question,
one man. His brain is not coordinated. So can you skip him till his time? His brain is not functioning well. It's not firing.
Before my question, I have an interesting question. But
you don't have a question, Passat. You just want to bloviate. Nobody has time for that.
All right. Put that question. Sorry, mute for a moment. Rational mind, you are echoing. Yeah, just mute for one second. Okay, let's do it this way. Put that question now. So the next set of what you should say is to put that question. Kulata has the right to address it or not, and then after that we go on to Larry, who has been waiting patiently, and then we have some sort of structure to the conversation. So put the position.
Yeah, I will yield. Don't worry, unless you're gonna declare him a hostile witness when I'm questioning him on this, because he can just say I don't want to answer it. What kind of waste of time is that? I want you right now to declare him to be a hostile panelist right here, hostile to the truth.
One man, is this the time we're gonna waste with this user guy?
I wait for my turn. I don't have time for the collaterals of this. I know how to deal with this.
All right, with your permission,
I wait for my turn.
All right, thank you. So that's Pansat announcing his
so public service. Public service announcement. Please, when you are going to come on a public platform, use your medication 30 minutes before you join so you can be coherent. So, one man, this is how I see things. I hope it doesn't take a dangerous geopolitical dimension. I want to believe it hasn't reached that stage. Maybe we can curtail it. But if it gets to that point and we have Wagner, then honestly speaking, it may get to disintegration, because I don't see the West kind of like letting this happen. And when you have different powers struggling in your country, is not going to bode well. But it's too early to jump into that conclusion. I think I'm just wishing the country positive thoughts, and let's see how this protest kind of goes away in the next couple of days. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellent. So let's go on to Larry as we try to hold on to some sort of structured conversation. So Larry, you're up next. A lot said by Kulata there. There's the doomsday apostasy that Kulata just described, things spiraling into the implosion of that country. And a lot of people will say, why not even let that play out? Because we've been on the precipice of this sort of threat for so long. The Northerners have always threatened us with violence. The Easterners have always insisted on secession. The Southwesterners, you don't really let things play out, and then let the chips fall where they may. So what are you then making of the goings on of this protest that is mutating into something else?
Good evening, one man. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, fellow panelists, and good evening, our viewers. So, one man, I've heard Kulata, I've heard everybody talk about the whole protest and everything. It's so obvious that if you look at what is happening in the north, right, this is obviously a sponsored protest. And people talk about, oh, it's because of one guy, it's because of this, it's because of that. Now, let's be factual. When you talk about food inflation, where is he really eating? Is he really the north or the south? In terms of food inflation, I think it's more in the south than the north, because virtually everything we eat in the south actually comes from the north. That means they have abundance in the north. Now, this whole Russia of a thing, where did it start from? It actually started from a community in Kano that has majority of people from Niger. And it's basically going to be more of, yeah, we know what happened in our country. This is happening. And then, this is what we did, because it's still the same thing that they did in Niger. They started by, after all those things, they started raising the flag. And thereafter, it got out of hand. They started calling on the military takeover. And at the end of the day, we all know what happened. And this is the same approach. But it's just, for me, I think it's just so unfortunate, when we have people, because number one thing, I've been looking at the presidential candidates that contested this election, and I've been looking for that side of patriotism because I expect them. The first thing, when you have things that can actually lead to a serious crisis in your country, I expect you to come out and denounce it. And I'm not sure any of them has actually come out to denounce it. It's just more of, yeah, you know, this is what we want and it's happening. Let's stay back and see how it goes. And for me, I think Tinubu knows what he's doing. And now I now understand the first thing that when he came in, right? Change the whole security architecture. Because if it had been the other guys that were there, probably now I think Tinubu won't be sleeping when it's too high. It will definitely be, oh, will those guys, would there be mutiny? Would there be problem? But the problem is the North knows that Tinubu has a grip of the security architecture in Nigeria. And I know, Wagner coming in, this and that. Nigeria is beyond that. People can come up with a whole lot of things, a whole lot of conspiracy theories. Oh, probably Wagner will just come in and, those things will not happen. And the politicians in the North, this is not the first time. They've tried one thing. They tried the same thing they did with Jonathan, right? They was kidnapped. They said, oh, I think 250 or 150 people were kidnapped at the same time. They didn't have traces. And what did Tinubu do? He left them, go and settle it. And at the end of the day, they said, oh, those people have been released. Now, how did they start all those things? They start because they know that in the North, if you have the emirates and you have the imams, there is a very good way of really having people to talk to some of those Almanjiri and those kids. They started by dismantling the emirates. They started from Kano, Sokoto also trying to do the same thing. Because they know that those are the guys that can actually at least talk to some of those guys. What did they do? You saw the elites in the North. And I was having some conversation with somebody, that is close to Bukati. Because Bukati himself, I don't know if do you know Bukati, one man?
No, educate me. Who is Bukati?
That guy, I think you played him today. That guy that Sheun was interviewing today. He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer in the UK. He's one of those guys, right, that has a voice. Bukati has been more of, there will be protests, Now Bukati is coming out and saying, oh, no, this is not part of the game. This and that. But they knew all those things. Jafar, same thing. Coming out now and saying, oh, no, this is not it. But they all knew all those things. This is a normal thing. But for me, right, I don't even care. If they want to destabilize the country, right, Tinubu should just please, right, if it doesn't regionalize that country, right, he should just try and help and ensure that the South is safe. I don't care. If the North believe they can't talk to themselves, if the North believe they want to burn down the North, I don't care. They can burn down the North. If the big guys in the North believe the only way they can show their grievance is to burn down the North, I don't care. Because this is just normal common sense. And they all know what they are doing. If anybody tells you that, oh, probably what is happening in the North, they don't know, they don't do. No. The whole North, they know what they are doing. They've been on those things. They saw an opportunity and they utilized that opportunity. This is not in any way related to hunger strike. This is not in any way related to any bad government. This is more related to the North being out of power. And they saw an opportunity and they grabbed that opportunity. It all started with appointment. Oh, they are taking everything away from the North. Oh, everything is going to the South. After appointment, they left appointment. Oh, we were not giving Drizzy appointment. Oh, after that, oh, why is CBN going out? Oh, after that, what's foreign exchange? After that, subsidy. And we all know what's happening. This is a country that we're all in for 8 years. Pam, they told the whole people in the North that protest is haram. So why is it not haram now? So who is deceiving who? I know people can come with a lot of conspiracy theories. As far as I'm concerned, and I told some of them that I know today, we're having conversations, and I told them my plain truth. If you guys want the North to burn, let it burn. If you think the only way for you to show your grievance, you can hide behind and think you can push all these Almanjiris, all these young kids. You are telling me that somebody is hungry, and you are sewing Russian flag, giving it to that person. How much does a Russian flag, how much does that cost? We are seeing tailoring shops. These are not just, small tailoring shop. We are seeing advanced tailoring shops sewing all those things. And somebody is telling me that, it's just, they don't know. They are just sharing. That is not hunger. If you are hungry, you don't even spend money. Somebody is financing this thing, and we all know. And people were saying probably there will be fake. I knew there was going to be a security meeting this morning, and Tinubu has actually done the thing, did a security meeting, closed door, and the military came out and told them it's treason, and DSS is also investigating. So they can hide, but it's also unfortunate that they played their card, and the card they played, they felt, probably it's the right time because they have people from the south, so it will be more of like a general.
Do you think? Obviously, they are leveraging the Shoreobi political protest, but do you think that hand has been played too early in the game?
No, one man. If those guys had opportunity before now, right, they will have played the card. But it's just so unfortunate because, if they had played the card before now, everybody will call them hypocrites. And they saw an opportunity and they keyed into that opportunity. Why did they? Do you remember?
But do you not think it's too early? Because this card now it gives
one man
two and a BTS recovery time for Tinubu.
One man. When Tinubu came out, when people were talking about Godfather, the Indumi and the likes of them were talking about Godfather, and Tinubu came out that he doesn't have any Godfather because he used his own resources. Right? He was basically indirectly talking to them. Because what most of them have always been doing has always been, they have a president, if you don't give us this, will frustrate you. And every one of them.
Sorry, do you think either Yemi Oshibanjo or Peter Obi could have withstood what is coming out of the north now? Do you think?
No, those ones can't.
They'd have crushed them even on day one, yes.
None of them can. None of them. The thing is, Tinubu was so smart. All of them in the north, they weren't really doing him a favor because they were paid. They were paid. If anybody in the north tells you, that's why they don't have a grip over him. And that's why he can actually come out and tell them he used his own resources. He doesn't have any godfather. He doesn't owe anybody. So for me, I think if they are smart, the only thing they can do is to talk to those guys in the north. If they need to talk to the imams, talk to the traditional rulers, talk to those guys. They know how to talk to them. Talk to those guys. You can't be sending kids, 10-year-old, 9-year-old, and manipulating them, giving them flags, giving them pictures, giving them everything. They need to talk to themselves. And I've told you on this platform, Tinubu does not care in as much as Niger Delta is still functioning, the South is still functioning, they can burn the North. If the South is still functioning, they can burn the North. Because everything is in their hands. It's not in Tinubu's hand. If they think that is the only way for them to get Tinubu's attention, they are deceiving themselves. If they don't want a country, then they can go. They can go. They can do whatsoever they want to do. These are the same people. If you say we want to divide Nigeria today, they will say no, they don't want Nigeria to divide. Because they believe that they are born to rule. So people can say whatsoever they want to say. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't even care. I've seen a lot of things. Oh, Russia flag. Oh, this and that. Oh, this and that. They know what they are doing. And I can tell you as of today, as far as I'm concerned.
Larry, this is what is coming out of the Twitter space. This is one of the leading voices on Twitter, a guy called Saki. He says, anyone who doesn't recognize that this protest is sponsored is not paying attention. What are Russian flags doing on our streets if the protest is not being funded by outside forces? Most of the people waving these flags are uneducated youths. So you can't tell me it's their idea. Wallahi, this is a sponsored protest, God forbid. So that's one of the leading voices on that protest space. But there is more. There's another voice from that protest space as well. Here is another voice from that protest space. This is
don't mind Awa. Awa is running. She says she's running.
You know, she's on the she's making her way out of the she's making her way out of the
Awa cannot run to anywhere. Awa cannot run to anywhere. She's
hold on. Let me bring you a tweet. This is what she's saying. Let me see if I can shrink this. She says, unfortunately, I'll be out of the country for a few days. So, Jack, you know, with the new development, with the new development of Russian flags, I hereby declare that I will no longer be participating in the ongoing protest. Whilst there is hardship in the land, it is unfortunately being hijacked. I love democracy too much. Over to you, Nigerian government. Is the hardship? That's your job. So there it is. It's spiraling out of their control. Here is another one that Theo Abu. This is this one. I don't come out hand for this protest. Nigeria tire me. May Nigeria succeed. So it's a game bigger than them now. This is the thing. The game is bigger than all this unzobu, whatever it is.
Man, they all know what they are doing. They all know what they are doing. And now it's actually outside their control. It's outside their control. And now everybody's now saying, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, I'm out of the country. They can't run to anywhere. They don't belong to them. If they are not able, because those are the people, these are the elites in the north. You see them everywhere. You see them on Twitter. You see them on TikTok. You know, they start speaking Hausa. These are the people that were instigating. These are who I was basically instigating all these things. Now, and everybody was actually telling Awa, where are you running to? You can't run to anywhere. If you want the north to burn, let the north burn. Because you have the control over all those things. Because some of those kids don't even know anything. Have you looked at some of the tailoring shops? These are sophisticated, like Sheyi Vodi's shop. Sophisticated shops. So are you telling me that people that are hungry will actually have that ability to go to those sophisticated shops with sophisticated machines and start sewing some of all those things? So obviously somebody's bringing money. Obviously somebody's, you know, they are doing it en mass. You know, they started from Kano, everybody, that's the new business, right? They gave money, they started sowing as much as possible, they started giving and giving and giving and giving.
Larry.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. You said they showed the shop where they're showing this flag.
Yes, sir.
So the faces of those people showing it, did they show it?
Yes, sir. They did.
Yeah, that's good. They need to go. That's
a lot of them have been arrested. I've seen the clips as well. I can see if I can dig it out.
There was one. The shop looks like, you know, those Seivodi shop, all those are big machines.
Okay.
So will all those Almajiri have money to go to those big shops?
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So the security agencies, I know DSS, since yesterday, DSS has been moving around. They will tell all of them, look at transaction, look at everything. Get the ones you can get. And the military will come in. There's no way the military will not come in. Because if that thing continues like that, there has to be law and order. People can shout, oh, international...
They've already declared curfew in Kaduna anyway.
International community, anything, law and order. That is just it, law and order. There has to be proper law and order. If anybody thinks it's bigger than Nigeria, you should come out boldly. Don't stay behind. Come out boldly and let us see who you are.
Just they play.
Come out boldly and let us see who you are. If you think you have the effrontery, if you think you have the capacity, let us see you. All the politicians in the north, all of them kept mute. All of them kept mute. The senators from the north, where are they? Everybody kept mute.
Can I ask you a question?
No, let him carry on, and then when it bring it home, and then we go on to Isaac. So sorry, Isaac doesn't have more time. Yes,
so let him ask the question. Let me just answer so that you move to another person.
All right.
You keep on pointing to the protectors and the sponsors and everything. Are you saying that all the actions that have been taken so far, forget removal of fuel subsidy, all this increase in prices, Nigeria has not reached the point where we should be having this kind of protest? Yes or no?
See, Solly, as far as
sorry. The shape and dimension that the protest has taken is nothing to do with hunger. What you're saying now, whether you recognize it or not, but if you don't recognize it, then please listen to Larry.
But that's not what I asked.
No, don't forget what you asked. The situation in the country is sufficient for protest. Nobody's arguing that. But where we are now is not about hunger, it's about politics. Listen to what Larry is saying now. Larry.
So Solly, whether people want to protest or they don't want to protest, right? I've said it severally on this platform. I'm not against people showing their grievance, right, towards the government. And we can all see the thin line between a normal protest and where it's going now. So as far as I'm concerned, it has gone beyond what an average person can actually curtail. And where it's going now, there has to be law and order. That is what I support. One man, you can go to the another.
But no law and order in government.
Forget all of that. Forget all of that. Let me play you this.
100 naira. 100 naira. If they are sick, Thomasin gba yin ní ọ̀dọ̀ yín lọ́hùn, ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ o. 100 naira ná pa àwọn eléyìí o. 100 naira. 100 naira. 100 naira. Mo fẹ́ ra rú o.
So it's not about hunger. The prices are crashing. We played a clip from the north a couple of sessions ago. This is a clip from the southwest. The prices of food are crashing, and we're hearing it from the markets. But Isaac, you're up next. Isaac, let's hear from you. Patoski, I'll get to you soon enough. Ajanle Koko as well, but let's go to Isaac first. Isaac.
Okay, thank you very much, one man. I don't know if you can do me a favor. I think you still have the clip of the president's speech. Please, if you have it, I'm not saying you should play it, but if you can just put it on the screen, maybe just let it start, then you pause it because I want to draw attention to that something I saw there. Is it possible?
Everything is possible for you, Isaac. Hold on.
Please just magnet it on the face there. So I bring out something. Okay, thank you.
It's on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, positive. Thank you very much. One more. You see, I'm from a very big family in that Nigeria, even though I'm from the minority. I grew up when I was young. All our parents, they were all average people. Although some of us now struggled, a lot of my auntie's children, my uncle's children, we all struggled. Most of us right now, we could say yes, we can feed ourselves, we can feed some other people with no stress. But our foundation wasn't like from a very big, like rich. But thank God, at this time, a lot of us, as big as the family, we still have some people that are still struggling. We still have some people amongst us who are well to do. I want to start from here. A lot of people, this, I'm not disputing the fact that there is no hunger or there is no whatever in Nigeria, but I still want to stand on that fact that the way people are taking this issue concerning people dying, people buying, people hungry, it's more than what we have in Nigeria. That is the fact, and that is the truth. Somebody coming here to come and say all that he wants to say just because social media promotes all these things, I don't think they are wise enough to really know that Nigeria is not yet at the point where people want to put Nigeria. Nigeria is still okay, and it's just that there are some few people that are still struggling, to
Isaac,
meet up with
you're
whatever.
breaking up. Isaac, you're breaking up heavily.
Okay, sorry, let me see. Am I still breaking up?
Yeah, carry on. We can manage it, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I watched a TV program this afternoon. It's ITV. That's a television station. Is in Benin. It's called ITV. Is it ITV or TVC? Yeah, ITV. Yeah, ITV Benin. The program is called Izigan. There were some in this protest in around Delta State. Some people took it upon themselves to begin to loot shops. Some begin to go to robbery at night, take their van to some shops just to go and loot electronic stores and so many other things. So this thing they are doing right now, like many people said, it's not really like for hunger per se. It's just a lot of people come onto this situation to just, put in all their whatever the evil they have in mind in that Izigan. Let me just quickly do on that. In that Izigan, I saw where they went to. There was this school, like a boarding house. They went there, seized the school, surrounded the school, collected a lot of items from the students, all their phones, as big as the school was. They collected all their phones. Do you know what, man? When they displayed all that they took from the students from that school on a very big table, all the phones, they turned them upside down. You know what I saw? They were all Apple. I was trying to see if I can get maybe a more easier phone. From number one to the end of the table were Apple phones. And when the policeman was talking about the issue of the students, their condition and all that, he said that the phones they took from them were expensive phones. That is on that. So I want us to know that this hunger thing we are saying is there, but it's not as serious as it is. Now, secondly, the reason I ask you to put the speech of the president. Before the president made this speech, there was no Russia flag. It was after the speech we started seeing Russian flag.
That's a lie. That is a big lie. I pointed.
Let me end my point. It was after the speech we started seeing Russia flag. Now, when I saw the speech, I saw two flags behind the president. I saw the Nigerian flag, and I saw another red, blue, white. Even me, I was saying, What's the meaning of this other flag by the right hand side? In fact, it was the first time my attention was actually drawn to that flag. When I saw the Kanu, whatever, children carrying red, blue, white, I said, okay, that was where they got the idea. So those of you thinking that Russia is now influencing Nigeria, I want you to
that flag is military. It's a
Isaac,
military
can I say something?
authority
This flag that you see with the president, if they go down, it's because they didn't have the full picture. There's also a green, so it's going to be 4 colors. There's red. It's going to be red, blue, white, and green.
Is it not a military flag? Something
Yes.
so that he's the commander in chief.
The military flag.
So this is a military flag. So
Yeah.
there's 4 colors. There's green.
Yeah, but what you can see on the screen, what you can see on, listen, what you can see on the screen,
there was not. Yeah.
What you can see on the screen is red, blue, white. The green is hidden. So that was where they got that idea. You know, it's a very stupid.
This is a lie now. This is a lie.
Listen, your own is also a lie. Listen, I beg you. The stupid person that invented that idea of flag saw after listening to this speech, saw that red, blue, white. He saw that okay, this connote with the Russian flag. That was where the idea came from. According to me, I believe that was where the idea came from. And then the people started sewing red, blue, white to represent Russia. And those of you thinking that Russia has influence on Nigeria, Russia is an enemy to Nigeria. So there's no way they are coming into Nigeria. They can never come into Nigeria, not today, not tomorrow, not forever. And those of you think that military is going to come and take over Nigeria, in your wildest dream, military will never take over Nigeria again because Nigeria has passed that stage. Thank you very much, Muhammad.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So is wishful thinking that military will take over Nigeria is beyond daydreaming. It's just desperate stuff. But you know, Isaac, I am rather glad that whatever is going on now is going on now. Because then after this now, for the next 6 years, this guy will rule. For the next, it's even, yes, 6 and almost 7 years, this guy will rule unfettered. You know, because they're not playing their strongest hand now. This will phase out. The Peter Obi threat has already now phased out with this. So this guy will rule unfettered for 7 years. But depending on how this plays out, or this could be the end of him. If this leads to the disintegration of Nigeria, then maybe that's how faith has it. But this thing has to play to its natural conclusion. It has to play to its natural conclusion. So what Larry was saying about the industrialized flag making, which indicates then that there's heavy funding behind it. Here it is right here. So that's what he's talking about. So up next then, please, anybody not liking the stream, please like the stream. Take us to 100 likes as you hear from the majestic Patrick. If Patrick is ready, we go with him. I think Adele Coco is ready. If Patrick is not, Patuski. All right, let's go with that. Let's go with Adele Coco. Adele Coco, you're up next. A lot of moving parts. I think the evolution of this protest now has gone beyond anything to do with hunger. Sowore trying to extricate himself from the latest development. It says military takeover not part of our plans. This is Sowore distancing from the Russian flag. Very Dark Man has bailed out. All the Twitter warriors are jumping. A lot of them even running out of the country. The narrative now coming out of the north. We want Tinubu to step down, Atiku to take over governance of the country. So everything's still in play. Shehu Okinbaloye, he's actually introduced a new hashtag, which is where is our money? And he's saying that people should focus then, because what is actually coming out is that over close to $500 billion as additional support has actually been given to the state governor from December till date. That is in addition to their allocations, etc., etc. So all of that in play, Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me first of all give kudos to Soli for his analysis, even though some of what he said might not be acceptable to some people. But for the fact that as a young man, is speaking loud and is standing by what he believes in, and not only that, is sending video, according to him, to one man to back his position. I think I give kudos to him, and I will urge him to keep it up. Keep on monitoring the situation in Nigeria. Yeah, one of the leaders of tomorrow for that country, and
We are in trouble. We are in trouble, Neo. We are in trouble.
so don't give in. Solely, you left yesterday. I gave kudos to you as well yesterday, but you're already gone. So and I'm giving kudos to you while you are here today. And on this Russian flag, you brought it to our notice a day before yesterday. A day before yesterday. So what Isaac was saying, that when they saw the flag yesterday, when the president made a protest, that is when the people, that is not true. He brought it to our notice a day before yesterday, on Saturday. He was mentioning it when he was telling us, a lot of things that is going on in the north. So, Soli, keep up the good job. We are with you, and don't get intimidated by anybody or bullied by anybody. Just stand by what you believe in and just keep on dishing it out. So, you see, what is going on in Nigeria, particularly what this article let about Tinubu go, article should come in. I think it's a social media war between the youth in the war in the north, in the east, and in the north, and in the south, southwest particularly. The easterner youth started their own, that Lagos is no man's land. We build Lagos. We have to take over Lagos. People should do this and that. When they were running that narrative before the election, some of us are saying that this is not good. A lot of us say this is not good. There's going to be a pushback that is not going to be very good. Now we saw some Yorubas have started their own. They call them, what is it, Lagos? What's the name they call them? They started
Ronu.
Boya Ronu, Abi Legoski, Abi, what do they call them?
No, Yoruba Ronu.
Yoruba Ronu. That's what they call maybe Ronu or Legoski, or I can't remember the way they coined it. That Igbo must go. So now Igbo must go. To some people, it sounds like a bigotry. Actually, it's a bigotry statement. Now, that's the pushback. Now the North is now saying, oh, Tinubu must go. Atiku must go. So all this internet, conflict and, a word like push me, I push you that is going on in Nigeria, I think it cannot stop. It will continue to go on like that. I don't see it stopping. But the administration, the government in Nigeria have responsibility to do a good job, to deliver good governance. Why those one are crying on internet, pushing all sort of narrative. If the government is doing a good job to Nigerian people, what concern Nigerian people with all those stuff? Igbos and Yoruba and Hausa, they live among each other. They're doing businesses with each other and they're doing things together over there on the ground in Nigeria.
Yeah, but will that continue with the heavy laden ethno-religious politics that was introduced in 2023?
You see, one man, if we really want to go deep into that, what we had, what we saw in 2023 was it just happened that, you know, we some people raise a loud noise on their candidate pushing a tribal sentiment, religious sentiment, and stuff like that. But it didn't just start in Nigeria. It has been like that in Nigeria. So
usually after the elections, the country usually comes together in a warm embrace. But after that 2023 election, certain formations did not let go of the narrative of that election. They continue still to push it, and I think that's what's crescendo in now. I have apprehensions of after this protest that people will entrench in ethnic stocks. I feel that might happen. People will get ethnically radicalized after this protest.
Let me tell you, one man. You see, during the time of Buhari, that was when we had IPOB calling for secession. And we saw what Buhari government did, the way he went after them. Send military there that buy a lot of people. That record to that effect. Innocent people. And yes, the IPOB too. Buy some security officers as well. So, but the brutalization that Buhari administration inflicted on that region, the anger, the pains, was what they injected into supporting Peter Obi. And that opposition, that support and opposition against APC, what, as well, they played it very strong against Tinubu. So they don't see, as far as the governance is concerned, so Tinubu and Buhari, a lot of them in the East don't see any different in them. They are both APC. They did it together. And, it's a bed of the same feather. So they carry on this after the election. And after the election, they didn't believe that their man lost the election. So that opposition. They carry it after the judgment, the trial and election tribunal and Supreme Court. A lot of them, majority of them, still believe that the election was rigged against their man. And as a result of that, Tinubu is not their president and they don't want to see anything good in him. Even when Tinubu have done some few things right, they don't see it right. If we see even the recent creation of Southeast Development Commission, a lot of some of us here don't even accept, they don't believe it as anything good. So you see that hatred, that I believe is hatred against from Buhari. They now.
Do you think do you think the hatred for Tinubu is ethnically based?
I believe so. It is ethnically based. Let us tell ourselves the truth. And a lot of Yoruba too are very, very angry about that. So you see the pushback from Yoruba. No matter what, you can look at Tinubu as a very bad president, but to a lot of Yoruba, they look at him as one of their son. And you can't ridicule their son, you can't call him names, you can't call him all sort of bad things, and they just sit down and let you go scot-free. You're not going to go scot-free. They will push back hard. And that is what is responsible for this Igbo must go. So if both sides don't come together now, the leadership on both sides don't call their children to order, the future is going to be very, very bad for both sides. Because the Igbo now, I don't see them even accepting, I don't know who they're going to accept from Yoruba land as a leader right now. Because of the election that, Peter Obi election that they lost. A lot of them ignorantly believe that Obi won the election. So they don't want to accept Tinubu anything. But the leaders from both sides, leadership from both sides, the political leaders, the socio-cultural group leader should be able to sit down and caution their children. This internet war must stop. If we don't stop it, we don't know what it can degenerate to in the future. So this article, this thing, I just see as one of those things, internet war between Yoruba, Igbo, and this thing. But between Yoruba, the Northerners are just coming up now with their own. But I think it is good. I like what is happening in the North. What we have been asking for is what is now emanating. The North have always been very quiet. They are used to don't speak. I am very, very happy that they are speaking up. And that is the only way they can, get their freedom from the imam and all these people, religious leaders that have held them down for a long time, that caged them for a long time. So it is a good thing. You guys should not think that it's very bad thing. You don't look at it as a push against Tinubu. It's not a push. This is going to save their people from this slavery that they have, their leadership has put them for a long time. They are gradually coming up to challenge the fit for no purpose leadership in the North. So you heard it recently that even their imam, they didn't want to listen. They said they want to go on on what do you call it? On what do you call it? On protest. On Arise, I watched a young boy holding 2 stones. That if he see this governor, he will stone his governor. What does that tell you, people? It's a little boy, maybe around 8 years. What does he know? He said, if he can see the governor, according to the interpretation of what he was saying, if he can see the governor right now, he said he will stone him. So for a little boy to have to go through such psychological pains because of hunger, I believe his parent or some people around him have been telling him some sort of things, and that, you see, we can't get you no food, we can't do this because it's expensive. The governor is stealing our money. They did. So what I'm saying happening in the north is what is going to change the political landscape in the northern Nigeria. A new leadership, emergence of new leadership is what we are going to see in the north. That might even be very good to work a very good alliance with us in the north, in the south, and maybe by then we can start to have a good country that can work for all of us. So when the revolution happened in the north and we see all their leadership are swept away, kicked out of power, maybe the head of all of us in the south with all nonsense.
2 more minutes and we're going to Russian Mama. 2 more minutes.
Okay, with all this grammar that we are speaking, maybe we will come to our senses. So, woman, I think the Russian flag, as we saw it, you see, Nigeria is being governed by dangerous people. And when you have dangerous people ruling a particular place, the opposition that are trying to kick them out of power might resort to taking dangerous strategy too. So that is what is happening in Nigeria. Dangerous government, people are getting too dangerous too. They trying to apply dangerous strategy to fight them, but the government can do something to calm everything down. And that is why I was so disappointed that Tinubu, with his speech yesterday, did not come out with anything new. Maybe if he had, said something that is new, something that give assurance to us, maybe everybody will calm down. So that is the area that he failed. He got the opportunity. He failed yesterday to do it. He was just telling us everything that we have known. We have discussed on this platform. We have debated. We have had conversation over it here. And nothing new. It shouldn't be like that. That is where he failed. He should have done something, bring out something new that can give people assurance that, yes, the government have responded to their call. And like I said, I know some of you don't want it. The issue of subsidy is the center of this problem. If it is not addressed, we cannot get it right. At the moment, in that country now, there's nothing that we can get right. And, the governor, I think we should start to stand up against the governor too, as Shehu Okunbaloye started with his own hashtag. We should start to stand up against the governor. We should be telling our people too, as we are standing up against the federal government, the governor too, we should be standing up in every state. In every state. So let's push the governor too. The government, the federal government, if not for this protest, I know some of you don't want this protest to happen, but if not for this protest, a lot of things that they are running to, look at them, they went to Brekete to talk to the people. When have they done that before?
They do that often, no? They go on break. It gets a lot of our government officials, but Adele Koko, maybe start to bring it on them, going to National Mind.
Okay, so okay, I think the governors should Nigerian people in every state should start standing up against the governor too. I think that is when we will start to get. But protest, I believe, is the way forward for that country. Is the only way we can stand up against these people. Without protest, we can't push them to do anything. It is clear now that protest is working. They are talking, even though we have not seen anything they have done yet, but they have started to talk. That is what we want. They've not been talking to us. They've not been talking to us. Let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the majestic man himself, Ajanle Koko, of course. You're the number one voice on the platform. So that's Ajanle Koko. So like Ajanle Koko, we go on to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. You thought you were kicking Tinubu out of office, but it looks as though the Russians are coming. Vigets, or what is it? How do you say? Is it Niet that they're saying in we all have to learn Russian now? Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman, thank you. Yeah, is it better now?
Very much so, very much so.
Yeah, because I'm back to where I'm staying. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know, you want to give me the topic? I don't know if you want me to run through the topic or
yes, let me give you the topic. Only really for a reminder to the conversation. We did not coordinate Nigerian protests. This is the Russians coming to distance themselves from what is coming out of the north. Be vigilant. Federal government issues travel a lot to Nigerians over UK violence. So that's somewhat comical. It's usually in the other direction. So we're trying to run away from the mess that he created. Military takeover, not part of our end bad governance struggle. So we already saw protesters with Russian flags because, of course, in the north they are chanting to the military takeover as well. This is an answer to a question put forward by Uptown yesterday. Tinubu accomplished cultivation of 500,000 hectares of land. This is the presidency speaking to the national broadcast and the spill out of that. Tinubu orders crackdown on those flying Russian flags, as I don't think anybody can quibble with that. An act of treason, those flags, that is what the military are saying. They are meeting again to offer you a bit more palliative. Federal Executive Council may announce fresh decisions today, so they are locked in permanent meetings, as you're aware. This one especially for you, I brought this one for you. List of universities who have received NELFUND's 20,000 monthly stipend. So all the facts are coming in, but I suspect that you will still not believe it. This is the Nigerian Education Loan Fund has disbursed 20,000 monthly stipend for July to 20,371 students from 6 tertiary institutions. So here are the institutions: Bayero, Federal University Dustin Ma, I don't know what that is, University of Ilorin, Uniben, Ibadan, and Maiduguri. So those are the ones that have gotten the stipend so far. So the stipends, of course, is a follow-on from their fees being paid. So that's a process completed right there. And this is the aerial survey that Sanwo-Olu is using to monitor the vagrancy that the sorry, let me move. So this is the aerial survey that Sanwo-Olu is using to monitor the vagrancy that these anarchists are trying to foment in Lagos. So a myriad of everything, but just flow as you will, either to the talking points or whatever takes your fancy.
So you can imagine what you're showing us right now, woman. Their investment is what they are concerned about. You see, when we say these people are just narcissists, you think we just we come here, we just want to talk bad of these people. Look at what you're showing us. I mean, where the first place they go is that they are, what's it called? Toll gates there. That's Admiralty Road I'm looking at there. That first picture you showed there. They went there just to see that I want you only protest.
And they have to protect the rich people first. Now, who cares about the poor? They have to protect the rich people.
Let's not do this. They are not protecting the rich people. They are protecting their investment. That first place we saw was the toll gate by Admiralty there. So what are we talking about? These people are just it's all about for them. It's all about business. I mean, look at even the speech that the one in Aso Rock gave yesterday. It doesn't, you know, it wasn't even concerned about the lives that were lost. Nothing to show any remorse for anything. And somebody was speaking earlier here, say as long as South is protected, as long as the refinery is protected, that's what concerned them. The life of every Nigerian does not concern them. So imagine when we speak like this, where is the humanity in us? That's what makes me wonder. Where is the humanity in us? When all we think about is, oh, the investment, oh, the whatever where Nigeria is making money from. So you see, for me, I just don't know how to go about it. Woman, it's for the past few days, I've not been just been catching glimpses of here and there news of the old happenings in Nigeria. I've not really sat down because I've been busy, a lot of stuff. So, so for me, can you just show me, bring me one more of that, because you just rattled through those those topics you had. Which of them again can you want to bring? I mean, I'm done with this very one you're showing us.
Yes, the Russian flag imagined in the narrative. What and the Russians responding and the government taking an aggressive position.
Yeah, for me, I think the Russians coming out and saying this, well, they would their diplomatic mission or their embassy, or they will always say what they want to say in Nigeria. They won't say they are part of it. They won't say anything. But I just want to believe that those things that we're seeing coming off from those images we're seeing from the north of people carrying. First of all, let me just address this thing. So what really constitutes treason? You see, Nigeria is a banana republic. It's just say anyhow country whereby people
calling for a military takeover constitutes treason. Now, is that not a treasonable thing?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about carrying Russian flag, I don't know how that constitutes treason. That is treasonous in that regard. But if you're talking about people calling for military takeover, well, maybe that is within the realm of treasonous act. But until when the action is done, I think that's when it becomes a treason. But just wishing it, you cannot say people have the right to their opinion. But then, what's the action that shows that they were treasonous? I know those people are lawyers here, who are real lawyers. I'm not talking about those charge and bail lawyers that are here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to diss anybody here. Our real lawyers here. I wish Ogben is here to come and tell us what really constitutes a treasonous act. And they said act. In fact, look at the English word, treasonous act. So there must be an action. You must carry that action out to some extent for them to really say you are going through. I mean, this is treasonous. So let's just leave that for me. I think there's more to that story.
Calling for Russian intervention in Nigerian politics, and especially calling in the north, they were circling around military personnel that were holding the peace and chatting Bamayi or something like that, which is takeover. So that's treasonable, and the combination of the two is high treason.
All right, woman, you can start talking about this Dogon Tureji of high treason, treasonous act, whatever. Well, when it gets to the law aspect of it, I think the people who are lawyers or the Supreme Court or whatever court would define that if those people were really guilty of it. But yeah, but I know some people have really hijacked the whole thing. Like we say, give a dog a bad name so that I can hang it. I won't put it.
Rational mind. One man, please. Can we interrogate rational mind? Please.
Are we now back in the Inquisition now?
Of course. Now, shall we?
No.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, please. Rational mind. That country that you are, I don't know, maybe you are in US or Canada, because we don't even know where you live. But that diaspora that you are, and anybody, I'm saying anybody, have the effrontery flying another country flag on the street of US.
Okay, all right.
Let me land, please. Okay. Let me land, please.
Okay, go on.
And anybody, and any Tom and Harry, just trying to flag a flag of another country in that US that you are, and saying military takeover. It is not treason. No, they will not be picked up. The US will say they have the right. My brother, just answer that question. We know you hate Tinubu, but separate Tinubu for what we are saying now. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. You can answer that.
You say I hate Tinubu. I don't know how many times will I have to tell you people that It's okay. I don't need to repeat myself like a broken. Sound like a broken record now. You see, here in America, here, the Mexicans, virtually every people here that are from different countries. Some of them in the front of their house, they will have Nigerian flag. They will have United States flag, and they will have their own flag. You see the Mexicans here, some of them that are very patriotic of their country. They will host Nigeria. I mean, they will host what's it called, the U.S. flag and also a Mexican flag. Some of them they won't put it behind their truck, and they will just be driving around streets. You know, some of these Trumpers too. You'll see them with the Confederate flags. That is in some ways, or to some people, it's offensive. You see them during even the January 6th riots in America some time back, when the Biden was being they want to formally how do I say, validate the election. So you saw what the rioters that went to the what's it called, the Congress. Some of them took these Confederate flags with them. So you see, let's not do this what about. You see, you are the one that used to use that what about here, Thomas. Let's not do this what about. Let's stop this what about. But do I think that these people, there's something much to it? Yes, there's something much to it. There could be something to it that we can say is within the realm of maybe there are some people, but I won't put it past the APC propaganda, because they be always saying this from the beginning. Oh, there are some foreign intervention, foreign people. You long way Hindero, I say Hindero, Getokun says that we don't know them. We need to know who they are, and just is telling that they know who they are. I mean, you see, that's what that these people are not. You see, it's very hard for me to just let me say it's very hard. It's so tiring. It just
Rational man, can I interject you real quick?
it just let me land this point. Then you can inject. So it just weak me sometimes to even try to rationalize Nigeria sometimes, because I trust. That's why at the beginning I said it. I said I'll be really surprised if this protest ever takes place, because I know Tinubu and his propaganda, they would do anything to silence it. But to my surprise, I mean, these guys, they put it up. I mean, these protesters, they defied them, and they went into the street. But they will always still look for ways of giving a dog a bad name so that they can hang it. So I won't put it past behind them. Somebody came here, I was like, oh, some people, Nigerians that were in Kaduna, you look at them, Nigerians in Kaduna. You see why some people come here, just come and repeat APC, Agbado kind of rhetorics. This flag, we've been seeing it in Kano, but suddenly today somebody saw it in Kaduna. He realized that there are some Nigerians community in Kaduna. They were the one who instigated people to carry it. When some few days ago, 2 days ago, we saw some people hoisting that flag in carrying Kano State.
Rational mind. I was the one that said that, and I wasn't really the one that said that. Woman, can you play Bukati? It was one of them, right, that said where it actually started from. So I only re-echoed.
Where did it start from?
Yeah. So woman, I don't know if you can play that interview that she
was. Which one? Did you send it to me?
No. You played it on the platform.
Oh, you mean the one I was playing earlier?
Yes.
It's about 50-something minutes long, though. So
but it's okay if you say he says it. I won't say it's not. Well, who is the Bukati you're talking about?
So this is basically people. No, wait, because you kind of like somebody said. I said it, right?
Okay.
And I re-echoed what one of them said,
okay,
where it actually originated from. So, and I think that person has authority to say it, right? So that's just it.
No, he has no authority to say it. Before the father is nothing that does not make him an authority.
Yeah, so because he knows,
is he part of the intelligence?
Wait,
is he part of the Nigerian intelligence?
He knows the demography and he's one of the leaders.
Let's leave this. You see,
Larry, you can say whatever you can say, right?
I will say whatever I want to say, but I'm just trying to tell you that I don't go by what some people who are political jobbers, the so-called Bukati you're talking about. I think I've heard about the guy before. I know what let me not speak, because right now I'm really, really mentally tired. But I know I've heard about his name before. I've seen some of his write-ups, read about it, but I can't really recollect. I have any recollection right now. But I know these are political jobbers. See that they just looking for something. It's okay. Let's just leave that. But my point is that do I believe that this has been hijacked? Yes. Could it be that the APC are part of it, hijacking, just to give it a bad name? Yeah. I won't put it beyond them, because these people are. In the words of this guy, the aviation minister, what's his name? This guy. the lawyer guy,
Festus Keyamo.
Festus Keyamo, when during the election, when he was saying that, the what's it called, the obedient, they are propagandists. They know how to do propaganda. We will march. If I will tell them that we, that was, I mean, I'm not saying it's on. We said it on channels. So what are we talking about? So
Rational man.
yeah, go on, please. I think you said
For the second time, I would like to interject you because you allow Larry to interject. Can you hear me clearly? Okay,
Yeah, I can hear
good.
you.
I want to criticize you and I want to call you a cheap hypocrite. That's what I would say. I don't mean it in the condescending way.
It's okay. It's okay.
You see, you make reference to America that other people are allowed to flag their country of birth flags. And I'll tell you this, if there's any country on this earth that has ties to their countries, Americans. Americans do not joke with their country. Okay? But when you have people that are flying another country's flag in which they don't have any allegiance to, that is the call for anarchy. Okay? And I expect I expect from you that you're a Nigerian to condemn that act.
Let me ask you this:
Totally.
If you flag Nigerian flag in America, will you be harassed or be threatened for
If American flag is hold on, there is a contest. If an American flag is flag,
the Nigerian flag.
Hold on. I'm not even
Nigerian flag in America.
I'm not even. Listen.
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 Charged for felony.
Listen, Badale Koko.
Yeah.
I'm not even allowed to flag my Nigerian flag in my own house during Nigerian independence celebration. I can't because the community I belong.
In America.
I'm telling you for yes. The homeowner association will.
Come on, man.
No, let's take it from me. They will find me because it's not allowed. I signed to it that I would not fly my flag. That is why. Number one. But number two, when you belong to a community where that is not frowned upon, you'll be able to do that. But despite that, you will not be able to do that because the people in Mexico, they're able to do that because they're able to get away with it, especially when they're in an area or community that does not frown upon it. But if there's one country on this surface of earth, okay, those people flying Russian flag, they were flying in protest, not in celebrations. Of course, when you go to stadium and your team are playing, you will wear their jersey, you will take their flag to the stadium. That is not contestable. But when you're flying it as a form of protest, that is an anarchy. That should be condemned. Okay, our allegiance should be to the home country, not to a foreign government, a foreign country. Now, when people are flying Russian flag, to me, no matter which side of you belongs to, it should be condemned in totality. Okay, I don't expect anybody to praise that or to have a this I don't care attitude towards it. It should be completely condemned.
Raxon, can I spend a couple of seconds?
The Palestinian, when Americans were protesting against Israeli,
we are not Palestinians.
Hold on,
we are Nigerians.
Hold on, no. When American youth were protesting against Israeli war on Palestine, a lot of them were flying Palestinian flag.
You guys are not. Give me a second. You guys are not getting the argument. It's not about flying of flag. It's flying of flag and asking for the overthrow of the government. That's treasonable offense.
That one is. If you are saying overthrow, that one is separate. Separate things from.
That's what the Northerners are doing.
That's what they're doing. That's what those groups are saying.
No, you can't separate it. It is. They two intermarry because what they are asking for, we know the connotations of that Russian flag, and we know how that Russian flag. Hold on.
The Russian flag.
Hold on. Let me just. Okay.
Putin's picture. How about Putin's picture?
Yes, I just want, we know the connotations of that Russian flag in relation to what played out in the Sahels. So we know that. And then in addition to that Russian flag, there's also the chant for a military takeover. So there's an intermarry between the two spaces. So you cannot separate. The flying of the Russian flag is essentially symbolizing treason towards the state.
Yeah, can I regain the floor back? Sorry guys, let me just regain the floor because sometimes
No, sorry. Allow Prince Daddy to come in further. I
okay.
think he just wanted
All
to
right.
come in a little bit here. Prince.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, woman. What Adewale said is true, and I think rational mind. I think you know that very well. Also, but you've been disingenuous in your presentation of that refutation of that argument. Um, People in America. Okay, if you where I live and across the country, even in DC, the Ukrainian flag is everywhere. America is not against anyone flying other nations' flag, and it's the Mexicans on their trucks. They have this big old Mexico flag on the back of their truck, and they drive around. Nobody's got any problem with that. America is very welcoming and is not against people in that regards. If you want to assimilate, fine. If you want to keep a culture in silo in your community, you can do that also. But not seeing anyone carry the flag, be that of Russia, Ukraine, Mexico, and calling for the overthrow of American government. Nobody does that. And you know that very well. What those people are doing in the north, those young kids, they don't know any better. I don't blame them, but nonetheless, they are responsible for what they are doing. Their leaders should be called, should be held accountable for what they are doing. These are just young kids. They don't know any better at all. They saw what happened in Niger and maybe Mali, and they just copying the same thing. Um, a rational mind, you should learn how to condemn things when they are bad. Um, yeah, maybe all my support. I mean, I've supported a lot of things that Tinubu uh, um, have done. At the same time, if he makes a bad move or does something wrong, there's nothing wrong in calling him out. Okay, like for example, in the agricultural sector right now, yes, they made a comment that look, if agriculture is if food is a big problem in Nigeria, maybe that highway from Lagos to Calabar may not be the best uh, thing to be doing right now in utilizing our resources. And even though I'm not against the project itself, but people need to eat, right? But when people are protesting in a free democratic nation like Nigeria and hosting the flag of Russia, like Russia is truly an epitome of freedom or democracy in the world, that's a joke. Russia, I mean, do you want to go? Which area do you want to go when it comes to Russia's corruption and the election manipulation and all these things? Is it the killing of Prigozhin not too long ago, and many other anti-Putin people around the world have been poisoned? Russia is not a good example of anything moral when it comes to governance in the world. I'm not against Russia. I'm not against Russia, but I'm just saying that they are not the example at all. They're not. And you should take this opportunity to condemn any nation hosting the flag.
But your Trump is a body to Putin, right? Let me just Prince Daddy, please. I'm sorry.
It's not. It's not because it shows how shallow you are when it comes to American politics. Trump was the only one that shut down the Nord Stream 2. Hold on, since you brought him up, Trump was the one that shut down Nord Stream 2. That's the largest pipe from Russia to Europe to supply oil and gas. Trump shut it down. So I'm not sure about the buddy you're talking about here.
You see, you people will never cease to amaze people. When you know the truth and you just want to trample it in the face, like we don't know that Trump was a body to Putin. You always talk of him. You always admire him. You talk about him and Xi of China, and then you're here telling us like as if, come on, let's stop this. I mean, let me just address certain things. Talking about, let's get this straight. I do not subscribe to people promoting that people's, especially all these European powers promoting them in our country. I don't support that. But like I said, I believe it's the handiwork of APC, or is the handiwork of some people within the north, some powerful people within the north who wants to use this protest as a means to maybe destabilize Nigeria or whatever their end game is about. I don't know, but I know it's not right. But I believe people have the right to protest, but not to the level of what I'm seeing, the madness that I'm seeing right now. It's becoming mad, it's becoming insane. But I know that's the handiwork of APC. For 50% or 60%, it's certain to me, it's clear to me that APC has a hand in this. It's again, You just want to end it because that's right there. That's right there a reason for them to roll out the tanks and start trampling on people. Whoever is going to let them yamutu, they don't care. So my point is that don't come here and just impugn things to me like what I never said. You need to read when I say things. I say it the way I say it, but doesn't mean that I sanction it or I'm in support of it. So I've been taking care of that one. That issue of protest, flag in America here. You, our friend Ade, you are the exemption. I used to work for the Fed too. So I never have anything with flags, but I mean, not even US flag. I don't hoist it around my house, not even Nigerian flag. So I have no problem with that. But I know if you sign an allegiance, if you pledge an allegiance to the United States government, definitely you want to be careful what you do going forward, because so as not to retract your security clearance. Because if you have to work certain part of security, part of our federal job.
Don't worry about that. They are aware of my double nationality. Don't worry about that.
So let me just leave that. So woman, you see, that's what they will bog me down on. I really want to take those topics really rapidly, but now they're taking all my time now. I don't know whether you are going to give me that time back. Are you going to give me back, woman?
No, carry on.
I'm done with that. That's my opinion and my view as to what happened. I just believe this is a reason for them now to roll out the tanks and crush whoever they can crush. But all these things that you people are talking about, they should already pull out, but he didn't pull out. This is just condemning those people who are now introducing things that they are known, APC is known to do. Or maybe probably it's the northern elites who are trying to, who have never really enjoyed Tinubu's government because they've not been called to the dining table to come and dine with Tinubu. So maybe they're using that to, like they did to Obasanjo, like somebody was saying earlier, even though it was just taking it out of context. Obasanjo's own was, even though we know it's political, it was not economic reasons. Theirs were more religious and political. But what we are currently facing in Nigeria is economical, social. So people are fed up with the status quo of this economic and social status. Social issue in Nigeria. That's what people are protesting against. But trust, the government will bring in their talks, they will bring in their propaganda, they will bring in their whatever, just to so that they can have reason to put it there, to put insurrection. To put it down, to protest down. So give me another topic if you can.
All right. Do you want to speak to the Students' Loan Fund that now, even you now cannot deny that it is now.
When you send me the WhatsApp, I was just laughing at work when I was at work when I saw it. I wanted to reply, but I was so busy I could not even. In my head, I was thinking, take it down by alone. I know that meeting I just forgot. I looked at it. What is the newspaper that bring it up? The Nation called me. I think it's The Nation now. The Nation.
So it's fake news, Abby. Still.
Come on. Woman, if you want me to start giving you the propaganda that The Nation has carried, that turned out to be lies, I will leave this platform today.
You can also see the same thing on NEMFund website or their space on X.
Like I said, only one of the reasons why I've not been able to dispute so many things on this platform is because I've not been doing a lot of reading lately because I've been busy with my stuff.
Yeah, 20,000 people have received that fund. 20,000 from 6 universities. That's it.
Yeah, 20,000. That's what it said. So, and they're praising him like he has done something so great. You see, another thing I want to speak to is this thing that Tinubu is doing. I wanted to talk about it. Renewed Hope Estate, Renewed Hope the crap. Why must you name things that are of national importance and national thing to your own campaign slogan? You see, when I say this guy's a narcissist, for him it's not about just him. He doesn't care. For me, I just don't know. I can't remember any time anybody in the history of Nigeria has ever named anything after their political slogan. He just want to stamp his presence on everything in Nigeria. When I say this guy, I just don't like his politics. If you think maybe I just hate him, why must you be calling because you are building estates for Nigerians, be a low-cost housing or whatever it is, you're calling renewed hope estates, or what crap is that? They were giving you what's my name? You go and commission something in Niger State. They were naming a airport while you are still alive.
Okay, so just a name for that estate, so just one.
Well, no, well, Patrick, maybe.
Patrick, I came to you earlier. You didn't respond.
I
Yeah.
wasn't on my seat. Suggest a name.
Me only suggest
Because what's
that's not
wrong?
my.
What is a renewed hope now? People that didn't hope to have a house. The people that didn't believe they could have a house now they have access to hope. Is that not a renewed hope? That statement does not belong to him now. It's a general English
come
word.
on. You see, you people have stand reason, logic.
That's why I say suggest a name. Oh.
I will not suggest a name because it's for me. To name something is not it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. You can give it
the
any
name is
name
not
you
what is
give it.
important.
You can
What's important is that
name
people have house to live in now.
You can name it. You can name it after the area where the thing is found.
But he has chosen to name it
Estate. If it's in
he has
Ajao
chosen
area.
to rename it after a new hope. But the most important thing is people have home to stay. You understand?
Hope will not stay. I beg you,
okay, you mean people will not live in that house, those homes when they build them?
Let them live in it.
I'm agreeing with the rational mind. We all know what project done now.
Ajaleko, shocking that you agree with him.
I agree with
no.
rational mind. You see, we have federal housing estate.
Federal housing estate, yeah.
It should be federal housing something. It shouldn't
That's
be
traditional.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I must follow that pattern.
No, it must follow.
Okay, for example, if you choose to call it, maybe
it shouldn't name it after his political campaign slogan.
Ajaleko, the one in the 80s was called Shagari Estate. Now, what are you talking about?
No, it's federal. And when you're not going Shagari, it was federal.
When I was growing up, we called it Shagari.
Jacondi Estate.
Yeah.
Okay, but Kitty campaign slogan Peter Obi, no.
Hope and change. I mean,
what we are saying,
you should name it after Take It Back Estate. Take it back. So that will not talk on revolution now.
Yeah.
No,
what we are saying here is that look, when we have a federal project like that, we should name it in such a way that can be clearly identified as federal project. You understand? I'm not. We should. I mean, federal housing estate, federal housing project, federal housing. So we know this development here is by federal government. So we should have a common name for it that when another person come now tomorrow, maybe articulate estate. Why can't we continue to run the country like that?
Sure, you want to understand about people. You see,
before you complain, wait, it's Renewed Hope Housing Estate by Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
What are we doing?
There's federal there now.
Is it not renewed?
Wait, Renewed Hope Housing by Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
Boy, don't give me this renewed hope. All this this on a long essays that you people like to give just to convince people otherwise. I don't. You see, I've said it. You people are creating a monster. You don't understand you people don't even understand the scale of what you people are creating with Tinubu. Tinubu no be Sherry. I don't know how to put this to you people so that you people can see what I'm saying. I see a future where you people you want to rewire people's way of thinking, and I'm not surprised. I'm surprised, but I'm just so kind of like, how do I say it? I'm so taken aback to like even the so-called learned people among you here, the way we reason. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all of us should reason the same thing. What I'm saying here is that a man who is stamping his name on everything, and I don't see if you people see that as we're going to
is Tinubu's name the new hope.
Thomas Oshio.
Talking about
when I say hold on now, when I say his name, not literally his name. Even though there are some names, some of his name literally, like the airport in in Niger State, they gave him his name, right? There's some other street that was named after him recently that we had that they were some governors were naming after him. So what are we talking about? So you see, we people don't always pounce on whatever I say, just exactly verbatim to what I said. I'm just saying that his stamping his is himself superimposing himself on things around Nigeria. And you people don't see that as a threat. It's a threat. But it's okay. You might want to ask me to elaborate. I don't want to elaborate more than that, what I've just said. But the point is this, is that you people are creating a monster in the person of Tinubu. That is why some of you come here, you want to rationalize things in any way. Oh, how about in America? They don't do flag. How about this Obi did not name NSA after his name? Does that make it right? Because somebody did it, does that make it right? So the point is this: we should run governance devoid of personality. You are a servant of the people. Go there, do your work, and stop all this crap of wanting to make your name, like your presence, everything. Everybody calls about Jagaban, Tinubu, and this about that. And I say, what the crap is that? And that thing is common among you Yorubas. Let me say we Yorubas and the Hausas.
Feudal sleep. Continue, Sha. Edoma.
I will
You
not
Yorubas.
rational man, be careful. I will not
Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó sọ, ó jábọ́ lẹ́nu ẹ̀ ni, ó sọ pé you Yorubas. Ó sọ pé you Yorubas. The only Edo man from Imo State.
Kulata, tonight I confirm that Rational Mind is not a Yoruba man.
It's not a Yoruba man now.
I'm confused.
It's not a Yoruba man.
Get it? It's not a Yoruba man.
He said you Yoruba.
Thomas.
Never.
Thomas.
Never.
Wọ́n ní Thomas. Wọ́n ní Yorùbá máa ń sọ pé wọ́n máa gbọ́ nǹkan tí Yorùbá máa ń sọ. Yorùbá máa ń sọ pé wọ́n lórí ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé ọlọ́jọ́ okú ò tí ì pé ọjọ́ okú ẹ̀ ti pé náà wọ́n ló kàn ń yẹrí náà. Ó yẹ ọmọ ọkọ Yorùbá mọ Yorùbá náà ọmọ àlè Yorùbá dẹ̀ mọ́ra wọn.
No. Rational Mind. No. We are not a Yoruba man. No.
I think I imagine law into that direction. That is not fair.
No,
but sorry, Rational Mind. This is not to do with Yoruba. Ajale Koko. Then Renewed Hope Estate, I'll just on the website, you can actually buy a house for 12 million naira, 3-bedroom in Ibadan, Osun State, Kano, Akwa Ibom. Okay, if you have family members that need houses, you can actually maybe just buy it for them because it's 12 million naira, 3-bedroom, semi-detached bungalow. I mean, forget whether it's called Renewed Hope or Hope and Change or whatever. But these are good deals.
Is it the same price all over the federation or the price?
Yeah, it's the same price. It's kind of like ranging between 8 million and mid 12 million. That's what I'm seeing. Between 1-bedroom to 3-bedroom, semi-detached bungalow.
All right. So let me just address something real quick. Woman, you may need to caution this guy that calls himself enigmatic here, because I don't understand what his beef is with me, what his problem is with me. If you want to talk about things, talk about issues, and stop the abuse and the insult. I don't really know him. I mean, I don't even know him. But then you come here and then you'll be insulting people. You're insulting them to their face. Why be by one wájú mi? I don't know what killers. Some binds Shorty, one thing is that
all right.
Sometimes when I refrain from saying something,
Rational Mind.
Out of respect for you, one man. Because
Rational Mind.
I don't want to
Rational
Mind.
Hold on. Enigmatic. I'm going to need you to tone down that sort of tonality with Rational Mind. It started out like fun and games, but I think it's getting a bit excessive now. So going forward, just let him be. You know, it's gone beyond jousting. It's almost the lines are being crossed. So let's just pull it back. But Rational Mind, back to you. Bring it home and then we go into
So, well, man, it's okay. It's just that I just we can play. Yeah. One gbeti Olúbàdàn bá wọ ṣòkòtò pẹ́pẹ́rẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ bàbá ẹni tí ń ṣe. Ali Wabi, we can all be here, we're laughing like we're all equals. Sometimes you need to understand that people should also have respect for that people, and you should watch what you say. I'll leave it at that, one man. So, but then, in conclusion for me, I just want to say that a lot is happening in Nigeria. We'll just have to wait and see how the whole thing plays. There's something mostly I want to say, but just because right now I'm tired, one man. And I just, I'll just be in the background. I'll be listening. If I have to chime in, I will.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let's go on to Pansat. So Pansat, let's see, is it still there even? So let's go on to Pansat. Pansat, you are up next. So let me bring him on the screen. So your monologue starts now. So Pansat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We have a lot going on in the country, so it's about time that we start actually facing reality, right? We can't rely on those who come here to mock and be wily. You have a lot of our countrymen protesting on the streets, whether it's good or bad. They're working hard, trying to address the government. So when I come to listen to the show, which is usually my primary mission, is to come and listen. I get upset when I see that there are some people who are artful, devious, right? They play like they're just talking to the guys. They're being dishonest, manipulative, with serious stuff. Even if you want to come online on the internet to play with the guys, it's a time for everything. And a lot of us, the last couple of years, there's been occasions we've come here, the topic is for that. When you see Northern Nigeria flying a flag, a Russian flag, and you see what the wave that's happening in Africa as a whole, I'm not even asking you to be concerned with Africa, for example. Some of the times we'll come here, we should be talking about what's happening in Burkina Faso and some of these countries. But to just come here to crack jokes, be clannish and be tribal, I think there's a time to put a stop to those people, no matter how popular they are on this platform, because they're very, very, very sneaky the way they do it. But the disingenuousness and then the propaganda during the election, all right, you do propaganda, but after the election, you're lying. You're a liar. We're not campaigning here. It's not a campaign. So when you come here, in your head, you're crafty, you're artful in twisting stuff on what it means. So having said that, I believe the corporate that I'm talking about mostly knows who I'm talking about. And those who are going to follow me who came late here and there, and the same, cut out of the same cloth. One man is maybe a Yoruba guy, but what relationship is he to you? Tinubu, or as the Northerners are finding out, somebody like Buhari, what relationship is Buhari to you or to them? What relationship is Peter Obi to me? The way I found out about Peter Obi is from a guy from Edo State who's yapping up about Obi this, Obi this. He's from Edo State. I can't recall his name of the marks right now. What's if Peter Obi is a multi-billionaire? What business is that for me? That's none of my business. So those who come here all the time, they're talking about somebody coming from their section of the country. That's not what should be overriding here. But then when we talk about a tribe, now that's important. Southeast is important to me, as Southwest should be important to others, and Northwest and Northeast and all that stuff. All that's important, but at some point we do that. We're Nigerians. There's nothing wrong with boys will be boys. We throw jabs here and there. But deep down, we still are Nigerians, right? We're Africans. So I want to caution, basically, the person I should be talking to is one man. I try to talk to him, not just in the glare of this open stuff here. But I want one man to do the right thing and start converting this over to a serious platform where there's no room here for anybody that's relying on their friendship with one man, or that they're a Yoruba person, or counting on their own manipulative abilities. Shonky. Slime. I'm very upset because this doesn't have to be said all the time. I want you from today, somebody like Rational Mind who comes here, albeit milk toast in the point he's making, but he's generally right. What difference does it make where if he passes your test for Yorubaness, or whatever, or other people who are from the Southwest who are generally right? One man will have to stamp this thing out, because obviously if I'm on this platform, one of the first people I will ban and throw out of his collata, he won't be here. He won't be here because the main reason is that almost everybody else come here and they show their hands. We know where they're from. Either they're ignorant people or they're young. Somebody like what's his name now? I can't recall his name. That's in Sweden or something like that. Solly. All right, he comes here, he will talk. He's a youngster. But Kulata cannot come here and where we have a lot of respect for his acumen in economics or whatever, data. He played his hands here and gave us his insight on who's going to win Lagos and by how much. And we promoted it, and those who I didn't buy it, but he was prominently allowed to do that, only to find out that not only is he woefully wrong, he was being deceitful. You go and look at Oyibos, go to CNN, go to MSNBC, go to BBC. You don't see anything like that. You know why? It's not like they cannot do it. Nobody's as mischievous as Western countries. They could fool you. But they don't allow idiots to come on their platform and they're giving prominence. No, I mean, it's wrong. One man, you have to do something about this. There are people who come here once in a while, like enigmatic. Once in a while. But there are those who come here every day, like Rational Mind. There are so many others, Jewel of Nashville, so many people who come here and they're just being harassed, insulted because of their tribe or their, then like you just correctly admonished Kulata right now, says, look, you cross the line when it's just constant. It's no longer the corporate, in this case, enigmatic and Kulata, now it's you.
All right. What's going on, man?
No, I'm just trying to say that it makes it. For example, I came here a few days ago, and I used my genius to predict that Wagner Group or somebody may take advantage of this situation, and I was just discouraged. So now, why would I come here and just keep pouring out stuff when you're not taking it seriously? That's what I'm saying. I have a lot to say about what's going on today, but are you going to feature it? You come here and say, you know what, we have some talent.
You've not said anything so far. All you've been doing is I don't know. You've been speaking.
Okay, let's go. What do you have on the agenda? Let's talk about the topic.
I mean, you know the topics now. You know the
no. Go ahead. Let's do it the way you normally do it.
All right. The Russian flag in play. So speak to that. Coming out of the north. Yeah.
All right. Like me, I'm not a historian. I've already, as an analyst, I said that Russian flag was gonna be there, right? Because there's a way of going through. Tinubu is a French asset. There is a more geopolitical thing going on between France, who's supporting enemies of Russia, like Ukraine. So they're out to try to take some of their stuff away from Africa. So that's coming. Don't be. The difference between Rational Mind and I is that to say, okay, look, I don't like it. What you don't like? What? What allegiance do you have? Allegiance is not a one-way street. If our country's been taken over by a character such as Tinubu, who didn't win the election, I don't have any allegiance. He's not a real president. So if rational mind comes here and is condemning that, then why are you complaining? Who are you? How good are you to any side? You're not good to any side. We're in heat of battle to take our country back. So it doesn't matter how we get it back. You may not have an opinion, but don't tamper it down. Be a dependable opposition to this circumstance we find ourselves in. If Northerners want to fly a flag, they're free to fly that flag. And it's coming. I said it's going to be even worse because they have started killing people. You don't go killing Nigerians and then we're just going to let it go. No, the fidelity we have in our country depends on our constitution. So if you're trampling that constitution, that's the only way you could come into office legitimately, is that constitution. Part of it is that those Nigerian citizens have a right to protest. You can't come in there killing people and then you still have my allegiance and my faithfulness and my loyalty. You know, I said it earlier that I'm against peaceful protest in general, because then why would government pay you any mind? They have to be afraid of something, you know, especially if they're the one causing all the violence. So I'm going to use this time to also remind rational mind what I said during the P0B thing. You're defending P0B, but you are milk toast. Just one little criticism. You say, look, I'm not really an obedient, but I like his program on housing or something like that. That's not the way to do anything. What are you having your staunch reliability on? Is it the Constitution or a guy who's coming illegitimately, doesn't make himself available, sending out thugs and soldiers to go and harm his fellow citizens? That's not fair. So that's what I'm saying. If the flag, those people are flying, they're not playing. The Northerners are not like the Southerners. So you go there, you're killing them, and it's not going to bode very well. So I just want you to be prepared for what's coming. Tinubu is not a Buhari. Tinubu did not win the election. He's aloof. He doesn't come to talk to the people. He doesn't make himself even available to the press. He doesn't give a live news conference. I was floating something out there that he's passed away already. But the same day, they say that he's going to give address the country, and then he plays a tape. You know, so we have to be serious. This is a serious thing. He's not going to survive. I could tell you that right now. Now, the question is, what's going to happen? All right. I said if he kills one person, it's going to turn into Tinubu must go, and that's exactly what it is right now. I predicted it. Earlier, my only concern was for the INEC. I wanted INEC chairman fired. That would have been one man. You asked me particularly, what would I consider a success? I don't know. Do you remember that? Do you remember asking me that question?
I do. Yes, carry on.
I do. Okay, so that's the same day. Maybe you could rejiggle your memory again and see if you remember the rest of it. I said that INEC, because I mean, we spent 400 billion naira. And people, all our brains, they went out there and they got an electoral act of 2022. And that's what he did. And that's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable. I don't care which part of the country you're from, especially we, the elite who are in diaspora now. These platforms, I was pitching one man. I said, I want this platform to really be the go-to place for younger people. But the currency should be the truth. That's it. You could let your genius take you to the zenith of your imagination, as you do your stuff here, but the truth should be sacrosanct. Okay, so I've dealt with that issue. Having that you have a lot of people here, I will just summarize it.
Can I ask you one question before I bail out?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I actually had the intention of asking you this question. I think it was like 2 or 3 days ago. So to you, you came into this platform, you dropped something on the comment section that Tinubu is dead, Tinubu passed away so time. So to you, do you think Tinubu is alive or is dead?
Well, I'll answer that question this way. Tinubu is metaphorically, figuratively, allegorically, analogously, symbolically, imaginatively dead. Right? However, I also think there's something the matter. There's a sinister thing going on. When somebody is accused of being dead, like right here, there's a politician that was accused of being dead, and he came out and he says, hey, look, the rumor about my death, it's grossly exaggerated. And I'm quoting that in here there loosely. That's the only thing. If somebody accuses somebody they're dead, they have to come out. Normally, a president is not supposed to be accused of being dead because either you see him flying somewhere or you see him chairing a meeting. He doesn't have to give a press conference to say, look, I'm alive. How could you be in a country where youngsters gave you a 30-day notice that they're going to go on a protest, and then they name off stuff that are true, the inflation, that is hunger, people are starving. Okay. If you're alive, you're going to be able to dispel that by showing up, talking to them somehow. Yeah.
Mr. Pasal, let me ask you the second question. So do you still believe Buhari is alive, or you think Buhari is dead too?
I also believe that imaginatively, right? See, I have some of us who are older, we know a Buhari. There's a Buhari that we know. It was a known phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
That particular Buhari is no more. He's been gone a long time ago, right? So I don't believe that the Buhari we have now is that Buhari. No, I don't.
Okay. That's what I just want to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for making me know that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
So one man, go to the next item on that. I think we dealt with that.
I'm going to bail out and just hand over to Thomas. I think I'm just about to there.
We'll bail out at the same time. Whenever you
just speak freely to whatever it is you want to speak to.
Okay.
All the narrative is around the protest, so I'm not quite sure that there are other topics really of that has any real bite.
There shouldn't be any, right? So we have this 5th day of protest. It's there's some weariness. Nigeria is not a stress shot. There's no way to predict or how. It's a basket case. We have religious issues. There are those who said Northerners are only doing this because they want power. That may be true, but right now that's secondhand stuff. And those who say it's political. But you go to the marketplace, you look at those people who are protesting. You have all kinds of Nigerians protesting out there. Market women, professional protesters. But the main person that this platform points to, it's not even heard of. Those who criticize him fairly that he doesn't show up and things like this, and they have a point. But the point, though, that everybody knows for a fact is that Tinubu is not a real president. There's no doubt about that. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have a good cabinet. He didn't pick the right cabinet. He did not win the election. He's aloof. He's probably sick. He's not equal to the task. There's nobody here who has a contrary opinion, unless they're just one of these duplicitous characters we have on this platform.
All right. Yeah, Pansad, let me just bail out. Maybe
okay, I will bail out with one man. I'll let you guys continue, but like I said, My friend Alexander Gomez, I see he dropped a big one there for you. But let me say this: as I exit this platform with one man, I am trying to fight for a new one man, one to more platform. So I'll end it with that. This won't be the last you're gonna hear about it. One man is very stubborn. He's not gonna want to do it.
All right, one man. Thanks. So take your basket case. Take your basket case with you.
All right.
One
But
man.
I and my basket case will bail out. Acknowledging Alexander Gomez. So Alexander came in first. Ayo, of course, Ayo comes regularly. That's Ayo right there. Olatubosun, that's Olatubosun right there. Tima Jack with increasing frequency. So there he is right there. You know, Ayo doesn't stomp once or twice. That's Ayo still going on. So that's Ayo right there. George Blue Shell, that's George Blue Shell getting into the conversation right there. That's still George. Prince comes in to say whatever it is that is saying via supercharge. So that's the list so far. That space still open. Anybody that wants to come in. So I'll take my leave. Hand over to Thomas. Pansat probably wants to live with me. Thank you, everyone.
I think I have to live with you too.
All right. So there it is. You don't like Thomas anymore. Is that it, or what?
No,
What is it?
It's not.
Why are you scared of me? Why?
No, I'm not because of Thomas. It's just I just have to leave. Let me just.
Rashomon, your best friend is still here now. Wait now.
Who's my best friend?
No. Hang around, rational mind. Just stay in the background with the conversation. Chime in as you will. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Rational mind, if you go, I will sue you.
Thank you, Jesus.
Sorry, Thomas. Patrick has not spoken. Yes, I think he may be ready for.
I have not spoken yet. Why are you calling only Patrick?
Thank you, Jesus.
Because he virtually started with us, and we've been trying to get him.
The day I started with you, do you ever mention my name? I think it's a Milokan now. So not Patrick.
They know they call you.
Thank you, God. I escaped some headache. Now my brain is working now. Hey, you welcome back to the second section. You know our rules here. I don't need to tell you. No insults, no calling people name. In the comment section, if you do anyhow, we throw you in the bin. Yeah, we are more civil here. One man is an Englishman. He's always let them do what they want to do. They have the right. No, there's no right here. You have to do the right. If you don't do right here, we throw you in the bin. Yeah, Patrick, you have the floor. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Where do I take it from now? Let me address the real issue that we have in the country. I started saying it now that the protest started. All the things that we are doing currently, maybe the government is providing food, the government is providing this. Those are just like treating the symptoms of our national problem. That's just the truth.
No, it's called cushioning of effect, not the symptom. Cushioning of effect, that's a new
We are
word.
not even treating anything exactly. So we're just cushioning the effect. If you do a root cause analysis and now start looking at what is at the bane of this and what do we need to do, it's very tough. And for the first time, I want to openly admit that my brethren from the southeast, I think they are right. I think Sunday Igboho might be right. It is better for us to split that country. Because if you are going to tackle the problem in the north, I don't even know where you are going to start from.
Patrick, you've been sounding like this like 2 days ago. What do you see? You are not like this.
That
You are not like
country.
this.
Yes, I used to say one Nigeria and everything. And I love them, but that is a big problem. I'll give you a good example. I saw a documentary long ago, and they interviewed all these children. Some of those children you see on the street in Kano and all those, they are not from Kano. So they are from Borno. They trekked and followed truck to Kano and live on the street. Some of them don't know where their parents are. They don't even know the way home again. They've been on that street since they were like maybe 9, 10 years old. You understand? 9, 10 years old. And the point is that the people that they are listening to are not ready to solve that problem. So even if you are there to now say, let's solve this problem, at least you need those people to implement your programs. You need them to begin to, you need them to help those students see things differently. Because you need to do a lot of orientation. You are trying to change a culture that's been entrenched over a long time. And when I look at it, they say, oh, Ahmadu Bello is our leader. I don't think the man has done a good job. I'm telling you. He has not built a good northern Nigeria. He's one of the leaders I think I used to respect and say, oh, he's a good leader, he's this, it's that. If you think back and look at the consequences of leadership, I'll give you good examples. Look at Awolowo. The education is given to the people, the kind of self confidence and self awareness that is present in the Southwest. And look at Ezekwe. Ezekwe has actually modeled democratic capitalism and federalism in a way. And that's why, to me, the Southeast will be a very good republic. They are in their own traditional operation. I think they are kind of democratic in their operations. That's why you see a Southeastern, a young boy will speak out, because everybody is a society that recognizes the voice of everybody and does not suppress the voice of a child for an adult. That's the way I see it. But in our own culture, we say they are rude, because here you don't talk back at older people. But in a democratic system, everybody has a voice, whether young, old, or poor, or rich. But in their own case, I think the poor doesn't really have a voice that they can fix.
Patrick,
Yeah?
do you think religion is playing more roles? And listen to me, why do I say that? There was a truck traveling from Lagos. They brought some food to Lagos, then traveling back to the north. And one of the trailer boy, they call them trailer boy, he fell asleep. He fell asleep and fall out of the express, and another car just ran through him and just like that. Do you know what they did? They called the parent. They couldn't even get it. They don't even know the parent. They just buried him in at the roadside there. I was just
because that child, they don't even know. They don't even know. Maybe they just picked him on the street. His parents might be in Borno. Maybe his parents had been killed in a religious war, or Boko Haram, or something, or might have seen it, or something.
But Patrick, life is much important than that.
So
you can't just bury somebody just at the side of the road, just like that. They forget about it and they continue their journey.
Who do you take the child to? That kind of child, who do you take? If you keep that child in your truck, police sees you on the road, they will stop you, arrest you. They say you have dead body in your car. You understand what I'm saying? Who do you take that child to? No father, no. If he has a father, you can take him to the hospital, put him in the mortuary, because his parents will pay. But a truck driver that just say, let me help them. Maybe they'll be a motor boy. They'll get something from it. I'll give them something to eat and stuff like that. Who do you take that child to? So it is, that's how that society has turned out to be. I say their leaders have not done a good job. Their founding father, the Ahmadu Bello, the Tafawa Balewa, they have not really done a fantastic job.
Patrick,
Judging by
so
the
sad.
results,
So sad. It's so sad.
and judging by the results that we are seeing now from that space. So, but the point is, now that we are here, what do we do? If we continue to run this way, we will all be infected. You understand? It's just like a part of your body is infected. To save that body, you might need to cut off that part to save the entire body before the infection get back to the other part of your body. We still have elitist Islamic group in the southwest. We still have but do you know they can also be radicalized if we keep such group as we have in the north now. But I don't think it will ever get to that, because the Muslims here, they are our brothers, we are intermarried, they're educated and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say is, to solve that problem, we might need to find a way to cut off that part. Not necessarily, we don't have to say, okay, let's decapitate the country. But we can say, okay, let's really go regional. Let's go regional. We can't go state by state. It's going to be too fragmented.
Yeah.
It's going to be too fragmented.
It's very pathetic. Yeah. What do you think of Nigeria telling Nigerian government telling Nigerians to be careful traveling to the UK? Nigeria, these people say, yeah, it dropped. Yeah.
Okay.
Go
Okay. Yeah. So.
It's back.
Okay, Patoski.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I was trying to have a different view on what topic we're talking about. Can you hear me, Patoski?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Now, I recognize when it comes to cultural identity, in a way, the Northern has always been kind of people they're not known for ostentatious lifestyle, number one. And
That are what?
they are not known for this extravagance, the one the Southerners are known for, um, and they are not known for challenging their leaders, okay, whether in politics or anything. So that region has always been about leader followership, kind of, 5 and 6 like that. Now, would you say that the advent of social media kind of changing that narrative in a way that is influencing the change of cultural norms in that region in a way now that is showing up, especially during this rioting? I mean, sorry, protesting. I call it
It's a
rioting.
riot now. It's a riot.
Well,
You are right.
I don't want to be so extreme, but would you say that is informing, or that's what informed? Because I mean, if you look at majority of those people on the street, they are young ones. They are young people, probably in their 20s, 30s. So, would you say that the social media or the advent of global platform kind of encourage this way of challenging the norm, challenging the authority in the north?
You see,
In a way that's influencing a change in cultural norms in the north.
they are not seeing themselves as challenging authorities in the north, though. They
If
are
you see
seeing
people going out rampaging in the street, is that not a
no,
challenge to the authority?
Alvanjeri lifestyle. They are robbing things. They are just catching crews and breaking stores. But the message is that their enemy is not their religious leader that is teaching them to just accept things as they are. Their enemy is not that their local government chairman that just come to share money at the end of the month and share small to them. The enemy is in Abuja, as far as they are concerned. They are not telling the Kano State governor to go now. They are not telling the local government chairman of Kano Municipal to go now.
Throughout this process to the north, did you hear that they go to warn politician that has been embezzled their
At
money
all.
and they destroyed
At
the
all.
house?
At all. At all. Not even Ganduje's house. That will say, okay, it's even an opposition there. You understand? So they are not after their own leaders. They are just after this man.
The center in Abuja.
Yeah. So they are using them. I want to be before now, I was always saying let there be protesters. I think they are using them. And they can use them to do anything. Look at Boko Haram now. Boko Haram was being used now until those ones grew wings and they took a life of their own, took on a life of their own. You understand? So it's something that we need to really look into as a country. As a country, can we develop like this? Can we grow? Can we do well? Can we achieve our potentials, attain the full potential that we have as a people? You understand?
I think we can. I think we
As
can.
we are,
Yeah, I think we
without
can.
changing anything.
No. I think we are if we are able to consider our um our differences and recognize it that this is what makes us who we are as a Nigerian. I think we can grow. I think we can develop. But you see, but we have to take into account, or it has to take into account what makes us who we are as people, as Nigerians. Number one, the northern people, the southern people, not just southern people, southeast, southwest, and the northeast, northwest. And in a way that we're able to identify those differences and everybody grow at their own pace. But when we have a unitary system that says everybody has to conform with this rule, regardless of your cultural differences, that is where conflict is going to be. Thank you, Patricia.
Yeah, I want to believe if you think we can, I think it's going to be difficult. We are talking of army of
Batoski,
yeah.
I somewhat I just think this has been there for decades. You know them, they'll just let them go. People will not even think twice that what I'm doing, is it right? Is it wrong? You know what I mean? You just say go and destroy things, do this stuff, do they can't continue like that. They will keep on dragging the country backward. Let me tell you, everything they destroy in the north, they will use the money that they got in the south to repair them. We are
They're
going
already
backward
begging the president,
every time.
They're already begging the president to help them. Lagos State ask any for help from anybody to put those things back. No. And Lagos State have learned never will that happen again. That
Never.
was a mistake.
Answers.
That answers, I believe. Anyway, I say I sound sensitive. I believe that
Patrick, if they
there
need
was
to
no
shut
shooting.
people,
I
if
don't
they need
believe
to
that.
shut some people for answers not to happen, if they need to take some people down, and I always say it on this platform, answers will never happen in Lagos again. There is
Never.
no harm. No harm. No government will allow it.
Patowski and Thomas, you know, there's a country called North Korea. North Korea decided to isolate themselves. The leaders, or the previous leader, or the founder of the country, decided to isolate that country simply because of interference from the foreign government. And they understood that the moment they open up, they're done. Even though they're bearing the brunt of being isolated. Now, I can imagine the subject of that country. The moment you cross over to the neighboring country, South Korea, you get shot. Those who have tried to defect in the past live to tell the tale, the story. Now, does that infringe on their right? Yes. But this is an authoritarian country that does not take it for granted or with levity. Anybody trying to defect or give allegiance to any other country. But here we are in Nigeria. This is a country that has been in a political turmoil for decades. And now we're in a democratic system that anyone can hear their views, their grievance in any way, shape that they didn't fit without infringing on other person's right. But when you now decided on that same soil, on that same Nigerian soil, and decided to fly another country's flag, number one, those need to have no idea of the country they are flying their flag. Somebody sold those flags and handed over to them for them to fly in the street.
Mm-hmm.
That is what you just said now, Thomas, about being shot. I think that is extreme, but I support it because look, I'm an American Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian American, right? But I was born somewhere before I decided to become American.
Come to the US.
And if there's one thing is that as a black man,
you are born in Ekiti.
oh, absolutely, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. You're right, Babajale Koko. But you see, look, my allegiance to Nigeria is undivided. Number one, even those who work with the government here will tell you. I mean, when you fill the form and say, "Look, yes, I'm a Nigerian nationality and this and that," they understand and they recognize that we do have dual citizenship or dual nationality. But the point is that, and they know for a fact that this is about identity. It's not just about saying, "Well, I was born in a country." No. It's about who I am. So they understood that from day one that if there's a call, I will be sympathetic to Nigeria cause than America. That is just the way it is. Because that is what makes me who I am. I'm a black man first and foremost.
Hello? I hear you.
Yeah. Go on, yeah, Patrick. Yeah,
So
Patrick, we can't continue like this. There's not
yeah, I
something
don't
need to be
know.
done in the north.
Yeah, I think we should approach it differently from a different perspective without fighting. If we all in the south with one voice say this is the position, because for example, we can't also be in a union where we are threatened. Anytime you empower somebody is pulling the string and say you must listen to us. Next time we're afraid that okay, if you don't get it, if you don't do that, next time when it's your turn, they will not make it happen. No, you don't want that kind of marriage. You don't want. And that's what the Southeasterners are saying. You don't want a situation where you are in a country and then you don't have a say.
Pato, can I ask you a question? Based on what you just said now. Now, so looking at Tinubu and his politics, do you think Tinubu is working towards wanting to make it to whereby we'll see a system that really works for everybody? Do you see that? Or do you even think he has the capacity?
It doesn't have such capacity. I don't think there's any president that have such capacity. It's going to come from the people. There's no president that will say, okay, I want to create an egalitarian society where all the regions have such powers and everything will be equal, because the geopolitics of Nigeria is skewed to the north in terms of number of states, number of local government, population, and everything. Is skewed to the north. And we say we are running a democracy. And even when we're not in democracy, we're running military. They were more in the military because they have more population. And we didn't pick interest in the military. They had more interest. And that's why of all, they have more strength in the military. Even when you have a military man that is from Nigeria as the president, the people that are surrounding him are from the north. And we all know that that man is just there as a figurehead. I bet you, I'm sure Yar'Adua was more powerful than Obasanjo when Obasanjo was head of state.
Patoski, to rational mind himself and everyone this question. I've asked this question before, but I haven't get any good answer. Do you think somebody will wake up in the morning and said, let me go and vie for this office, which is presidency, but my going there is go and suffer the country? Or do you think when they got there, what they met or a power or something, or they are incapacitated to do some things because of some fun, will really put them in a box not to do good? Because I don't think somebody that has brain functioning, we said, I want to vow for my office, but my going there is to suffer people and
No, you see,
embezzle money and
mm,
go.
you see,
Just enlighten me.
you see,
No,
you see, it is possible that somebody will say, I want to go there and do well, but his interest is a lot of interest, which include his own personal interest, will make it impossible for him to achieve it. For example, somebody who has some interest that is not clear and is not open.
You're talking about conflict of interest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know about this Tinubu's refinery Malta, but if it is good, if it is true, that will not make importation stop now. That will not make local refineries to thrive at their full capacity. Let's be objective.
Padoski, let me show you something. I don't always reference to comment section. Look at this guy. He's been after me since morning. Some people say they don't even have brain. What is the meaning of this now?
What's his name now? JJ.
That's your cousin. Thomas, that's your cousin.
Cousin
Some
your
people,
cousin from Okeogun.
I don't even understand. I don't.
Wọ́n ní kò máa ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ Thomas, wọ́n ní kò máa ṣe jẹ́jẹ́.
Wọ́n ní kò máa ṣe bí ológun.
And if I bind him now or throw in the bin now, they will say, continue, my brother.
Your cousin from Okeogun. You understand? So it is possible that his personal interest will conflict with the national interest, and he will take his personal interest above national interest. You understand? His own personal interest, then the interest of the people that surround him too. So you can imagine why the country is going to be in a big mess, because you have so many people that have personal interest. You have few who have the national interest, but maybe they are not in power, in a position. Maybe one minister somewhere that is struggling, but he's surrounded by the president who does not really put national interest above his own personal interest, and then by civil servants and all those stuff, they are there with pursuing their own personal interest. And because the top does not put national interest above his personal interest, he cannot discipline them. A good example was when Amosun was governor and he wanted to start renovating and constructing road. The first road he did was around his house. He first of all demolished his father's house. I was there in Abeokuta. He demolished his father's house in Itankon.
I know Abeokuta very well.
Expanded the road. Then by the time he came to Mida, he looked at one of my friends' pharmacy, very popular pharmacy in Omida. If you are in Abeokuta, one of my senior friends.
I know the pharmacy very well. Yeah.
That is almost opposite Keystone. He demolished. Yeah. That thing, the man, my friend was telling me, look at him. But I just told him, take courage. You know you are a very good businessman. I know you will rebuild. That my friend, his pharmacy is doing well now because the road is more expanded, more access road to.
There was no bridge in Abeokuta.
Exactly.
There was no one aside from the one going to Lafenwa Odogun bridge.
That old bridge.
That is the only bridge in Abeokuta.
By Obademola time.
Yeah.
So the point is that if you see a leader that will take his national interest above personal interest, then it's possible. But Tinubu does not come across like that. The way the megalomaniac nature of stealing or corruption that he has displayed over time. I mean, what somebody do with all the money in Alpha Beta? What kind of business does a man do that is able to personally sponsor his own election by himself? We all knew what went into that election now. that is a very,
I think
let
Adewale
me,
wants to come in here. Patrick,
sorry, let me
Adewale
just
wants
add,
to come here.
if we love that country, let's be objective. That man should not be the president of Nigeria. That's not the kind of a person who should be the president of Nigeria. But of all of them, he's just the
Patrick,
best.
let Diwali ask then, because I want to ask you a question before I sleep.
Okay.
No. Let's Adewale is the member of the second half. You Kolata go first. Adewale
Diwali asked by
is the
Ekiti
Igbo,
United.
is
Let me go.
the southeast on the platform. I can
So,
say him to wait.
Thomas is a bad person. Ladies and
He's been
gentlemen, Thomas is a
marginalized all the
terrible,
time.
terrible person. Go ahead, Kulata.
Kolata will
Go
soon
ahead.
go to
okay,
bed. Yeah,
so so
Kolata
so
go
so,
first.
so let's look at this. You said the kind of person that Tinubu is, you should never be in. Is the last person, kind of like the last person that should be in this position governing us. So I
Yes,
tell
but
you this. So I kind of raise this, right? If it's not Tinubu that's in this position, right, it's going to be someone else that is sponsored. So that someone else that is sponsored will have allegiance to multiple people. The person that,
I agree with
wait,
you.
let me land my point. The person that is sponsored will have allegiance to multiple interests, will not be able to do anything. This person that sponsors himself will have allegiance to himself, at least minimum is self. So just by numbers, allegiance to yourself alone and allegiance to multiple people that we cannot count. The person that has allegiance to himself stands a better chance of doing the right thing if he wants to do the right thing. And someone that enters the office and is making some hard decisions, it doesn't appear that person wants to get elected in the second round. Because why? The person is very convicted in his stance that this is how I think I'm going to get the country on the right path. And regardless of whatever populists cry, it being power, one thing or the other, I feel this is the right dose of medicine for the country. It's like they give you, when you're a kid and they give you Novalgene injection. After when they push the syringe, it won't pain you. It's when they release that liquid that
Yeah,
your
when they
ass,
start putting it, yeah.
will be on fire. So I guess my point is we will not get a pious person to be Nigeria's president. Ishowore will never be Nigeria's president. The best we can get is someone with
Can we get
limited.
Peter Obi? Can we get Peter Obi
No,
there?
we cannot get Peter Obi there. It's not possible to.
No,
Why?
Obi is not even.
And I don't even think Peter Obi is not
Tinubu is
better than any
better
other
than Peter Obi.
politician.
Yeah,
They're all the
I
same.
don't think they're all the same. Yeah,
They're all the same.
I don't think.
So
Yeah, that's why.
the point I'm trying to say is someone that gets into power, the best you can get is someone with the least amount of godfathers. Whether that person now wants to do the right thing, that's a different story. And when a man is acting convicted, meaning damn all the consequences, this is what I think will happen. I think I will trust that person better. Doesn't mean that person will not eat. Doesn't mean he's not going to swallow money. But if he's acting convicted, I want to see that, okay, this is a leader that is leading. They take tough decisions. That's the point I'm trying to get to. Because we will never get Angel Gabriel to be Nigeria's president.
But
Yeah,
Kolata, can you
I
say
agree with you.
Tinubu? Kolata, answer this.
Adewale wanted to
Can
say
you say
something too.
Tinubu took
Yes, I wanted to.
it took some step that is very drastic?
Yes.
Yeah,
It took
yeah,
steps that is very, very, very drastic and painful.
and that we really need. Yeah, step that needed to be taken. He did. Let's just
But he didn't do it I can question how he did it, the execution, but the boldness and the vision is there.
Yeah,
Mm.
you're right.
Yeah, I think we need
You're
that
right.
kind of leader, isn't it? We need that kind of leader
Yeah.
that won't look face. It doesn't look face.
Yeah.
Something is gone and it's gone. Even though they are still padding it somehow now, but at least we need that. Yeah, Padoski. I think Adewale wants to.
Adewale, yeah.
Adewale.
Yes, thank you, Kolata. I'm a very practical person. I don't have the half of the wisdom this panel has, but I always like to be, I like to learn. But in a way, I want to put this in a context, in a way that let's particularize something. Kulata, are you still there?
Almost out, but yeah.
Okay. Have you supervised people in your career before?
I do it every day.
Every day. Like, how many people do you have under you that you're supervising?
It depends.
Do you have up to 4?
Sometimes in the hundreds.
In hundreds. Okay, cool. So when you make a decision on behalf of those people, do you think they usually accept that decision, or sometimes they grumble but they still accept it, or how do they receive it? What is the reception like?
I mean, the reception is always like, it depends. Like, if you make a hard decision, they will look up to you to see how you kind of like guide them through the hard decision. So it's really is your leadership style. So if you're gonna make a hard decision, the only thing I do is to communicate. So they know all the full implication, full transparency. So they know that, okay, this guy is not just making life tough for us. It's because of X, Y, and Z that we have to do this. And as a result of doing this, we may lose X, Y, and Z people, or we may have to get rid of people because of one thing or the other. But you have to be extremely transparent with them and kind of like hold them, guide them through the process.
Thank you, Kulata. I asked those questions not because I want to put you on the stand, but I just wanted to draw from your own experience for us to be able to make that, conclude whether Tinubu is equipped or is not skillful enough to govern Nigeria at this time, at this trying time. I know Patoski, one way or the other, probably will be responsible for some people, in his place of work, or one way or the other. I mean, we have family. But one thing is this: a true leader would, at a point in time, make a hard decisions and be responsible for people. But you see, any leader that chose to do his own will without consultation, without allowing people to have input, is bound to fail. And as much as complex Nigeria is, this man, this Tinubu, you remember when Shetima granted an interview on Channels Television and said, they've searched around and they couldn't find another person that is as equipped as him to flag the flag of APC at this time. He said it boldly. That was when he called Vice President Oshibajo a popcorn seller, or was the ice cream seller then. So sometimes it's not about political clout or how rich you are. Like Kulata put it the other time, that you are the godfather. So the number of people you'll be answerable to are not as much as when you have somebody who is acting on your behalf. I do not think at this time, I'm not talking about ability to be able to administer or to, be in charge as an administrator, but I'm talking about the political connectivity when it comes to public governance. There's nobody as equipped who can easily be trusted by the political elite. Now, the decision Tinubu has made, for those who do not know that Nigeria is very, very complex. That's why I pity the likes of Mr. Peter Obi. When I see people talk in ignorance, I feel like, well, they have no idea. Number one, even Tinubu himself felt the vibration when he got himself involved in the national politics, because it was way different from the regional politics. Now, when you are the center, you have people that will be drawing you from every angle just to have their interests, done. Now, and that makes it your job difficult. Okay, I mean, if you look at the problems that have plagued that country for decades, it's hard for an individual who does not belong to that setting, to that class, to just make a decision. And here is a man who have administered a state that can be called a country on its own, and he governed the state in a way, we could say that, when it just came in, maybe not as the way it is now, where everything has to be on the internet, but to some extent, he engaged the press and he makes some things open. You mentioned earlier about what do you call this agency? No, this consultancy. What do you call them? What is the name again? Remind me, Patoski.
Alpha Beta.
Alpha Beta. You see, for those who do not understand the concept behind Alpha Beta, we've politicized everything. Look, without Alpha Beta,
They don't even go there. What are you
look,
saying about Alpha Beta?
without Alpha Beta, Lagos State would not be what it is today.
That is not true.
Babandale Koko,
For the
please.
Alpha Beta
Without
that
Alpha Beta,
so you should own it.
I'm not. No, it's not about when.
That is what this guy was talking about earlier. Patoski, conflict of interest.
See,
when you have conflict of interest, when you are in
does not
government, you
own
cannot deliver
Alpha
well to
Beta.
people. Don't even campaign on Alpha Beta. It's a corrupt. It's an instrument of corrupt practices. And instrument for looting the resources, instrument for lifting the resources of the state. Don't even
that is completely wrong. That is completely wrong.
Don't even run on corrupted machinery.
That is wrong. You see, look, before Alpha Beta was even formed, before the Lagos State hired Alpha Beta, that state was hemorrhaging on a daily basis. The money that should have gone to the pocket, to the coffer of government, was going to the hands of individuals. You see, the conflict between the Tinubu and Alpha Beta chairman then was just something completely outside the issue. Look, when Alpha Beta came, they were able to help Lagos State. Number one,
development here and there. Now imagine governors where they cry say money no day. We can't collect this information from authority. No be the one where they go talk say no. This man and president in the Sudan. He go just tell Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. May them come together. Give us the list. I no go rush, call the list to each state. I go mention on 3 times. How many times?
3 times.
He go street us, I be no go street us. If a governor no work, we no say he no they ready to work. Because the money day. We go begin the minus. He do borehole here. How much be the borehole? Minus. I don't know whether you understand. Accountable governance. May the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation never suffer waste pain. May he never experience power failure on duty. Over to you, sir.
Continue. Thank you, Ordinary President. Not be only to say the thing we do monthly they pay. There is money where government they carry support state governors also.
Tell us so.
Over between December reach now, they don't give them over 570 billion. Additional support.
Additional support. Apart from that other one.
Additional support. The Minister of Budget print time for newspaper 2 weeks ago. He did there. Nobody say something way hide. He did for newspaper. Minister of Budget.
Bring Minister of Budget come here. Make he educate Nigerians. Good idea, yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this short time where the honorable minister done there for studio. We don't understand many things. We go begin to announce how much they give social governor, how many trailers of grains, rice, how many bags, beans, how many bags, we then send to maybe Kebbi State, we then send to Anambra State, we then send to Ekiti State. And the money from subsidy money make Nigerians understand, say, it to say governors use the money well. This poverty for no reach this level. But now, we God don't catch them. Breeze don't blow. We don't see foul nyash. Una hembe lembe.
So
Thomas, I just sent this stuff. Were you the one who picked it up? Hello? I mean, they don't hear me.
you dey hear o. Thomas no dey there. Thomas no dey
Who
there.
who played it? I sent it to one man. I don't know if one man is
No,
at the back.
one man that played it earlier. Thomas just played it again. Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's just so I think that's a
Now,
we need to address.
Children they play like that.
No, I'm on mute. It's not my children. No. Yeah.
Maybe Thomas.
Those
We
guys,
need
oh,
to
now they want
we
children
need to
they could
address
be. Now they
those
want
issues.
children.
Okay, Emeka, I don't know if you have been hearing us.
I just joined quite well. Yeah.
I was saying that we need to start looking at our country, have a new look at the country. I saw the way the young people, so many young people that in the north, they're like sheep without shepherd. No direction, no parents, no upbringing, no education, no. And the point is this: a society grows well when good people reproduce themselves. People like you and me, in another 2 generations, we are not even replacing ourselves. Maybe you have an educated wife, you are educated, you have only one child. You see, that couple have not been able to replace themselves. At least for you to multiply yourself, that couple must produce 4 kids. If you produce 2 kids, you have only reproduced yourself. To multiply yourself, you must multiply that 2 by maybe 2. And when you multiply yourself, if you are educated, you are exposed, you are likely to produce your type, because that's reproduction. You reproduce your type. Now we have a society where these children, they don't even know their parents. Maybe they are from Poktiskum or from Mubi. They have trekked and followed trailer to Kano. No father, no mother. They don't even know whether their father died.
Some of them are also from Nigeria. Don't forget.
Exactly. And now they are just living there. Those children are going to reproduce themselves. That's just the truth. That's if they survive the streets with solution and with petrol, with all those their hard drug and shalanga and butane. If they survive the streets, they will reproduce themselves. And I was telling Thomas yesterday that Alibanjeri, his vote, cancel your vote in an election. So if that is the case, and we continue like this, we cannot continue, we cannot survive, we cannot achieve our potentials, realize our potential if we continue like that. Something must be done to the structure of that country. The president does not have the power to do that. The National Assembly structure is skewed to favor the people that thing will go against. You can see it's like we are in a logjam. It's only the people that can make that happen. And the people are not civilized enough, because we can see the way they run their protests. It's very uncivilized now. You go around, start looting, go around. That's not the kind of protest or resistance that will produce the kind of change that we want, and not
Patoske,
yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, sorry to just cut you there.
Yeah.
And these politicians, they will always play their politics to that region.
Exactly.
If actually Obi was the Messiah of Nigeria, you can already see his shortcoming, because he wasn't able to play his politics to penetrate that region. So you saw he could become president. Those who were able to play their politics, people like Atiku, like Tinubu, to that region, were the people who came first and then second. Please continue.
So the point is that you have a people that you need to resort to them when you want power, and when you're in power, they want to say, oh, you have to do this. They don't want, they are not giving you the power. They want to start keep pursuing the interest. And you look at, for example, the positions that Tinubu have taken that has threatened these people. I'll give you just one. Forex. Emeka, you understand this thing. You know Forex. You know this, apart from making money from CBN, as in buying dollar round tripping, do you know that a lot of these northern elites that have small good money, their monies are not in the bank, so their monies are in the hands of those mala changing dollars. That was why when they change money, an article was not disturbed, because if it comes to Lagos today, he probably has maybe 100 malas all over Lagos. You just tell them, I need 2 billion. They will produce it, because you see those mala carry their cash in dollars. So you will not see his dollar in those banks. His dollars are in the hands of those mala. And the same thing with so many of them. So now Tinubu is putting his finger into that place. So they will do anything to
Okay,
fight him.
Patoski, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand your position on Tinubu, really. Because earlier you don't think Tinubu should have been the president, perhaps because of
I said
his
in a
corruption.
normal situation, it should have been. But of all the three, is the best I've always said that is the best that we have among them. In a place like United States, he probably wouldn't have been. Anyway, with Trump now, maybe would have been with somebody like Trump having a match. There's no way Tinubu could have also.
Listen, if you think
I'm a
Trump
Trump
is the most
supporter, so don't mind me.
but that's the thing. So if you think Trump is the most corrupt politician,
I'm not saying
then you're
he
far
is.
from the truth.
I'm saying
It's
I'm
it's
not
not
saying
even one. It's not even one
because
because it
Trump
was
was
never a
not a
politician.
politician before, so he can't be
Exactly. It
said
was
to
he
be
didn't make money from he made a zero
exactly,
dime. In fact, it's in the negative.
exactly,
He gave his salary
exactly,
away. Okay. So
exactly,
but Tinubu, okay.
exactly.
So I
Unlike
understand. Okay,
Tinubu,
out of the three, Tinubu is the best. Okay. Well, I can accept that. I guess that makes sense because if Tinubu was part of the oligarchs and he came to power, uh, some things that is doing right now that get rid of the double forex exchange and this subsidy and all these things, he wouldn't have done it. He would not have done it
yeah, he
because
wouldn't.
is going against the grain, the establishment. But this guy, most of his moves are against the establishment, against the establishment. So the Tinubu, of course, I mean, we talk about the alpha beta and how he made his money. I've never once kind of defended Tinubu because I don't know how he made his money. Quite frankly, I don't know. But just like you, I just knew it was a better option out of the other three or four other candidates, the main candidates, and that's the deal. And the guy is doing a lot of things, and I think at the end of the day, quite frankly, he would be the one to lead us to not breaking up of the country, but a more decentralized form of governance that'll be better for all regions, I believe.
Yeah, very possible, but I don't know how he's going to be able to do that. Because that if we really want to solve the problem of that country, though I don't believe in a one solution fits all, but that looks like if you're able to do that, you would have solved 70% of the problem of that country. Because if you do that, let me tell you one thing. I'm not an Nnamdi Kanu person. If you do that, the Southeasterner will look inward and take care of themselves. A Kanu will not even emerge. Their leaders will come out and try to work on themselves. The Southwesterner will work on themselves. The South guys will look inward and begin to say, okay, how do we govern? And so by that, we'll be able to even help the Northerners more. We'll be able to help them. Maybe that will make their leaders to sit up and to make those their young people to say no. They want to prove a point. So they work on themselves. They want to prove a point. You know, it's like if you marry a woman, you divorce. You want to show the guy that, oh, I'm better off after divorcing you. Maybe they will sit up and begin to work. But if we continue this way, I don't think that country can really.
Wait, continue what way? I don't understand what you mean. What way?
One, if we continue with the current structure, look at the way the structure is giving this man problem now. He wants to change this, he wants to do that. The region is saying no, this and that. If, for example, Southwest is his own state, has his own state, you understand, has his own country on his own, has his own structure, or even is a region, has his own laws and everything, structure, police, everything. If the man decides to demolish house in Lagos, nobody will say they are demolishing some people's house. It's a country on its own. The West is a country on its own. They have their own laws. You understand? Nobody will say Nigeria is demolishing Nigerian property. No. I think that country needs to be restructured. Actually, I think it needs to be peacefully broken into maybe 6 regions, 4 regions, or whatever that is meaningful. We cannot continue with the way the North is structured and the way everything is skewed in their favor and the way they are managing that, they are taking their advantage, not even to the benefit of their own people. That's the problem. If they use the advantage of the benefit of their own people, you have solved the problem of close to 40% of Nigerians. That's what it means. Because that region has close to 60%, not even 40%, 60%. But they are not solving their problems. And that's creating problems.
Which of the governors are actually solving problems?
None of them. No, the South, the Southern governors, the Southwestern governor, for example, they are not solving problems, but they are not creating the kind of the socio-cultural structure of the Southwest. It's not creating the kind of society that is as vulnerable as you have.
So what that means is that there's communication asymmetry in the country, because technically we just watched a video where the Minister of Information has come to say, "Look, your problem is the governors." We have actually analyzed this here on the platform. We said this multiple times. These people collect FAC. They also generate revenue from their state. They are not allowing local government to flourish. So I'm going to go and borrow money. Look at what your state governor is doing. They're going to go borrow money using local government funds as collateral.
In short, that was what I said yesterday. I guess as
now, but everything is towards the presidents, right? It doesn't matter whether it's Tinubu or anybody, even next person in the future. That needs to be resolved. That needs to be addressed completely. That you are focusing on the wrong place. And I think that's what you're actually saying, which I agree. The president needs to now highlight and communicate what the function of the federal government is, and let the state handle the whole thing. Like for me, if you ask me, the Ministry of Education should not exist. It should be a commission.
Hello.
Let the states manage their education.
I think what you are saying is you have taken it to a different dimension from what Pr0Test was saying, that if the people in the north all those out of school children, if they have been given education, they will have, and majority of their people, if they have been educated as we have our people being given education here in the South, a lot of their people will have been lifted out of poverty.
No, okay.
Hold Let me land.
Baba Janikoko, yes, I want to correct something before you land. I served in Katsina State, right?
Let me land.
Hold on. Let me correct the impression.
Okay.
Before you land, I served in Katsina State. I served as a teacher, right? There's free education in the north. I can speak for Katsina State. Let me not say the entire north. There is free education, and they were Alimajuris. The Alimajuris do not want to go to school. The Alimajuris also have their own form of education and learning. They have that form. If they want to go to school, the centers are there. In short, when I served, the governor was the former president who died. He provided excellent schools, infrastructures, school buildings, and teaching, and he paid the teachers very well.
This is the
But
point.
it has shown, Angelica, sorry, it has shown that simply having the infrastructures or the buildings there is not sufficient to get the
It's
kids
not sufficient.
into the schools. Somebody was making a great point yesterday about the kids in the north. Okay, see, the key here is that the family structure. Okay,
The sociology of the
in the
place.
I'm sorry.
The sociology of the place, of that
Well,
region.
okay, that say in a place whereby they talk about uh, parents having children and letting the children walk away from home to go fend for themselves, and you have children coming from other parts of the Africa, maybe Mali or Niger. So the configuration of children in that place is and also the Amajiri school system also whereby someone was explaining yesterday that the politicians use the Amajiri schools, the children and even the people that run those schools also, they have nothing to offer the kids. The kids go back on the street to go beg and they come back to learn that Quranic or Arabic lessons. I mean it's more challenging than in the South. Yeah, in the South, we have the same problem to a lesser degree. Most children are still tied to their homes. They are, by a larger extension, they are tied to their home. Very few. I know we have people that come from other parts also to the South. They, of course, they're not organic to that place. But and the reason why the South seems to be a little bit more better because again a lot of things that happen is more organic. And to the governors in the South, it's not because they're doing anything great anyway, maybe apart from Lagos. It has to do with the people in terms of their industriousness and the ability to fend for themselves in different ways. And that's why. And quickly to the governors in the north, those guys, their leaders are equally as smart. And people can make argument, which I would dispute that even their leaders.
I can't hear you
And
again.
they know how to do their politics and run things. Okay, but at the same time, they're equally as greedy as other across the country. They know that they have a lot of resources, and not only that, the lifestyle of the northerners is not as lavish as that. I think I was saying that as that of the southerners. That's not true. The northerners, the elites, the rich people, they know how to party and spend money.
Prince Daddy, you're breaking.
Is it my system or Prince Daddy?
I think it's
Prince Daddy.
Okay, Patoski, let me land so you can take over. You see, what Patoski was saying is that, look, education takes people, give people a road map to a better future. Education takes people out of poverty. He enlightens you, he take you out of ignorance. When you are ignorant, you don't know nothing in this world. And that is the area where they face. So what Emeka was saying, they provided infrastructure, but you don't enforce people to go to school. You are giving them free education, you have everything, but you don't make it enforceable that, look, if this child don't go to school, your son don't go to school, you will go to, there's going to be a punishment, a problem for you. I mean, I mean, they were just making bragado. They don't really want them to have that Western education. And in the world where we live now, you don't have Western education. You just say you go to a Nigerian school, you go and learn the Quran. You don't have future. That is the fact.
That's the truth.
Okay, continue, Pr0Test.
So what that is a major problem, but I'm looking at it that okay, that's the problem they have there. But I'm looking at how it affects us as a people, because the perception will now the effect is that a larger part of our population is not educated. It's okay if they are not educated though. They are vulnerable, they are easily yielded to manipulations. For example, Baba, you remember that time where during protests, those times, yeah, we used to protest now as young people and everything, but we say, okay, she protest, it makes sense. Do you understand? I remember when I was a student leader, and then we say, okay, we had light problem. Our generator in school was not working. We had several generators all over, but we had never problem. I called a meeting of the student representative council because I was a speaker, and we say, okay, what are we going to do? One guy say, let us go to Nepal, let us go and beat them. I was the speaker. I said, if your father is in Nepal, he's just resumed in his office. One small girl now comes to beat him. How will you feel? Let us go to them and talk to them and see whether we can talk around life, because it was close to exams. And we went there and were able to. You understand? So, but what I'm saying is that as educated people in the South, we have a way of reflecting. Look at the way we have spoken to ourselves now in the South. And so very dark man, they have spoken and say, let us call this off. I bet you from tomorrow you won't likely not to see protests in the South. But that northern protest might continue. Because in the South, educated people, you would think, no, let's culture is very key. But a situation where this guy was not even brought up by parents, it was no love, nothing. So the guy can grow up to become anything because he had no model growing up. So grow up to become anything. And you end up nowhere. Somebody say those who try to go everywhere don't get anywhere because they are just following people all over the place growing up. What kind of a life is that? So the impact on us is very key. We cannot solve their problem now as it is. We cannot. We should go back to what Afenifere is actually saying. That country needs to be restructured. If we take that position, they will sit up. They will know that we mean business. Because the Southeasterners are saying we are out. You are now saying we want to restructure. If they want to follow Russia, let them follow Russia now. Is that what we are saying here? We are saying let us make things work. But they will not allow restructuring because the current system favors them. The current system favors. Go to all government parastatals. Whether you want to use federal character, because they have more states and more local government, there will be more there. Whether I want to use man no man, because they are more they have planned themselves in those parastatals, they are top of those parastatals, there will be more there. When last did the man from Niger Delta become the MD of NNPC? Where the oil is coming from? You understand? The last time we had closest to a Yoruba man being NNPC was when we had this man from Kogi State. I've forgotten his name now. I'm talking of around 2008. So it is ridiculous. I don't care who gets there as long as the person is competent, but the structure favors them. And so they will continue to run. With what is happening now, we now know why our refineries are not working and are not likely to work. are not likely to work because, I mean, it favors us, it favors those people for us to continue to import. And it does not matter whether people are suffering or not. It doesn't matter to them. Tinubu, well, is the only one that is manageable, but it's not the best that we can get in our country. If this current system is not open to changes, then we need to kakpigariwa. That's just the truth. Even the country that they claim that God called them, Israel, they got to a point, they divided into 2 and 10. The one that God called to show them thunder, show them law, gave them everything. God divided the Red Sea. When Solomon was oppressing them, and Solomon's son took over, they went to Solomon's son and said, wow, your father was like this. We want you to change things. Are you going to change things? He said no. God said he supported them. God even gave the opportunity and appointed a king for the other group. So it is not by force. It's not a wedding now that you say until death do us part. No. No. It's just an agreement to work together in partnership.
What of what your leaders continue indivisible, indivisible.
One turn around now. Most sure pé most of them, most of our
indissoluble.
Obasanjo yẹn á ti mọ̀ pé kìíní yóò work, but because they have committed to that, wọn tún lè kọ́rọ̀ wọn jẹ ni. Mo sure pé bàbá yẹn á ti máa wò pé ó dà pé kìíní yóò work o.
Mo agree pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. I agree.
Kò kàn lè kọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀ jẹ ni. For him to be meeting with them, Baba Adebanjo, that means ideology wọn ó ti ń align jẹjẹ. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ kò ká wọn Baba Adebanjo yẹn kún kankan. Tó bá rántí gbà yẹn ni.
Ọ̀tá ni wọ́n gbà yẹn.
But now
they don't see eye to
eye.
Yeah.
Wọ́n ti rí sense nínú pé nǹkan táwọn bàbá yẹn sọ dà pé máa make sense lóòótọ́.
When Obasanjo was saying Fulanization, Islamization, all these things, a lot of our people here. Yeah.
Speak English.
Madam, you know what thing? They say Yoruba, they have a saying. They say when you tie 2 rams, you know ram, they're always fighting. So when you say 2 rams, so I join you together, you are not tying them with the same rope so that they can kill themselves now. What they are saying is, it's like saying marriage no be do or die, even though it's still death do part, but it's not the death from the other partner. It's natural death we are talking about. You understand? If I say I marry my wife to death do part, nobody say make I can't kill him. You can say after all, it's death. That death should be natural, not from me. So if the Southeasterner, if you are killing them, you are pressing the Southeasterner. Let's look at it. I don't really support the way they are doing it too. The Southeasterner, but the Southeasterner are actually marginalized.
If Pr0Test finish, I want to ask you something.
Okay.
There is something I want to say.
Can I?
Yes, we will not finish.
Yeah.
When you reach my turn, make una tell me.
Okay, madam. Let me
I will say
quickly ask
something that will blow
Baba
the internet today.
Yeah, let me quickly ask Babaja this question. Babaja, Sheyi Tinubu, what involvement or what connection does he have in the oil industry?
I don't know of Sheyi Tinubu, but I know that Tinubu brother, known as Wale Tinubu, is Wale is the one that is the head of Ohando.
So Tinubu get brother, eh?
He get now. Now he be the head of Ohando Oil now.
I think saying from sky.
Okay, that was the area.
Don't mind them.
Zita don't come. Wait
say that.
Babaja.
Wait till they carry come Zita now.
No, it's true now.
He don't come again.
That's the area I was going to. Whatever you call his name, at least somebody closely connected to Tinubu. You just confirmed that he has something to do with the oil thing. It means this our Baba in the oil sector is not really going to do anything significant. I believe that is the reason why he has not been able to talk to this man or do anything to him or remove him. The Kiari, they know what they call him, the NPC man. Don't you think so?
Now arrangement, now settlement. Everybody they settle each other up there. So maybe they watch, maybe they see the thing. Wait, you don't promise, say you don't give directives that NNPC will be selling in dollar, I mean naira, crude oil to Dangote and other refinery in Nigeria. So let's wait and see what they can do now. Maybe in the next 1 year, 2 years, maybe everything will get clearer to us. So. But my own is that for him not addressing that issue of subsidy, which is the center.
Forget it, Baba Jadi Coco. Subsidy is not coming back. Forget it, please.
No, it's not
Oh,
coming
now
back.
wait, now know what subsidy? Now plenty pass me where they charge subsidy. What would you see? My point is that you see, subsidy can be paid for by productivity. Whatever amounts that we are spending on subsidy, productivity within the system, within the economy, can pay for it. So I don't know why it's so difficult. That's my own point. As long as corruption is not injected into it, I think it can be paid for.
No way.
You
I don't
give
think
one
so.
thing
I will tell you why we
to
don't need
stimulate
that
economic
subsidy.
growth,
No, we don't.
and boost productivity, and that will pay for the subsidy. So I don't see.
Baba Jani Coco, let me tell you why. If you keep saying this subsidy, I can't but help cursing who started it in the beginning. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if you keep screaming, bring back subsidy, I can't but help. I will start raining curses on whosoever even started it in the first place. Subsidy actually do not get to the masses in the real sense of it. It doesn't. I
like the point you make now. Say it doesn't get to the masses.
It doesn't. So anybody who is saying that subsidy bring it back to help the masses, because the ideology has been sold that subsidy is what alleviates the pain of the masses. That's an ideology. That's not the fact. Because subsidy,
you don't believe that
no,
subsidy
not at all.
You don't believe.
So, Papa Jali Goku, before we remove subsidy, when subsidy was there, he used to come here every day to discuss how bad Nigeria was. Now that they remove subsidy, he has said they put subsidy. Nigeria will be good.
Nigeria not worse than. It's worse now. It's not just only bad. It's worse now. It was bad.
But at least when subsidy was there, Nigeria was still bad.
It was bad.
Bad
then,
is bad now.
it's
So we'll
worse
go back
now.
to bad then. But at least they remove it with the hope that
to that
they
bad,
can.
it's better than worse now. If we go back to that
But
bad,
we got to move forward. We got to try to change things now. So if you're going to change things, of course, you got to go through some kind of hardship or hard times. But then removing the subsidy, they cannot put the money to something. Maybe you can ask for some new changes or something. But when subsidy was there, we're still complaining about how bad, how people are suffering and things like that. Now, so when you say the solution is not to bring subsidy back, I think we'll go back to one enjoyment we used to have before. There was no enjoyment before now. We used to come every day, especially you complain how bad that country is. Nigeria is bad. We need to break up. So now what is bad?
I need to make a little analogy. If you give a thief something to give to somebody, definitely it might not get to that person. I think instead of subsidy, there should be some kind of a little welfare alleviation in the food sector. Instead of doing subsidy, when I mean welfare alleviation, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will give them food for free, but if they can, that would be fine. But the thing is that there should be a little price control in food, starting all the way from the farmers. That's why I keep saying, can we get this security working so that farmers can go back to the farm? We take it from there. Starting from the farmers. Buhari did something very little on that. He didn't, due to the way the country was. The policy he put in that area did not actually function very well. But if we can get somebody who is stubborn, who can start all the way from the farmers, import grains, seedlings, sell cheap to the farmers. When the crop grows, during a harvest, alleviate it a little. Pay farmers so amount, so that you can have power to control how much. Because some of this price hike is just artificial. If I say it, some people don't like me, but I will say it anyway. Food hike in Nigeria most times is just artificial, because an ideology has been sold that when the fuel price goes up, food goes up. And I ask, why are farmers not billionaires in Nigeria? If you can check what the food is costing Nigeria today, farmers in Nigeria are supposed to be billionaires. So why are they not? You go to the farm, you buy that thing cheap, you come to the market to do. And now back to why I came. Is it my turn to speak? I think I was interjecting. Let me leave the person who is speaking to finish talking. I think I was interjecting. If it's my turn, I will speak. Let me just shut up my mouth till they get to my turn. Hello?
I think Pr0Test has already exhausted his time. Mama, you can speak.
Madam Zita, good morning, everybody. Baba Aja, good morning. Isaac, Pr0Test, everybody on the platform.
Good morning.
I'm seeing Emeka. Emeka came today. All those
Emeka,
my people.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Emeka, good morning.
Morning, good morning.
Sorry, I want to ask a question so that while Madam Zita is talking, she can also make some submission on the question I want to ask. Because when you started talking earlier on, you said who introduced subsidy. Gowon was the one that introduced subsidy in Nigeria, but I can remember. Subsidy was introduced in Nigeria in 1873, and that was when we have this energy shock in the world, when the price of crude went up in the international market. So the reason why they introduced it that time is that if they should be selling at that time at the normal pump price, they felt that Nigerians might not be able to actually be able to afford the cost of the refined products, crude products. So that was why they introduced it.
Bad
But
economics.
but the issue with us, because at least as at that time, there are so many other countries, especially all these Gulf countries that produces oil, they also introduce it in their country. But the issue with us is that one, we immediately had that boom. We did not manage our resources very well. While they were using those resources to develop their country, we were doing frivolous things. Gowon said he does not even know what to use the money for. They were busy spending money on other West Africa countries, sponsoring other countries and all those things.
What is your question now?
So the question I want to ask is this. Because what I used to say, we normally look at the symptoms, we don't look at the disease. As at that time when we introduced subsidy basically on everything, even including food. Madam Zita, food was subsidized in Nigeria that time. Electricity subsidized, education subsidized, health, virtually everything subsidized. And Nigeria are so used to it. I didn't mean that time that we introduced all those things. We have the money, but we were not looking at our population growth. We are not looking at diversifying and making more money to actually be able to finance all those things. And gradually over the time, the financial capacity waned. And we couldn't afford all those luxury again. And Nigerians are so used to it. They are so used to free things. And that is the consequence of what we are seeing today. So I don't know if you people will agree with me, because the thing that we are seeing
First
is
of
the
all,
effect, not is what we are seeing now is the effect, not the cause of our problem. And but we will not agree. Every Nigerians now, they made people to believe that is our problem started 1 year ago. That is the way we are making everything to look at. But in reality, we knew that this problem has started almost 50 years ago or more than that.
okay, the first thing I will have to say from your story is that giving subsidy at that time is the dumbest thing I think any president should do, because that time, how many Nigerians have cars? Our rail system, we are working. Why didn't they build rail lines across Nigeria? I keep asking that question. That time, I think the rail system was using coal. Why didn't they cross-crease Nigeria with the rail system, whereby food transportation would have been very easy? But they didn't do it. They cut corner. I don't even know what they mean by subsidy, honestly, because somebody will go and buy a jerrycan of fuel and come back and tell the government that he bought 1 million barrels and subsidized. I know people who made huge sums of money from that shenanigan, but I don't want
One
to talk
jerry
about it
can
because
and they go
mentioning
yeah, 1 million
subsidy,
liter.
mentioning subsidy where I am is actually an insult to Nigerians, for Nigerians like me, to tell me in everything.
But
Hold on,
Peter,
let me finish. Oh, let me
yeah.
finish. Because I'm about to make a statement. Don't let me lose my thought.
Okay, go ahead.
In everything, for somebody to say that what we put make a child in Nigeria not to go to bed hungry is subsidy. That's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. But what can I say? It is an ideology that has been sold. So let them run with it. Because I don't know how subsidy will make a child in Nigeria, fuel subsidy will make a child in Nigeria not to go to bed hungry. But they told us that. But there are a lot of things to put in place in Nigeria, just in a jiffy, that will make a Nigerian child not to go to bed hungry. But they have sold this subsidy shenanigan to Nigerians, and everybody, if you see the way Nigerians are vibrating, they're making TikTok, they're hungry. Anyway, I'll come to that when you get to my point. Let me give. Want to ask me a question? Go ahead.
So
Hello.
you in the country, every country.
Babaja. Sorry,
Yeah.
before you, can you hear
Okay.
me, Babaja?
Go ahead.
I want to know why I want to ask you a question. Why you so much center on subsidy as if that is the only economic solution that is available? You are so fixated on it that you now neglected before. You are not even talking on.
Hello?
Your network is not fine. No.
You freeze you.
Your network is blinking now.
Okay, Baba. Ajani Koko, ask me a question. You want
Okay.
to ask me a question?
The question is that country must give subsidy in one way or the other.
I agree with you, but
Yes.
not on fuel.
Yes. On
You
fuel.
don't give subsidy in the air. Subsidizing fuel, PMS in Nigeria is a subsidy in the air. That's the way I see it. It's a subsidy in the air. We don't know what the heck is going on in that air. We need subsidy that Nigerians can see and enforce by themselves. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if government come out and say, I subsidize Gary, look at what I'm giving to farmers. Look at what they're supposed to sell it. And look at how much it is to the end user. And I walk into the market and somebody is selling Gary to me for more than that. There will be chaos now. You can't try that. So I don't really understand this subsidy in the air that everybody is clamoring for. You don't actually know, no Nigerian know what is going on there. But
Madam
everybody
Zita,
is dancing around. Subsidy,
Madam
okay,
Zita,
PMS
is
subsidy, remove this. What do they even understand that is going on there?
it's not even true. Madam Zita, it's not even true. You can hear what Baba just said, that country must give subsidy in something. But it will not be fair to us if we are not telling people the truth.
They
If you
don't
just
tell
want to
them the
make it as if, yes, the whole thing is so bad, government is not doing everything. Nobody is supporting the government. But what we are seeing, we know the volatility of our country, the peculiarity of our country. We don't want to burn our country. Yes.
Not to cut you short. You see all these Nigerians shouting, bring back subsidy. If I am a journalist, I will corner one of them and sit him down and say, what is PMS subsidy and how does it work? I bet you 90% of them don't know the heck what is going on there. But one
They
thing
don't even know. They don't even know the word subsidy. They don't even know the word. Well, they don't even know what subsidy means. I'm very sorry to say they don't.
But one thing they know, they will quickly tell you, which is the ideology that has been sold to them, is that subsidy is government reducing the price of fuel for us so that we can afford it, so that things will be cheap. I don't even know who
Madam Zita, the question I asked Baba Jale Koko yesterday. I said you should even tell us what is the acceptable, what will be the acceptable price, the affordable price to Nigerians. What will be the acceptable price of fuel? Because presently we are selling below the international price, which is what subsidy means. You sell below the international price, you fix the price below the international price, and that's what we are doing now. But if he's still saying that it's still not, so what will be the acceptable or affordable price of
zero?
Subsidy?
Even if you make it zero, you still have poverty all over Nigeria. You still have beggars and
zero.
Because
So they give us
because I don't know, because there is no way, there is no
Simba,
way,
even if
there is
it's
no
free,
price that
you
you
still
put
see poverty all
that
over Nigeria, poverty everywhere. You still see it.
Look, let me tell you.
some people might not even have the energy to go to the filling station to get it. They will not. Yes, some people will say, I know they have to bring it to our house because we don't even have the cost of, we can't afford to go on our own to go and get it from the filling station.
Simba, have you been to all these West African countries around Nigeria? I'm talking about getting to
if you go to
Togo,
if you go to Benin Republic,
Togo, all those areas.
Togo, those ones are not even country
you
now.
will come back to Nigeria and start a demonstration that subsidy must be removed. Have you ever passed through there? No, when I mean going there, I'm not talking about just going through the normal route. You know, I told you people, I'm a social scientist. Joining their car to pass through the wrong route, whereby they bypass, I'm saying this because this is a global platform, whereby they bypass the main security and pass through the securities that hold them. I mean, I'm talking about the passages where these drivers that go to those areas to buy stuff, the route they pass to bring it into Nigeria. Do you know that most of those cars, their boot is a drum filled with fuel? I have never seen this kind of ridiculous thing happening in my country. The boot of the car is drum. You know drum now? This big drum. That is what is the boot. So when they go to the filling station, they put the pump. You think the pump is going to their fuel tank, the car fuel tank. Oh, no. It's piped to that tank in the boot. They know what I'm talking about. They're listening to me. Then when you go to places like Togo, those ridiculous countries that litter around Nigeria, you see them selling Nigeria PMS in their streets. What the heck? Who is even talking about? I don't want to talk about this subsidy, honestly. I don't
I
want
don't
to. I
see.
will
You know
rain
what's
curses
funny?
on
Those
you,
of
sir,
those
as
of
started
us
it
that
today.
live in those of us that live in diaspora, we should be the last people even complaining about. Oh, they we crying about we are favoring subsidy because I'd rather have them use that money to fix the roads and build nice things. Because when I go to Nigeria, I mean, I want to enjoy nice things. I don't want to go to Nigeria with roads when road is bad, everything is bad. There's no money to fix it, and then there's subsidy. What's my business with the subsidy? Me, I want to go to Nigeria with road being fixed and things, infrastructure being in place. So if they're taking away subsidies to build infrastructure,
No,
that's what
I'm
me I
talking
want.
about
Me,
fuel subsidy. I'm not talking
lot
about
of people.
subsidy.
No,
Let me say
I'm just saying like to not to you. I'm not responding to anything you said. I'm just saying like people that are people that live in diaspora, like Babajali Goku, that's always saying, just give the people subsidy, this and that and that. It sounds like you should be for subsidy being taken away and the money being used to fix the roads and put infrastructure and electricity. So
let me
Babajali Goku, so when you go to Nigeria, you can visit and enjoy your time and come back here, you know.
let me you're selfish, Mike. You're selfish. You don't care about them. They want money,
But
you don't
Baba
care.
Jale Koko,
They want
Babajali
you are
Goku, do
the
you know
advocate.
why when I went to Nigeria and came back here, I was praising Buhari. It's because when I went that Lagos Ibadan Express Road, first time in my life they fixed that road, man. I was so happy. So if the money the guy used to fix it was money he took away from some subsidizing rubbish,
So now that subsidy has been removed, has the roads been fixed?
Oh,
Has
this guy has
everything
come
the
again.
problem is
Well,
solved? If
they
anything,
are working. They are building
things
they
have
are
gotten
building the
worse.
coastal highway to Nigeria. I'd rather go to Nigeria and enjoy coastal highway than how
Yeah,
people enjoy
but
subsidy.
none of those things have come to fruition. Even
Well,
the
can they build
refinery
in
that is
1 year?
working
What
right
are you
now.
talking about? Is this something that can you build in
Can I just finish what I'm saying now? Can you just let me finish the statement without jumping in? See, the refineries that is only working right now is that of Dangote. The Nigerian government promised us since last year that they were going to get it working. With all the subsidy removal, you would think they have enough money now to do what they need to do. If anything,
Where is the
what they
money
went and
coming
did,
from?
make
Where is
no
the
mistake.
money coming from? The question that we used to ask you to
Wow.
Naija,
Can you just
where
let
is the
me
money
talk?
coming from? No, we
People have
have
been
to
talking
ask you
for
question. You
hours.
are the only one, not you only. Is a conversation.
Okay, go ahead, man.
So now I can't be doing what you guys do
Go to
on that channel where
Naija.
you
No,
just
don't
talk
come here
propaganda.
today and be doing what you are doing. If you are not comfortable with the way we are discussing, you can't come here and disturb everything. Everybody has been talking and we have been
Can you
targeting.
just stop trying to censor people after you people say other people go to other platforms to censor people? That's what you are doing here too.
No, it's not
So
censor. We're trying to
carry
have
on with your
conversation.
question.
Anytime you come, that's
You,
what you
you
do.
pretend as if
What
you
is
want
the
to have
problem?
conversation, but you want to bully, and I'm not going to accept this nonsense behavior
But who's
anymore.
bullying you,
If you
Sinaja?
carry on with this nonsense, we are going to have serious problems here. You need to stop it.
Sinaja will bomb the platform. He will bomb everybody. Yeah.
Mike, with your grievances that you have on other platforms, you come here to come and start misbehaving. Don't try that with me next time. I'm getting fed up with it. If I'm talking, if you have a question, ask your question. Stop
So
trying
you
to
slap me or
gaslight
what?
me.
You slap me or what?
Wait, please. Wait. Simba, Mike. I want to ask to Naija, from a layman perspective, I want a layman to ask him that question. It will be better. And I want him to answer it sincerely. To Naija, it's not a quarrel issue. We are learning. I think what Simba was trying to ask, I understand. Let me ask it so you can answer it. You said since the fuel subsidy now has been removed, have they used the money now to do this and that? Now the question is this: from my layman understanding, I knew from all the things you people have been teaching me here that most of these monies they are borrowed, even when they want to use it to pad our naira, so that our naira will remain in 300 to $1. Then fuel subsidy they go borrow, to be able to to do the subsidy. And now, like Simba was asking, if they were borrowing those money to do those things, and now he's asking, where is the money coming from? And now they are not trying to borrow to subsidize. Where do you think the money will now come from? That is the question we are asking. If you can just give us a sincere answer. Thank you.
Yeah. The money that they were borrowing to subsidize comes from the oil that we have. They can leverage it to get income, borrow to
You
subsidize the
borrow money
petrol.
from all you
Like
have.
if yes,
No,
like
your
in
network
America
is
now,
not
they
coming
subsidize
well.
their industries. And can I just finish a statement? In America, they subsidize their industries in trillions of dollars, not billions, trillions of dollars. And
Did they
that
borrow
is a
from
percentage, a massive
No,
percentage
we are
of
not
their
hearing
total
you.
income.
We are not
They
hearing you.
borrow too. They
from
borrow
their
too
oil?
because they borrow. America debt to GDP ratio is higher than that of Nigeria's. They borrow
No,
like
they ask
crazy,
you where
and they
we
hide
borrow money
this
from. You
money.
say we borrow from our oil.
Yes, we borrow mostly using our oil and maybe other ways we can leverage, maybe even out of pity, whatever you want to call it. But America, they borrow out of nothing. They don't even have to own anything. They just borrow because they are the one lending to themselves. So they are able to subsidize the economy. Sure, most developed
Attending to
countries subsidize their industries heavily. So even if they
America are borrowing
sell
themselves
petrol
money.
at market rate, how do you think America makes a lot of? They print money now. They basically print money. So that's what America does. But not only America, the G20 countries, they borrow each other money. That's one of the ways they print money without their currency losing value. So that, okay, let's put that one aside. In the case of Nigeria, that we have this in fuel, this is subsidy removed, which is technically supposed to be a good thing, isn't it? But they went and shifted the currency. Because you shifted the currency, and you can now not charge Nigerians about 1,500 naira per liter of petrol, you have to pay subsidy again. So you see the game our leaders are playing with us. They pretend to try to help, then they sabotage the situation.
You have not
Just like
answered the question,
Dangote
though.
refinery.
Answer the question. You are shifting away.
Okay.
The question you said the money
See, where
is
do we get the
safe.
money? I
You
just
said,
told you, I already answered it within a few seconds.
oh,
You
am I
borrow
the
the
only
money.
one that?
Where others go borrow
I
money.
was doing Simba's question.
So
Simba's
borrow
question
money
was
is safe. If you are borrowing money to do something, you say, okay, you are not borrowing money to do this thing. So that is a safe for you. You
No,
still
it's
have
not
the
a
money, so
sin.
you save it.
The borrowing is not a sin. No, you asked
Hey,
me
but you
where
said the
we got
money
they
they
get the
save
money from,
because
and I
that's
told
what you
you.
have been saying this thing over the years.
No,
Hey,
I
the money
didn't
they
say they
save from the
save. No,
subsidy.
Yes, because you know what they did? Because it now gives them room to collect that same money for other things. You see what I
So
mean?
is it safe? Is that
Because
a
they used to
safe?
borrow 10.
Okay, if I
Yes,
decide
see,
not
let
to,
me explain this.
let me. I don't. You can't call that one a save now.
What do you call it then?
What you call a save is money that you have. You are spending on something. Now say I'm not spending this money on this thing. The money is with you. But if you are borrowing money,
okay,
and you say, okay, this thing I'm not borrowing money for this particular thing again, it's not a save. You just
And that money is
deliberately
not
say,
available
okay,
for spending.
it's not available to you.
Okay, if you want to look at it like that,
Have
So
you
but
the
think
only
people
way,
about it.
stopped?
If you are
Naija,
Did
correct,
you people
no,
see
no,
sorry,
the
let me
hold
see
on now.
Naija a tip.
Let me tackle his point now,
See
so that
Naija,
I can
sorry, let me
reveal
give
the
you a
hole in
tip.
his point.
Let me give you a tip. The only way that your model will work is if we continue to borrow at the same rate, and then we are no longer paying subsidy. That money will now be available for something else. You understand? Let's say we have borrowed,
Okay.
and that borrowing is consistent at the same rate. You understand? Then that money will be available for something else. We wish it is available.
If
You
that was the
understand?
case, if he was correct to say that we all just borrow money every year, then our debt should be going to 200 billion dollars, because we are borrowing that same amount
Our debt
almost
is
every year to
crazy now.
subsidize this fuel. No, because that is not the only thing we borrow money for. We borrow money for so many other reasons. Why is our debt still under maybe somewhere around 100 billion today? Because there is not only fuel subsidy we are borrowing for. So it means the money we are borrowing, we also have income. It's not all borrowed.
Yeah,
They are
you're
also
right.
taking money from our income. You see
Yeah.
what I mean? So that extra window, that extra space you have now, you still have access to that money. What you can do with that
Which
money is the
extra?
question.
Well, to Niger, every year for almost, I can't even remember the last time we have budget surplus or we are able to finance our budget 100%. Every year in the year out, we have budget deficit. We have not even crossed 60% financing our budget. So what are we talking about? Why are we giving wrong information to the people?
Actually, when you talk about budget deficits, if you are correct that our budget deficit is so high, our debt would have been a lot higher. See, you have to be careful what you are saying, because we have to look at the reality of our debt that we have. The total debt Nigeria has today, a big economy like Nigeria, is about how much? $100 billion. So that is not, it's not out of this world crazy high. Well, while other countries hold trillions upon trillions. Okay, now
And that is where to Niger, can't that one be responsible for the reason why?
Tinubu should not remove the subsidy. That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, let me go to the crux of the point they were making about the extra income, that because we don't have it in cash. The point is that if you have a credit card, and if you have a credit card and you have this in let's say $10,000 credit card, and you used to spend it on TV, and you said, I'm not going to do TV anymore. I will now want to use it to buy cooking food and healthy food. You see what I mean? That is the space the Nigerian government have. But what they did with it is the question. They went and depreciated the Nigerian currency. Hold on. They went and depreciated the Nigerian.
That example does not work. That credit
okay, how
card
does it
is
not
already
work?
the credit card is a line that is already available to you. It's just an unutilized borrowing. You understand? So
Oh my
if
God.
you could use it to pay for your subscription or whatever, but you are no longer using it to pay for your subscription, but that borrowing is available to you. Except we say, okay, this borrowing that Nigeria
But that is what I'm
doing,
explaining. How can you not understand what I'm saying? I'm saying if Nigerian government is borrowing to pay subsidies, it's a form of credit card that you have. If that's the argument
no,
somebody
it's not
was
a
making
standing
earlier.
line.
It's not a
It's not a
credit card.
standing line. It's not a
Okay,
It's
so
not
revolving
a
what is
line.
it
standing line.
now?
It's not something that is
It's money from
regular.
It's not a
heaven.
revolving loan.
Wow, it's not regular. You
It's not a
pay
revolving. You have to make a
subsidies
case. You
every
have to
year, and
get
you say it's not
approval.
regular. What
No,
is more
wait now.
regular than the subsidies we're paying?
No, wait now. You have to make a case. You have to get approval from National Assembly for each borrowing. It's not a revolving credit.
And it's not even from the same
It's
from
not
the
even
same
from the same
lender.
borrower. From same
It's
lender,
not from
rather.
the same lender. Not from the same lender. You have to even, there are so many security that you have
Okay,
to
guys.
put for them to give you the money. So it's not something that is actually automatic. It's not an automatic thing.
Hold on now, calm down. You still have the credit history to be able to get access to those funds. That is the important thing. The point is that money now you have access to. What do you do with that money? The way the government is using the money now is to give state governors and all the rest of it. And then when they floated the currency, that has completely eaten up all the this in the
Okay,
subsidies
tonight,
anyway.
if you land, can I come in? Because you guys
Yeah,
don't let me
I've
come
landed
in.
that point. Go ahead.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I don't want to go back in history, but I was gonna question regarding what Mike said yesterday, because Mike wants to put out people on plantation. He thinks we should go back into slavery. He said it one time, he said it twice, and three times, and people actually applauded him. People like I don't know, I think maybe two Nigerians, somebody else think it's a great idea to enslave our people because they're not taking
Hello.
care of their children. Then they should go on plantation. They should go on plantation. See,
Do you have a better suggestion?
well, hold on. Who's that? I'm sorry. Who's that?
It's me now.
It's Mike now. You mentioned Mike, so
Oh,
he's
okay, Mike.
responding
Yeah,
to
yeah.
you.
Okay. See, that idea, I've actually kind of proposed it, but it's totally different in the sense that mine was okay. Is about having a more refined, structured prison system for offenders and criminals. So when they offend, they put them into the prison system, but not just put them there to do drugs and be lazy, but actually make them productive and those people can be, you can consider those as like free labor because you're also providing accommodation and feeding for them, and you can put those people into work, okay, and which is kind of similar to what Mike is saying. But in the case of a society, we live in a society whereby I don't agree, although with Angelica that thinks that that poor people or people having 5, 10 children are doing the rest of us a favor. I don't know the argument that Angelica made yesterday, but there's a reason. There's a reason why a lot of educated people, even in the West, are having fewer children, and people in the rural areas or uneducated people have a lot of children. And that trend actually is not unique to Africa. You know that, right? Here in America, for example, back in the 50s, even the 60s, even before, there were white people, white women having 7, 10 children, if you can believe that or not. Yes. A lot of them were having, back then, the women were not part of the workforce. They stayed at home. The husband goes to work, come back, and they make babies. Okay, women were having a lot of children, not just black slaves or black people. Women.
Actually, there's nothing wrong with rural women having children, a lot of children, because what they do in the rural area is actually farming. They don't do anything else. So
Okay,
they already
that's
have
fine.
plantation there. So they already got their plantation. So
They
we're
don't call
talking
it
about those
plantation.
of you in the cities, all of you in the Lagos, Kanu, just making babies when there's no farm everywhere. We'll take you to the plantation, man, so you can grow food for your babies.
Okay, see, and I think I understand the cost of your argument. I do understand that we have to find a way to address the issue. But at the end of the day, what liberated the Western women? Well, they improved the society. Women began to be part of the workforce and being productive in different ways and in different forms. Well, we can use the same approach, obviously, through education and other means, to
Workforce, there's
bring
no
up
work.
people.
There's no work, man. You're talking about workforce when there's no work. Come on now. We are not America now.
Well, the
They
other
want
option
to emulate the
is that
Western society, but they industrialized. They had the industrial
that's
revolution.
one of the
We
tools we
can't.
can
We are
use.
not there. We are still in agricultural.
Education, I think maybe Simon mentioned family planning. Education, family planning. You have to. There's some cultural and tradition also that plays a role to people having a lot of children. See those things. If you do understand the fundamentals of those things, then you can find the right approach or solution to curbing the children that these people are having that they can't take care of. Again, unlike Angelica, I don't believe that they are doing us a favor because they have a lot of children and some are not. But the idea that we have to conscript free people in the society and take them into plantations so because they have a lot of children, to me is not ideal. It's draconian to the core, and in a business society, that's not the way we live. We can always educate people. Okay, provide them with education. Well, it would be nice if we can afford it, but we can't. We know we can't afford it as a nation to take care of people's excess children. If you want to put it that way, we can't do that. But you got to keep in mind the man that comes home and impregnates women. It says a lot about their their livelihood, what they do for a living. Okay, what opportunities are available to them in society? Okay, but I think we need to clamp down or defenestrate the idea that you have a lot of children, you go on plantation to take care of the children and be productive. I think we passed that. The slavery that we rejected in the West, we can't bring it back. We can't bring it back to.
What do you mean we passed that? So how is that man supposed? Who's going to take it? How is he supposed to feed those kids when he's not doing anything?
Say, Mike,
you have a
apart
job
from this particular subject, our leaders, they failed in a lot of ways. Why? Because somebody was
we
saying maybe
agree
a few
on that.
days
The
ago.
leaders are failed since we are living in a failed leadership. So what do we do with these men that don't have anything to do and the kids are hungry? What do we do with them?
Yeah,
There's no job. There's no job. There's no business to hire them.
I understand. Just like
Tell me what's the
the
other
leaders don't pay
option of
attention
making them
to a lot of they don't pay attention to a lot of our problems. Someone was saying the other day that even the governors, they don't have a clue about the culture or the
you went against my
composition.
view, but you're not challenging it. You keep shifting.
No, I just gave it a bunch of other options to approach that matter. I just
Can I
did. You
still?
know,
No, you didn't give any
family
of it.
planning, education. You know,
Okay.
No, the baby is had already. The baby is there already. So they already okay with your family planning. If they
I
start
know
baby,
if the baby's had already, but see this, Mike. Let me tell you, we're not God in the sense that things have to go bad for us as a human being, and we find solution to the problem. Now, if the government determines a trend in this area where women are not enough means are having a lot of children, that's when the government comes in and devises solutions to solve the problem. That's where we've always worked. I know the children have been
But
had already.
what's the
Prince
solution now?
Ade,
Tell us now.
Prince Ade, sorry, how do we? Who is the government? Who's the government? When you because every time we talk about government, we put everything on the government. Who is the government?
Well, say, government, we're talking about the people that have authority to make rules and regulations and policies in society. That's the government. The governors, the local governments right now, which they don't have any power, but eventually
What
will
we
be
do in
more
Africa, we
power.
just dump all our problem on the government stable. Government take.
But
Even
actually,
the
Mike,
government, and then you act as if the
your
government
solution
is
that you're
God.
proposing, your proposed solution, Mike, is
No,
it
hold on.
the individual that's going to
Prince, you
implement
know
it or
what
the
the problem
government?
is? Hold on, I want voice now. You know what the problem is? We ask Africans, what's the solution? They won't give you. They'll just say the government. So if you don't have solution, what makes you think that government can have solution?
Mike,
you think it's
the solution you propose, who's going to implement it? Is it you?
But Prince Ade,
Hold on,
Prince Ade.
Mike. The solution that you propose about plantation, who's going to implement it? Is it you or the government?
It's easy now. That one, I already gave you the solution. It's not, bros. Create a
You?
plantation. It's not hard.
Who's going to create it? Who's going to create it?
So why are
Plantation
we
is there. There's
working
land. There's free land. Just open it. Big,
if I
bros.
may
See, you don't
ask?
even know what
Why
you're
are we
saying.
But you don't give me any
The
option.
land
You
is
just
the plantation is there, so
say,
you're going to tell people to plantation and go farm.
Can we come back? Let us leave that one because to me, even the kind of burden we put on the government, and maybe because we are living in a very rich country, we think that okay, the resources that are available in our country is so unlimited that everything government, which I think we have to come down to our level and dissociate ourselves from what we see in America or Europe and start to project it to what we could actually do in Africa. We might be talking about natural resources, but if you don't even process those natural resources, it cannot be available for you to use. So as we are talking now, we have limited resources. But anytime we talk, government should do this, government should do that, as if the resources is so unlimited that we can do anything.
See, but we should do it. And if
Zima,
okay, hold on. If
what
you
you're
don't
asking
want
is what is
government, hold
Nigeria's
on. If you don't
budget?
want government in the life of the people, then who are you to tell people not to have as many children as they want?
Prince Daddy, don't mind Mike. He want to turn Nigeria. He want to turn Nigeria to
Sorry.
South. I
Okay,
mean, North
okay.
Please, can
Korea.
I come in?
Tell us to
Madam Zita, sorry, Madam Zita,
Madam Zita, please
I
come
want you to before I want to call upon you but before you call me, this Russian flag that you are, because I was not listening to you. I know that you people have said something about it, but I want you to talk about it. Do you think that is it a coincidence or is a deliberate thing that the Northerners are waving Russian flag and asking for military? Because when we started before this thing, we are saying that this thing has a political undertone, and some people want to cut our head. They say, hey, you are bados, you are only defending useless thing. So what we are seeing now, is it a deliberate thing or is a coincidence? I just want to know.
Zima, those are
First of
Niger,
all,
from Niger Republic.
first of all, what I'm asking is, I came in to ask how far with the protest. Are they still protesting?
The thing is still raging in the north. It's even spreading
Yeah.
to some more states in the north.
Today will be day 6.
Let me say this before I come to. I will speak on the flag. Let me say this. Since I was born and I am in Nigeria,
And now you are getting old.
and
I
now
have never
I'm
seen.
old already, not getting. What I saw clips that were being sent to me, the ones I saw on television, the ones on YouTube, people are making a lot of TikTok. What they are saying is totally different from what I was told, more especially on this platform that is the reason for the protest. The reason for the protest is hunger. That Nigerians are hungry, whatever that means. But let me put it in the right perspective. That things are now expensive that Nigerians can no longer afford. Okay, fine. That is the basis of the protest. I hope I'm still right. That was why the protest started. Is that not true? Hello?
Yeah, you
Hunger,
are right.
yeah, hunger.
That's why the protest, I want to clarify that. The protest started because the cost of living, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in the course of the protest, I will give some pass mark to the police and the army and the law enforcement agency. It wasn't like that brutal as it used to be, because they're really destroying things. And you could see that video circulating of one woman that they looted everything she had. She was crying, wailing. So, but the things I'm hearing as they came out to protest is no longer what they said was the reason why they are protesting. That is one. Two, since I was young and now I am very old, I have never thought of Nigeria separating as I feel today. Honestly, I actually want Nigerians to go their separate ways. As
Same
of
here.
today, yes.
Same here.
Because let me tell you why I said that. You know, people like to read out history. And when they read out history, they just say it. They don't think about what that history meant and the consequences of that history. In 1966 and today, seemingly the same thing. When somebody is in position, another person doesn't want to let go. It's your turn. Finish your turn. Now we are in democracy, whereby it has expiring date. Democracy, for anybody who has a position, it has expiring date. Where is that noise coming from? Is it from me?
Sorry, it's my keyboard. Sorry, let me just mute.
So, even if it doesn't expire for that person, doesn't mean it doesn't have an expiry date. Every 4 years in Nigeria, elections are being run. If you lose this year, you wait for another 4 years. But from what I am seeing, it's like those people are so impatient. I will keep saying it. When I say it, some people will call me Tinubu's wife. They call me all manner of names, but I don't really do care. I will still say it. They are too impatient that they cannot wait for that 4 years to come. In the protest, they said army should take over, even when they don't know what military rule means. In the protest, they said Tinubu should step down, let Atiku become the president. Did you people hear that one? Hello?
Yeah, it was displayed on this screen today.
Okay, I must have been asleep by then.
No, they were shouting. Some people were shouting Atiku should be.
Yes.
Yeah,
I heard the shout. They said
wow.
he should. Then now back to the Russian flag. I will not actually, in as much as Russia said they're not aware of that, I for one, I will not accept that. Russia has come out to denounce that they have no clue. They even call it a treasonable offense for a democratically elected president, administration, for somebody to be hosting and waving the flag of another country in that country. Russia has said it. But still, even at that, I don't still believe them. But let me say this, since you asked question on that flag, let me say this. This idea of from one slave master to the other is the one that I don't really, anytime I remember it, it gives me, I get angry. Because all those people that their military has taken over in African countries of late, the military are not actually doing something. The same thing the democratically elected president was doing, aligning with the West, whether it worked or not, but that alignment. The military came, they were not empowering their countrymen and women to be productive. They are looking around, looking for China and Russia to align with. So what difference does it make? Now back to Nigeria. They want the military to take over and they want the military to align with Russia. Or they want Atiku to take over and Atiku to... if I say something that those people...
Atiku that has house in America.
He will rule from Dubai. Anyway, what I'm saying is, actually, I don't know how Tinubu is managing this thing. Because on his part as the president, I think he did the job. I will continue saying it. Hate me, like me, I don't care. What is the job of the presidency at the helm of affairs? Is to disburse the resources among the states. Make sure they have all they needed to function. I've said this in this platform severally. And I thank God that most Nigerians today, I listen to them on the television. They have come out to say the same thing I'm saying. What is the job of the federal government? This make sure that every look and training of the country has the resources to function. Did the man do that? Yes, he did that. So what is all this Tinubu should say? Look, this protest is not, yes, things are bad in Nigeria. But I don't think they are protesting for that thing to get right. They are protesting for Tinubu to leave. I don't know how that is going to work. But one thing I have to tell Nigerians today that are listening to me is that if Nigeria decide to divide, some part of the new country will never develop. Let me repeat myself again. Let's assume that Nigeria divide. 6 geographical zone. She? Hello, Simba. Hello?
If Nigeria,
Madam
sorry, if
Zita, I'm here.
Nigeria,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Madam Zita, if Nigeria divides, it's going to be in 6 places.
They will divide in 6 places. That's how I want them to divide.
What will be those 6 places? Can we have an idea what the 6 places will look like?
Is it not the 6 geographical zone we have?
No, it's not going to be possible like that. Ilorin says Yoruba speaking.
Hold on, guys. Let's leave it at the 6.
No, they will decide where to go. So you can't force them. If they decide to go with the middle belt, then they should go anywhere they want to be. They should be.
Whatever. They want to decide where they want to go. But if you decide too much, you lock yourself up. And your story go worse past. Because if you are in the middle of somewhere and you said you want to be on your own, it go hard you. I've said my own. Divide it into 6. Let them, those 6 geographical zones, it makes it very easy. Let them go their beautiful ways. Let's see who will suffer most. Honestly, sincerely speaking, already the Yorubans already have their own country. Chicken now. Then let the rest struggle to have their own country. Sure, they say they have resources. They have oil. Bam, no wahala. Let them call Russia, call Russia, call I don't want to say this. Look, Northerners, you people are my friend. But let me say this. All the mineral resources in the north, apart from, you people don't have oil, but you have things. I've said it in this platform before. You have things that you people are harvesting that make more money than the crude. And you guys have been harvesting it over the years. Nigerian government turn a blind eye. You make your deal with other countries. You people are billionaires by harvesting the natural resources of the country. You make it your personal property, and you've been harvesting it. Why didn't you align with Russia or China to harvest those natural resources and develop your area? Why? But some of you were harvesting it and using it to enrich yourselves. And then you come back and capture some little ones and brainwash them against the government of Nigeria. Why? Because it's not you people that are there. This thing has happened before in Nigeria. I hope it's not going to happen again. I've heard that they said Yorubans are cowards. But let me say this. This thing they're doing is ridiculous, annoying, and infuriating, I must say. You have made your case. You have demonstrated. The president in his speech said, come to dialogue. That is one thing I took from what he said. He said, I am open to dialogue. Bring your case. Let's talk about it. And he gave instances of dialogue what he has achieved with his dialogue in the past 1.5 years. So where is the dialogue? People came to the television and they keep saying he did not address the issue. He said he didn't address the issue to you, but he gave you opportunity to come and tell him where you need him to address. Am I making sense here? I remember the failed governor to be of Lagos State came on television and said he did not address the issue. These are people who are pushing these protests. And he said openly there that the protest will continue. So I don't know what they want to achieve with the protest. But if you are protesting against somebody and you have a littered demands all over the place, and the person says, okay, come, let's talk about it. I think he has won. If you are still seen in the street again, you know what you are looking for. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if you are still in the street demonstrating, then you are not demonstrating because of whatever you think you want or whatever you think you are going through. You should come out clean and tell the whole world what you are. And I'm sure they are coming out clean. Because the knockout was, come, let's negotiate. Hello, are you people still there?
Of course, I'm with you, but now they are running away. Why don't you go and negotiate?
That is the knockout. That is the knockout.
And they are telling us that the speech is nothing.
That is the knockout. You know, you call somebody an idiot. Just like, I don't want to go there. Let me keep quiet. I will come to there maybe next month. We'll talk about that one. You call
No,
somebody
Madam
and
Zita, you just made a very valid and cogent point now. Okay, you made the speech. You said, okay, your speech is not good. Okay, I open my room for you. Come and discuss with me. So what is
come
the
and tell
problem
me
with that?
the area. You said
Okay,
we
okay,
did
I know
not.
my speech is bad. Then come and tell me what you want and let
No.
us
They didn't
discuss.
say his speech is bad. You know, I
No, they
like.
said a lot of them said it's nothing, it's rubbish,
No.
it's blah blah blah.
No. The key word, I like picking people's key word. The key word is that he did not address their issue. That's the key word. And his own key word is, come, let's negotiate. Maybe he knows your issue, but he wants you to negotiate with him. Maybe.
And Madam Zita, sorry, I think the
Or
president.
maybe he did not know your issue because you have flyers all over the place with all manner
Thank
of
you,
demands.
Madam Zita. The president is right. There are so many numerous groups there with so numerous demand in their list. We don't know who is who. So if you are an organizer, come together and let's negotiate. And he said his door is always open. I think that is an opportunity for them to have.
Because it's a faceless riot.
Yes. So who
is going to negotiate now? Is it Showore? Or is it? But the funny aspect of it is that before the protest, was there a negotiation? Yes. The bodies in Nigeria that usually do this thing, organize this thing, make these demands, they made demands. And they had negotiation with the man. And they ended up with few things sorted out. Although it might not be as flamboyant as they wanted it, but at least they had something in the middle that made them quiet, right? And this very protest now, somebody like Showore, I keep saying that. I don't even know why he involved himself in this, but let me keep quiet. I will say that another day. Somebody like Showore, if Showore book an appointment, Showore should not be all over the place, saying a lot of things without saying something. Somebody like him, if you think he's important, somebody like him should book an appointment with Tinubu. And I am sure if Showore book an appointment with Tinubu, is going to be on air. Nigerians will know that he has asked to see the president. And if the president rejects it, the Nigerians will know too. Then I ask, has Showore, as a full-blown man, according to him, he's a notable figure in Nigeria. He has contested for presidency, either twice or 3 times, I don't know. Did he book an appointment to go and see the president? And tap him and say, bros, this one pass, so this. Then let it be that the president say you are talking rubbish. And he come again and say, look, if you don't do this, so I will organize protest for you, for your head. Or even if you didn't tell him he's going to organize protest, at least by now he will have something he's saying. That look, I have presented this issue to the president. I even gave him a solution. But up to today, nothing has been done. But if anybody think he can put Nigeria into chaos, the joke is on the person. If there is any town or city that makes me glow as a Nigerian where I am, it's Lagos and Abuja.
Madam Zita.
And if we go, in my area, in one of the regions that I come from, we have a state that is almost in the same axis, like Lagos.
Madam Zita, how many regions did you come from? You said one of the regions. How many regions do you come from?
I'm from one of the regions, so I said I come from one of the regions. We have 6 regions.
Because I thought I heard in one of the regions that you come from. I said,
one of the regions in Nigeria that I come from.
Madam Zita, can you hear me?
They have a state that has the same axis.
Can you hear me, please?
I can
Madam
hear
Zita?
you.
I want to ask this. Why is it difficult, especially in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, for opposition to have dialogue with the incumbent, that is the person in government? Why is it always difficult? Because here you see oppositions having dialogue with the president in seat. The dialogue, they argue issues out. Why is it that people like Obi, Atiku, this Showore, they only be throwing bad mouths? They don't really go to the source to go and see him and say, okay, this is what, why is it so?
Because they don't want the country to work. They want to be there.
I think so.
What is important to them is for them to be there. They want the person to fail. They don't care about what is Nigerians are suffering. Forget all those ones. Forget those ones. That's not their reason. Because if they think they have a solution and somebody is there and they feel the pain of the masses, they should go and give the man the solution and say, look, these people are suffering. Don't you think you're supposed to do this thing like this? That is it. And ridiculously, all of them that campaigned in 2023, they said they will remove subsidy. Buhari Kuku remove it before in Waka come out. So nobody is owning this. In fact, the subsidy now, you really have to get the Congress to reverse it for it to be put in place. You can only do subsidy in Nigeria now from backdoor, doing little money here and there, but saying you have to put it in the budget, that's not going to happen again. So the earlier Nigerians understand that, the better for everybody. And no president, as long as Nigeria is still existing, no president will go in there and bring back subsidy. It's not going to happen. It has to get the Congress. They have to rewrite everything. I don't know how that's going to work. But what I'm saying is that it's not going to work. So let's forget it. So if they want to go, what are we even saying? Look, let us, maybe they've been asking for separation. Let the 6 geographical zone, let them separate, go their separate way. Who's going to lose? Anywhere you go in the world, the moment you say you are a Nigerian, the first thing that we call is Lagos. So Yorubans are already settled.
Sir, our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed, is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Well done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer. 3 critical development areas is receiving 4.5 trillion. Subsidy is 3.6 trillion.
Six.
No, half year.
Okay.
Half year, 3.6. So if it's full year, it's about 7 trillion. Which country will invest more in subsidy than education and health and even roads? It doesn't make sense. This is the annual budget of education, 2 trillion. Annual budget of health is 1.5. Road infrastructure 1, and subsidy half year is 3.6. It will go immediately.
Tunaja, are you still there?
No, Tunaja cannot engage in a civil manner now. He wanted to come and then he will take over the place.
Please let us clap for Obi.
Look,
the issue here, Madam Zita, as you said, that the opposition, they are not after the development or the they are not.
But let
They are,
them
in fact,
play that politics with
the kind of opposition will play in Nigeria is to destroy the ruling party, destroy the country, so that they will have something to tell the Nigerians. So you can see he couldn't do it. We are the one that can do it. And when
But
they
let me
come, they will
ask
do.
a
And
question.
it's now becoming a vicious cycle, Madam Zita.
Let
It's
me
becoming a
ask a
vicious
question.
cycle.
What were they expecting? What is the job of the president? Three arms of government, the presidency.
The job of the president is to at least create policies and provide security, and
Bam.
those are the major, at
The
least so
area I
that will
was
aid
even
development of the
thinking,
country.
the area I was even thinking, I was saying that this protest at a point it will go to give us security so that we can go about our normal business. But from what I'm hearing and seeing, is a, I don't know how the word to use for this protest, but they want to play. Thank God the man is not using harsh words on them. That is the only good thing about it. He came out, he spoke, he didn't use any harsh word on anybody, and he called on them to stop the protest and come for dialogue. You don't get anything by protesting. Bangladesh, they protest, their president verse, enter her helicopter and fly away. Today they're dealing with the military, and I had a good laugh. I'm having a good laugh to Bangladesh because make I keep quiet, make I not go there because Bangladesh is not my country.
Let me, Madam Zita, let me even tell you this. The same thing that the Sudanese did, the Sudanese, and found themselves in this problem, in this menace that they find themselves today. That was how they started. You understand? If you see in Nigeria now, you see clips of Bangladesh, the way they are destroying things. In fact, Nigerians are happy. They wanted what happened in Bangladesh. They wanted Tinubu to also run away. That's what they wanted.
If he runs away with his billions. That guy is a billionaire now. Is he going to die of hunger?
The issue here is that I don't know why Nigerians hate their country. I don't know.
He has won the election. He's the president of Nigeria. He's a president of Nigeria.
Well, no, Madam Zita, whether this guy is good or bad, let me tell you, he has spent more than 1 year now. What we are talking about is less than two years or more. That's what he needed now. Why can't we wait? Why I don't know why we want to now burn the whole country down because we hate somebody.
It depended. See, what you are asking for is, even if the man, you feel he has given all the governors the money, and the one that is left that make it excess spending, you would have asked him to stop the excess spending so that governors will have more. But the question I'm asking, did any governor in Nigeria come out to say, I did not have enough? If that
In
man
fact,
carry on a go court,
Madam Zita, I think what they have been enjoying in the last 1 year is there is no time they have been enjoying their regular allocations. None of them can come out and say no. The money that they are giving us is not coming. It comes because we knew what happened during Jonathan. They were not even getting the allocation regularly. Even when Buhari came initially in 2015.
Do you know what I will say, Simba? Let's see how they play this game. Here they have littered Nigerians in the street to demonstrate. The only thing I'm asking the law enforcement agencies in Nigeria, stand and make sure they do not loot anybody's property. If they want to stay in the street from morning to night, oh well and good. They can stay in the street.
That woman that you said came on TikTok or whatever, she went she went for protest, and then before she came back home, they have looted her house.
Good.
In the southern part of Nigeria, that protest is dwindling. some of the people that are protesting now, they are now attacking people that are going their normal business. We are suffering for you. We are protesting for you. You are working. You don't even care. You are just looking at us like
That's to tell you that
they are no more interested. It's nothing. And those organizers, some of them have started probably running away from Nigeria, or they are tired too. Okay, because that is not what they call for. Things are changing. In the northern part, that is where the problem lies. But now they have imposed curfew on them. And
you know, Remy, I have a lot of respect for Showore, man. It's someone I used to.
I do have respect for him from day one.
The guy.
I don't have.
So now this is revolution that he's been calling for. So now is he happy with the revolution now? I mean, has he achieved his revolution now? I always wonder, like, this guy, you are calling for a revolution. What are you planning? Okay, how come?
For those people
Mike,
that we are
he
killed,
has
they should be arrested.
succeeded. Sorry, Madam Zita. Mike, that Showore has succeeded in making more enemies for himself.
Yeah.
And whether we step into this country in the next
I thought the guy was an intelligent guy. When the first time he mentioned a revolution,
Where
I'm like,
did
what
you
is this
get
guy talking about?
from?
I don't even know what has he demonstrated or displayed that makes you think that is intelligent.
Because you people that come here, they praise the man and keep quiet.
Madam Zita, sorry.
The guy went to Colombia.
Simba, see, not because you people come here and praise Showore, I keep quiet. If I do, I'm waiting. If I talk waiting, I know for Showore, I go pull am from
the Madam Zita, you have to say it when Baba Jaleko is off when he wake up, okay? One day,
talk am, if I talk am, nobody will give that
one
man
day, you
life.
have to tell him. Maybe not today. You have to tell him because to me, I think that guy, of course, when he started,
not be Sahara reporters.
yes, na him, the same man.
If I talk, they not go pick that man anyway.
Madam Zita, this rage that I was calling for,
I dey hold myself.
So the rage now that people have died is
Mike, this rage. This is not the first time he was using that
he
word.
did it the first time when they arrested him. I thought the guy would have
he did it in 2019.
Yeah,
he did it in 2019.
Even back then, I'm like, is this guy serious? Rage? So he wanted to burn down people's burn down the country. That's what rage means now. Because he lost the election, so at the end of it, they will make him president or what? The whole thing doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, this guy doesn't. This rage you are calling for, you are calling for a country to, because they will burn down billions of dollars of property. Then we'll start from there. So they will not make you president or what?
Mike, let me say this. When I say some things, people will attack me. I don't really care. Let me say this. Just as I said here, that some people come to contest for president of a country because it's their fundamental human right. As a citizen of that country, they have the right. More so when there is no crime, they have not been convicted. That should be the word, not that they have not committed any crime. They have not been convicted of any crime. They have the right to contest. But for me, when I look at some people's record, I ask them, how dare you want to be the president of a country? Let me repeat myself again. For somebody like me, when such people come out to contest for the president of a country, I will say, what impetus? Can you imagine? How dare you? That's actually the words I use for them. More especially when I know their record. So Showore want to put Nigeria in chaos. For what? I don't get it.
You know what's really funny about his so-called revolution?
I don't get where his own angle. I don't get where he's coming from. Because if he's sure of what he's saying, that Nigerians are suffering, there is hardship in the land, he would have made a very good, organize a clean protest. Maybe he said he's a Luther continuer, so he's supposed to know how to organize a protest. He would have organized a clean protest.
Sorry.
Let me leave it for another day.
Sorry, madam. Showore shouldn't be the subject matter. I think the person we should be afraid of right now should be, I don't know if any other person is actually seeing what the game that is going on right now. I think Showore is just insignificant because he will never become president of Nigeria. Where we should be looking at right now, and what we should be talking about, a man sworn the other day that inshallah, until blood stop to flow in his vein, that is when he will stop to contest to be president of Nigeria. And we already know this man that is trying to come, that when he comes to Nigeria, he's going to take Nigeria back to 30 years
You
backward.
fear to call the man name?
It's Atiku.
Call
And
his
this
name
thing
now.
that is happening in the north right now is the one. And what he has done so far, he has succeeded. I hope everybody know that.
Listen, let me
All
tell
these
you.
people,
Let me tell you.
let me just land it. Let me just quickly land it, please. All these people that you are seeing him, this is gang, motivating right now, you want to sow that seed of discord so that by 2027, because he has already looked at the figure of the past election. I think Tinubu beat him with I think some whatever margin. Now he's working on that margin to become the president of 2027. That is the truth of what is happening in the North right now.
That shows how dumb he is.
He's dumb. He doesn't
He must
know
be a
anything.
dummy. Anyway.
Mananzita, what really transpired in this process, I will tell you. All of them, the three of them are opportunists. There are some genuine protesters who want to go about it. And when they heard about it, they started infiltrating them. And because the three of these presidential candidates, I mean Obi, Atiku, and Showore, they want to remain relevant. They want to claim that protest. That is what you see in the north. Atiku show his hand. In some part of the southwest, it is Showore guys, okay? But unfortunately for both of them, but for Obi is like, I'm neither here or there. And no matter what happened, the Southeasterners also play a very good game this time around. They called their people together. They opted out of the protest because they know the backlash will not be good.
That's not the reason. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you genuinely why a Southeasterner is not supposed to demonstrate. Let's talk about that. You see, when I finish talking, they will abuse me, but I don't really care. You see, for years, I've been trying to lay my hands on what my people want. Do they want the presidency or do they want the Biafra? And I've been making that statement anytime I have the opportunity. Southeast is not supposed to demonstrate in the real sense of their claim, not because they played a good game. In the real sense of their claim, they said they are not Nigerians. They are Biafrans. So Nigeria is demonstrating. What business are they going to demonstrate on solidarity? That is one. Secondly, Southeast has been going through mayhem for years now. They've actually lost most of their productive age. I don't know whether they have like all those little ones littered in the north running around. I don't know if we still have that much number in the Southeast because we've lost, rough estimate, 300,000. I'm not exaggerating. So who is coming to demonstrate? They're trying to calm themselves down a little and they're still not really calm. So what are they going to demonstrate about? Are they Nigerians? They are not. They're losing their, like I say, committing suicide for what they think they believe in, and which is Biafra. So they should hold on to that. They actually do not have any business. I don't even know why our brother is congratulating himself everywhere, wanting to be the president of Nigeria. They should stick to one thing, and I am happy that realizing it, they should stick to it. They should stick to their Biafra. And as long as they're concerned, if anything is happening in Nigeria, they should just keep mum and watch it happen until they get their Biafra. It's as simple as ABC. And I will advise them to stop coming out to contest for president in Nigeria. They should do more in sending people to Congress to put it as a this thing for them to debate on when they're going. Chikina. So that's the reason, okay? Not because they're playing a good game.
But Madam Zita, I disagree with you partially. Because on my own side, I think more than 60% of Southeasterners, they don't really want to go out of Nigeria. And I'll tell you my reason.
No.
Let me give you my reason. More than 65% of them, they find themselves
70%. 70%, you're right.
More than 40% of them, they find themselves anywhere in Nigeria, and some of them have become successful. We can't take that away from them, but by virtue of their enterprise or business they are doing. And they knew if they take their business back home, does the people in their homestead, do they have the financial resources to continue to patronize them, what they are doing in wherever they find themselves in Nigeria?
I mean, what percentage of the population is this successful entrepreneur?
I think probably about 40%.
Are you kidding me? 40% of the population is successful?
I'm telling you, the reason why
even 40% of Americans are not successful, are not rich.
What I said about 40%, I will tell you why.
40% of a population?
No.
Maybe people that goes into.
Hold on, let me put the right person on
that would be a successful nation. No, if 40% of a nation is rich.
No. Maybe what I want to say is this. Maybe what I want to. Those people that goes into business, out of them, at least guarantee.
They are not to 40%. Most Nigerians.
I mean, those ones that go to business.
Okay, Remy, it is not the word success is subjective. The word should be economically, you say, sufficient, self-sufficient. That should be the right word, not successful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever way you call it, whatever way you coin it, those kind of people knows that going back to the Southeasterner, where the purchasing power and the population is not as big as where they find themselves. Are you going to tell me if I make my money in Kano or Kaduna and my business empire is there, and they want me to take it back to a place where people will not even patronize me? Or maybe
but that's not the life of majority of the people now. You thinking of the one that has that business, that company in Kaduna, that company. What percentage of their population have company in Kaduna and this thing?
No, I'm giving you reason why some of them will not like to help.
That's what I'm saying. Those ones that have those companies here and there, yeah, of course, they will never want to live now. But what percentage of the entire population are those people? So you can't look at it from that angle, man. Those ones, yeah, we want to speak against it. Like, no, I can't leave my business here. But majority of the people are not, majority of Nigerians are not really happy or doing things like that. And some of them think any kind of change will solve their problem. And that's why a lot of them are doing this agitation because they believe that will take them, that will solve all their problems.
Mike, you don't know nothing. I'm sorry to say. Do you know how many numbers of these people are moving away from Southeast every day because of this insecurity?
But it doesn't mean they are. It doesn't mean they are doing fine in every way they've gone. It doesn't mean.
I'm not saying they are doing fine. At least when you escape a place where your chances of living.
Listen,
I think the problem is the choice of word that Remy is
doing fine, whether they're doing fine. And I repeat myself again.
No, a lot. This is the thing. This is the thing.
Self-sufficient.
Yes, self-sufficient, but still, so yeah, people. But yes, it did. As one when those are self-Biafra today, like the kind.
You know why I use the word
this is what they sell to them. They sell.
Let me tell you why I use the word self-sufficient. Quite unlike other tribes in Nigeria, when they move around, more especially within Nigeria, they are not actually self-sufficient. The greatest tribe in Nigeria that really move about are the north and the east, that littered all over Nigeria. But when you look at these two tribes, the north and the east, the northerners, their main core people don't do that littering. They stay in the north. Those ones that are self-sufficient, they stay in the north. But an Igbo man that is self-sufficient, most of them are not in Igbo land. Wherever they are in Nigeria, they are self-sufficient. You can't take that one away from them.
Yeah, they are into importing
Yeah.
and this.
And
We get that.
let me
Trade.
repeat again. Let me conclude by telling you, Mike, the percentage is high. The percentage of Igbos that left Igbo land to sojourn in nook and cranny of Nigeria.
Well, if you say they're not in abject
Hold on,
poverty, I
let me
get that.
finish. That are self-sufficient is high. Period.
Yeah, but the level of poverty is still high too. But the deal is this: even the self-sufficient I get is some people are they have usually what it is. Everybody own a shop.
I
Some
don't think that should be. I don't think this thing should be an argument.
no,
Don't even
no. The
I
point I'm trying to
think
make is okay. I'm not even arguing the whole sufficient thing. The point I'm trying to make is completely different from that. What I'm trying to tell Remy is even the self-sufficient, whatever. As long as the only people I would say we completely be against the whole succession thing will be the wealthy ones that have big a successful business established in that region where they can move. But the ones that are just average and the ones that are poor, the guys that are selling Biafra today are selling it, they're selling it to them in a way that once Biafra come, there will be oil rich people. You understand? All that oil wealth will be disposed into their bank account. Every one of them will just be sharing oil money. That's what is in their head. That's why if you talk to them, they think, that oil is the main reason why all of them are doing Biafra now. Because they believe once Biafra comes, everybody will be sharing oil money, the population will just be, swimming in wealth. That's the thing in their mind. That's why I'm telling you that a lot of them, we support the whole Biafran thing. And if you ask me if the Biafra is guaranteed that the old South will join them, then 100% of the Southeastern will do Biafra now. Why not? Why would anyone go against that kind of country? It means all this oil revenue will go straight.
Mike, I'm still telling you, you can say it that way, but the scenario is a little bit different. The population of these people outside of their domain is huge. Whether they are successful or slightly successful or not successful. First thing for a man is to survive, and then the others will follow. But if you stay in a domain that your chances of surviving is 50% because of the activity of the people that want them to go away.
Wait, let me hold on before I go further. Are you talking about Biafra that include the whole South or just the South?
No, Biafra does not include South. The South people will not follow them. They are being
hold on. First of all, let me tell you something. If no one that's agitating for Biafra is agitating for just the South distance, nobody in Kanu or any sit down with even anyone, none of them is agitating for Biafra or 5 Eastern states. Let's get that out of the way.
If that is the case, then they will never.
So it's only you that's agitating talking about that Biafra. The Biafra you're agitating for is exactly so. That's what I'm telling you.
So if they are agitating that all the South like Delta.
Yeah, that's the Biafra they're agitating for now. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that hold on. Now let's do one at a time. And I'm telling you that Biafra that they're agitating for, that including all those South and Southeast, most of them want it. Why wouldn't you want? In fact, everyone will want it. If I'm Southeast, I will want that now. Because that will be a richer country than the whole Nigeria.
If that is the narrative or that is what exactly they want, they are jokers. Because actually they won't follow them. Because they are not stupid too. So if that is the case, then it's dead on arrival. Because if to say everybody want to go their own way.
Not necessarily. They are just one step away from convincing.
That means there's going to be a bitter war between the two countries. If they have two countries, then there are going to be a bitter war.
Remy, why do you think we will not follow them?
Exactly.
Because the narrative we have been hearing from your side is that you guys are also stockpiling arms and everything, getting ready for them if they want to invade you. You know,
It's not invasion. I think the Southeastern and they are
already getting ready for them too. They know, see, unless they want to pretend.
But if you ask me, Remy, I think Biafra favor both of them, to be honest.
No. But it's very difficult because for the South people, they believe that if they give them that opportunity, because they have, they will use it. Presidents have shown that they have also been maltreated by the Southeasterners, so they don't want them to be their leaders. And they South, they are also been stockpiling arms, doing meeting, secret meeting. You don't know. Already getting ready for them in case they want to invade their land, they will fight back. He knows now, they won't tell you. So it's very difficult for them to take all those sides. That is just the truth, okay? It's not going to be easy. But if the narration is that we want Delta, Rivers, or whatever, or Edo to follow them, that means Biafra will never come to light. That is just the point.
I think if I'm the one spearheading the Southeast Biafra agitation, I would have easily sat with the South people and convince them to join. It's just the way the kind of those guys, they are too arrogant, man. God damn. They will even insult the South people. You just want to question their Biafra. I'm like, are you dumb? I mean, if you want people to join you, be humble yourself. The problem, they don't know how to be humble, that's all. Because he could have easily just humble himself, sit down, meeting with South people, say, come on, let's form countries together, we can do, just humble yourself. To me, I think it's easy for him to do that,
Yeah, Mike. Let me tell Remy. Let me talk to Remy a bit. Remy, you see, the Biafra of Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa, Edo or whatever, Edo or this other side you are talking about, will not follow them. But a Biafra, well organized, they might go with them. That's the truth.
At what point is even the Edo part of Biafra? Even the old Biafra map is not included Edo. This one that Isaac is talking, is it are you going to take you are the only one that will join now?
Silva, which map are we? Tell me. Which map
No, we know the old map now, the Biafra. Even when you are talking, because the so-called Biafra actually was the old eastern region, which included states like Rivers and Bayelsa. Actually, the old Bende was not part of the eastern region, and you belong to the old Bende. So you have never even been part of the map of Biafra, even the one they drew during the war itself. Bende was not included. So I don't know when you now want to. The problem is, let us even not be discussing what is not there.
But they are asking them to join now. So, they say
the only region that I even have fear for is actually the South, because the East is the most heterogeneous region in Nigeria. They are too heterogeneous. Even you see the problem in Nigeria is by the time we start dividing ourselves, that's when we start seeing more differences among ourselves. Look at it now. We have Edo, which was created from the old Bende with Delta. The two of them cannot see eye to eye again. Even within Edo now, we have the Ishans, we have the Bini people, we have the Etsako, we have the Afemai, we have the Akoko Edo and all those things. It's just, and when it comes to politics, they can't see eye to eye. So what are we talking about? So by the time we have a South, let's say we even have a country called South Nigeria, which is the present southern region of Nigeria, where is going to be the headquarters? If you start counting the tribes, the ethnic group within that space, we can count up almost 50.
Let's even look at if we split Nigeria. Let's give different scenario. Let's start with maybe if we split it to two. North Nigeria and South Nigeria. So South Nigeria,
South Nigeria can never work. It can never work.
hold on.
Forget
I'm
about
just
it.
have to. I will start from there. I will go to different ones. If it's South Nigeria, where will the capital be? That will be the
It
first
will still remain
fight.
Lagos.
That's where the first fight will start. Say na Yoruba land, abi na Igbo land, abi na.
We'll
Where will
take
be the
the
capital?
capital. We'll take it. We'll take the capital a bit far from the north, so that they will not invade us.
Okay, so you are thinking of Sapele or or Lagos, or where?
Enugu, Enugu.
Enugu is close to the north now. Enugu borders the north. So you put capital of Southern Nigeria in Enugu.
Borders Delhi.
That one first of all, okay, now how will Yorubas relate to it's not that one, let's rule that one out. Southern Nigeria as a country. Because
No, it cannot
now
work.
the capital of if you put the capital in the southwest, so southeastern will be what? They are part of country where
What
their
they are
capital is
already
in
saying
south
that
is in Yoruba land.
why do we have the court in Lagos? It's supposed to be. In fact, let
That
me
one,
tell
that
you,
one will start fights. We
more
won't even
than
agree on that one first.
the North can even work a bit, but there's nothing like South Nigeria.
Mike,
Forget it.
So let's cut another scenario. Hold on, another one. So if we split it to three, let's say the one the Biafrans want, the Southeasterners want. Okay, the Yorubas, okay, they cut us off, and then the Delta Edo and the Southeast, all the Southeast together. And now where would they put the capital?
you mean there is South, right?
Yes, South and Southeast go together as
They'll pick Port
one
Harcourt as
country.
Port Harcourt is already. They'll pick Port Harcourt, or maybe to be on the safer
Port
side.
Harcourt.
No.
Eh?
They'll pick this capital city of Akwa Ibom, Uyo. Very good.
Uyo.
Yes, they can pick that one.
Isaac Asompini.
No, we are not talking about what they can pick. The one that will be acceptable. Why are you saying they can pick? Are you the one choosing for them?
Will that be acceptable to entire Benin Kingdom? The Benin people will be going all the way to Uyo for their capital.
They should go for Calabar because the people there are not troublemaker and it's a peaceful place. I think Calabar will be okay for them.
Calabar, the capital city of.
For South.
You are already giving them the South person here. Isaac is not even talking because he said they wanted to join the. They wanted to join
Are you the one that's supposed
Biafra.
to decide? Now, is Isaac supposed to be telling us which one make sense? Not you.
Because he does not like what you are saying. So if you say Benicity, maybe you will
Why will I talk when I know that Nigeria will not divide? Why will I be talking?
That's why my problem on this succession is they could just say talk, let's break, but you haven't even decided how you want break, how you go be. They haven't even planned it. They can just say talk, but we break. Okay, why are we break? Plan it first now. Get the plan drawn. But I gotta give you the Samuel power. At least you got a draw plan, you know. You know, be like can't no draw any plan. That one we just talk, say anywhere now where rapper, they follow me. Anywhere title rapper, follow me. At least Samuel Ekpa create state of Biafra, different region of it, draw some things. Well, although you know that one they consult anybody, but at least it's making one step.
So Mike, let's go to the north. Do you think the North Central will agree that they will pick Abuja? Or where is Abuja going to stay? They already have their capital as the northern part.
The north, that one probably even be their own situation will be worse than the south because
of course they will
people let me you travel to the north before you really understand that north. They are even more divided than the south. They have more.
It will be very easy for North Central to adopt Abuja. Because Abuja is centralized and it borders so many of the north central states. I think
but it's not central going to be its own country.
Yes, no.
Okay, so the north we have how many countries?
3.
3 countries.
Mm.
So it's in the geopolitical region, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I think the north, those one will figure it out easily because they are easy people to they will also have meetings and they would break it out, they would discuss it, they will divide themselves. You have a point there. because those people are easygoing people. They have
That was
money.
why when
Once
initially
they
when you
do the
say
name of
okay,
Allah, once they say Allah agree, that's it. They move on. But the
that
South,
was why I said the south that it will be turbulence, it will be
see, like,
violence.
you know what will happen? They start, they will have a meeting. They will agree on one thing, but it's something else that's in their mind. Remember when the South, the Southern governor came together to discuss that presidency must come to the South. The person that hosted the meeting on Go, Ukowa, that hosted all of them, saying we all agree that presidency must come to the South. Now he be the vice presidential candidate of the Northern candidate. Oh my! Why Southern Nigerians? Hey, when they come, oh man, they go enter room anything when they discuss. Don't believe you. They go just they lie, give each other, they deceive each other, man. Oh boy.
So at the end of the day, we can say that it's better we remain one country and manage these differences.
To me, the only people I think they are ready to really leave Nigeria easily and probably not have too much issue after they go is the Southwest. I'll be honest with you.
The model that I can predict, Mike. Let's say if the North want to remain as one indivisible entity, let them go. The South can work if we can practice, let's say, regional governments. Do you understand what I'm saying? In the South, let's say South Nigeria, then we now have 3 regions, and each regions will be autonomous. I think it will work better like that.
Name me 3 regions.
The Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast.
South cannot be one region, man. They won't.
Why not?
They are not. South people are not as the way you think they are, man.
Mike,
they are not.
Mike, what is
They don't relate like that. The
Mike,
Benin people and Akwa Ibom, they don't have any much in common. I'll be honest.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Do you think if the northern people decide to go away, then we don't have nothing in Nigeria anymore? Don't you think Yoruba and Igbo will work together?
No. You guys can never work together, man. Forget it.
I'm telling you, they will work
You
together.
can't work together. Forget it, man. Your ways is just too different, man. You can't work together, man.
Oh, okay. Why not? Why not?
Your ways are different, man. The way Yoruba people do things is like opposite of the way Igbo people do things.
But what Simba just said, Nada, okay, they have their own autonomous region, but we are in the same country.
The only way you can work together with Igbo people is if you have 2 separate countries and you do business with each other's country. That's it. But saying you are sharing countries together, it's not going to work out, dude. The way they do things is just their way of approaching issues. It's my way or the highway. That's it. Even with them, for me, the reason why I don't mind them go and do fun conference faster, because I know it's going to be chaos there anyway, because it's going to be my way or the highway. Them and he just go to war, you know. But it's not my business. That's their business. But with Yoruba family country with them, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be civil war. It's going to be my way or the highway. This is where it's got to be. That's the way they do things. You know, that's just their own approach to everything. It's my way. If it doesn't go my way, it's a problem. Even if you're trying to say, come, the way you're trying to, it's not fair. They don't think about fairness, unfair, just, unjust. If they just want it, they must have it. That's where Southeasterners approach issues. Even within Nigeria, that's how they approach it. I want my way or the highway. Even the civil war was my way or the highway. Everything. You look at this election, my way or the highway. You know, they calm down now. You know, that's where they do things. So
but Mike,
you can't share control them.
Mike, we have to give it to them for this protest. They play smarter move on the rest of the region.
On what?
This protest, the ongoing protest, they are smarter.
What's the smart move? And then what did they achieve? What is the move?
At least they did not destroy the place that already been destroyed. At least they did not destroy it anymore. So not make any noise anymore.
So you expect we're going to destroy the whole region for Tinubu?
So what about those people that are destroying their region? The northern people, those people that they don't know what they are doing.
Who?
What did they get from it now? I mean,
the northerners.
Yes.
At least those ones, northerners, with anything riots, they could destroy things now. That's just those ones. That's just where they are. any from day one in the north, anything
Mike,
riot,
do you know
anything
that in
get together, they think they only know go. To them,
you know in Bauchi yesterday they looted bank. That is why they imposed curfew there. They
that's
go
what
and
Northern Nigeria has always been, man. Anything riot, get together, they think it's super violent. You know, just come. They just the Northerners anyway. I see them when it's time, when it's peace time, they are extremely peaceful. I'm telling you. And then when it's time for violence, they are extremely violent. You know understand? That's just where they are. If a Northerner is, if you're a friend with a Northerner, a good friend, you go enjoy him. I'm telling you. A Northerner is the kind of person where if he has food, he's hungry, and you are hungry, you allow you to eat all the food. That's how humble they can be. I'm telling you. He will be extremely friendly and put you first. You understand? But when it's time for you and him to be enemy, on an extreme, you go if he chop your head off like an extreme. So they are like extremely. They are everything about them is extreme. That's why if you want to deal with them, they are the easiest people to deal with. If you want to form partnership, they are easier. I rather if I want to form partnership in any region in Nigeria, I rather deal with the Northerners. Because they will not disappoint, they will not stab you, they will not disappoint you. If you give them, they will give you right back. You see how they were fighting for Tinubu to be president because they say, he gave our guy, so we too we must give it to him too. You see how they were going.
Not that they gave Tinubu that 100% vote like that.
No. The people, no. I'm talking about the APC version of the North now. Not the PDP, the APC side of the North. They felt like, no, we can't disappoint you. That's the way they are. They're very noble.
No,
but you start and you go stab you, man. After I give and finish, you don't promise you go stab you. Don't send you.
That protest that went south in the north is the handiwork of Atiku and his boys. Okay, they are the one. Okay, because Atiku knew that his chances in 2027 is quite limited. At 81 years old or 82. I don't think, even from their side, they won't like to vote for him. And he knows that he might not even get the PDP ticket anymore. So let's dabaru it now, anyhow.
But Tinubu should be very smart because 2027, with what is happening right now, I believe this guy is still targeting that 2027. That's what I believe. Still targeting.
If Tinubu also all these things he's doing, if we don't start to see results by the time of that next election, the guy will not win. Forget it.
Yeah, he will not win. But
Atiku will take it.
Yeah, whatever he's doing, he better make sure we start seeing results, like positive results by next year. Next year, 2025. By at least middle 2025, late 2025. By the time we enter 2026, we should start seeing some good things, good results.
Don't worry.
Because we're now looking towards 2027 campaign will begin. Because if people don't start seeing it, everybody will make all their minds and they vote you out straight up.
You're right. But he is not stupid. You see that 6.2 trillion supplementary budget they signed. Out of that money alone, about almost 3.5 is for road and rail construction. Massive one all over the country.
Do you know what I think he should have done? Why is he giving all that money to those governors, man? Don't give them that money. They won't do anything with it. Put the money directly to something that impact the people.
He can't do that. There is constitution. Constitution is there. This is money for the federation account. You cannot give you.
I'm not talking about the allocation. I'm not talking about the the one that
additional support. Okay, you are right about additional.
Yeah, the additional support is what I'm saying. The additional one. Why is he giving them? Why?
You won't give them anymore.
You see, I just let them keep the one they've been keeping when they are doing nothing with, and then the one you have now, just go and put into something for the people. You understand? Some program like agriculture or some kind of infrastructure,
health, and all that.
Yeah, exactly. You don't give money to the governors. They don't do that, man. Most of them are not doing anything in the first place. The one they already have. Yeah, that's what I think you should have done. You know, do something directly where people can see that you did it. Because if you're giving the money to the government, they won't do anything. Even if the government do something, they won't say it's you that did. It's you that gave them the money to do it, man.
Yeah, Michael, he can even cross across border. You see, all this money, additional money is given to them. Like you said, he would have stopped it. Even in education, he can even cut across board to states and give them federal free education. Can't that be
Exactly.
done? Yeah.
Exactly. Give the money directly to you know,
So
something
the
for the
schools,
people.
yeah,
In
free
schools, you know, the
education.
people can
Government
feel
is
it
paying for
directly. Like,
the
okay, this
students.
came directly from you. You know.
Yeah.
But when you talk about federal school, it's only higher institution and some secondary school that belong to the federal, and they're already taking care of them already. But those ones that
Have more now. You can never do enough now.
yeah, I know.
That extra
But
allocation, given to the governor. Put it straight to those schools again.
I think they are coming out smart. I was just reading a report while you guys were discussing. Now they enlisted all federal civil servants or parastatals. If you want 50 kg of rice at 40,000, go to this particular website of the civil service, register your name and everything, and they will remove the money from your salary, and then you get your rice. So that is very good move from them. Okay. Because you have to target the people you really want to sell to, not to go give it to the governor and at the end of the day, go and
Exactly. That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying.
They are coming out smart of it, okay? Because the governor might think they are powerful, but by the time they finish with them, go and write it down. In the next 2 months, they will pass that INEC conducting the local government election. They might even pass it that there is going to be a local government election in 1 day in Nigeria, maybe before the end of the year. Cancel all those ones that has been in the system before. So the federal government is also not stupid. That way, you already checkmate them very well. Because the way Makinde is taking this thing in his own hand is not good at all. The local government chairman are now saying in your state, all of them come together and say, no, we trust our Makinde, so you should collect that money on our, you should manage the money on our behalf. But unfortunately for Makinde, your state people have started rising against him. That is not going to happen. That they are warning all the chairmen, do you want to go to jail? This is Supreme Court judgment. Why do you have to give the money to your governor again? The money is supposed to be yours to take care of the local people or your environment. Do a lot of
you see what we are, Remy, you see now what we are saying about.
Of course, I know that some of these governors are. I'm totally disappointed in that market. I can't believe that.
Yeah. Wait. This is what we have been saying. That even some of the problem is in our hands, because that thing you just said now, the people are supposed to fight right from the local, the local government. Your chairman has no right to say that autonomy that has been given to your local government is now going to dash it back to the state government. He has no right. So that's where we want people to begin to agitate. That's where we want people to begin to protest.
That is all what I was saying before. Instead of you go and protest in Abuja alone or whatever, go to your state and go and protest against them. They did not hear. Somebody just teleguiding them like they are Momo people. And those ones, I know this thing will happen. Most of these diaspora people instigating them, go for it. We'll be sending money to you in Nigeria. We'll be buying you what do you call it? Airtime. Richard card. We'll make it here live.
Nigerian diasporans, man. Some of them, like.
Do you know the funniest part of it, Mike? The international community, you think before they go and see what is happening in London now. The way they are looting, the way they were fighting, their riot is even more. Come see people, they turn down the vehicle of police people run away.
Is it the white? Is it the white British that are?
Yeah, so they already knifed more than 3. The protest in London is 3 protests in one time. There is anti-immigration. That is one. Number two, they are also fighting among Islamic and some country. They brought their way of life, like all those Islamic countries like Pakistan and the
I
rest.
heard the biggest mall the biggest mosque in the world is in London.
So they are so you yesterday two groups opposing each other, police in the middle, the Islamic one on the left, so many people. And
the Muslims are fighting back.
They are fighting back now because they were born there. They can speak like the British guys, and they didn't fight. Oh,
you know what? In America, you won't try to.
No, America is different now. You cannot. America does not.
You will get on the streets and be fighting the white Americans. Those ones are coming with their guns, man.
You think even
they will wet you. They will.
If Mike, if this protest that is happening in Nigeria is happening in America, don't you think you will have calling your national guard? They will have dispersed everybody.
No, what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is a group. Two groups start challenging each other in America.
They challenge
No.
Opposing side, the police in the middle. It was very funny, and it liked so a lot of.
So that's what I'm saying. Like in UK, they can do that where two groups trying to face fight on the street. America, they are the two. They will be blood battle. They will get bodies.
You cannot compare Europe with America. Europe is small countries, and sometimes they need more people for their development. And because they are not also populating like before, they need people to come and bridge that gap. And government is a continuity. So many of these guys are also in their police. I mean, they are serving, they are working as police officer, immigration, or something like that. If you have ever been to France also, you will see a lot of black Middle East people working for their police and immigration. You will see them there. So it's not easy because if you are not making children like before, you need people to come and work in your country. And that is number one problem in most European countries. And before they now open their door, now they're also complaining. These people are too many. But you don't want to do that kind of work. So they find themselves, it's a dilemma. So they don't know what to do sometimes. But what I'm just trying to say
it's not like Europe, they are confused now, man. They've looted the whole world. Now they have so much wealth. They don't know what to do again.
What I just want to say is that those international communities you are thinking you are going to call them to come and help you, they are also facing the same problem in their own country. England, the riot is so heavy. Why can't they say Nigerians, so come and help us? Who cares about Nigeria when they have their own problem in their own hand? Whether you shout from now to two, even if you kill yourself finally, they don't care you what happened there. Nigerians should have that one on their left hand or in their brain. The international community, each country have their own wahala. If they have not even solved their own wahala, you want them to come and solve your own wahala for you. Nobody cares.
Remy,
and I think, yeah.
Remy, sorry, this military takeover in Niger, what is the update? Are they doing better?
I don't know for them. I don't. After they have taken over from Niger or wherever they are, I mean, in Niger and the rest, I don't think they are form an alliance between that three countries. But I don't think, for example, in Burkina Faso, since they took over, there have been more than 4 counter coups. They want to oust the guy. The same thing in Niger. They are fighting among themselves. No visible development. So at the end of the day, that is not a good example. Nigeria, we have suffered under military rule for a long time. And anybody that is wishing Nigeria to go back to that kind of military rule, that person is not with his right senses. Because if it's military rule today, who bear anybody to be protesting like that? They will gun you down, nothing will happen. That's over. You are a dead meat, and it's over. And for the first time, we must give kudos to our security people. They really handle it professionally. You see those boys climbing on police armored vehicle. They are really professional now, okay? But I think they will stop them soon. They have to
I think also them. the NSAS experience also, gave them.
They manage it very well. To be frank, they really try to manage very well. But I think as from today, they will try to stop them because they have already imposed curfew in more than 4 or 5 states in the north, especially in the northwest. So by so doing, by the time they now open their place back to business,
You see that the ones doing the Russian flag and all that this thing. I think that's the core notes. That's not like
they
the
have
middle.
arrested
Not some,
28 of them already. 28 of
yeah.
them, they're still looking for them.
I think what the way those ones are viewing things is they're seeing what's going on in Niger. They have this mental belief that it's the Western countries that are controlling our leaders, and
Shebi,
we want so they want that union with those new Sahel countries.
and Mike, before it is the French that are drilling their uranium. Now it's the Russia that are taking it away and the Chinese. So what changed? From French to the Russian and the Chinese. What are you getting from them? Chinese might be very happy with you to help you construct some road and bridges, but the rest they take it back to their country. How many manpower or skill they do have in Niger? They don't really have a lot of people that are skillful like that. These places are the poverty in all of those countries. Come on, it's nothing to write home about. So when you look at it,
Africans have to be productive, learn how to make things, build things, manufacture things. So you don't have to be calling Russia to come or Chinese or France to come and be doing things for you. I think that's where they need to. That's the conversation they need to have with themselves. Even Nigerians, all these things we cry about. If we know how to produce what we consume, we won't be crying about all these
yeah.
problems.
One thing I just know is that if you want to be a successful country, every country have a period. There will be a period of sacrifice and pain. And if you look at all these developed countries that today they are quite successful, they went through bitter wars among themselves. They went through a lot of pains and sufferings before they were able to become. It's not that they just, some of them, it took them more than 100 years. I'm not saying that it should take more than 100 years for Nigeria, but if
you see this subsidy that they took off, right? It means, I mean, no matter how corrupt they even steal money, whatever, it means it will accelerate some infrastructural projects. You know?
Yes, of course. I told you about this.
So that's why to me, I don't live in Nigeria. So the hunger thing, I'm not saying to be selfish, but me, I'm just saying that when I go to Nigeria, what I always hate the most is the dilapidated infrastructure and just lack of good infrastructure. It just frustrates me, and I always wish they can just fix all those things, fix roads, put lights in place. That's what I want to see. You understand? And if those things are in place, a lot of us, I want to spend more time there, invest more in there, do things there. We'll be doing things there. That's the number one reason I even support this rural subsidy, because you can't continue with just using all your money to pay subsidy and no development is going on. People like me, I go back on road.
It is our people. When our people in conjunction with most of the construction company, do you know how many projects, contract, Umai have abolished or stopped? Because most of these contractors, they will collect money and they will tell you that when it's rainy season, they don't want to work. When it's dry season, they don't want to work. They did this in addition to push it to another budget. So they will now give you that, okay, because of inflation or whatever, the contract is no more 10 billion. It's supposed to be 30 billion. So that is what they have been doing years on for several years. But this government stopped it. So Umai started terminating their contract and no more review of contract. You've collected the money and we don't want to hear it's rainy season, we cannot work. It's dry season, we cannot work. Go there and work. So they are giving contract to people, to those construction companies that can do the job now. This guy, the minister, also tell Nigerian, if your company is of sound footing, come and bid for this contract. Call it on Nigerian company, come and bid for it. So Nigerian people like to complain, but when there is opportunity, those ones that are smart enough, they
don't mind them. They don't know how to do anything, but they want everything. Government can't even give you contract because none of you know how to build anything.
So this supplementary budget they passed, which is about half of it is for road infrastructure and for rail. And I think by the end of this month, they are going to start the highway from the Calabar end because they want to be doing it simultaneously together. But I can guarantee you that the one of Lagos end, that one will be ready next year. Probably by middle of next year, they will finish that one. And they will continue to pick it up from that one to State, to Ondo State, all the way to Edo. So if they can finish both of the Calabar end, which is a more road, about 142 kilometers, if they can finish that one in just 3 years' time, that'll be good. At least people can see it by themselves.
If the guy build everything in 3 years,
No, you cannot build it everything in 3 years, but in 8 years it's possible because these are concrete road. If you see the reinforcement, it's very high, more than 8 mm. So it's not a normal road that you just put sand together, put bitumen on top of it. No, they are using real cement, like you are making a decking of a house, and it's so high. So this is a road that will stand the test of time. I think what they are doing is really, really good. Okay, it's good.
Remio,
Yes, sir.
something I noticed from my state. You see this election that is coming.
Yeah.
Before, this allocation they sent to state, fuel subsidy removed, they now add a lot of percentage to it. Now big money is coming to the states. On the way to this election, it was very hot to all these governors because they now know that the one that will be wait first. The one that will be
I will make you laugh now.
yeah, the one that will be coming now, definitely with all these things, definitely he will be richer than Obaseki.
Yes.
But since they all heard that Tinubu has already has already got the money to do, now want to give part of it to, what do you call them, the local government, this thing. The thing is no more hot like that again, because they are not looking at it like, hey, what am I going to do there?
I don't want to walk. This one will be too much for me, okay? Like we said before, it was easy. Do you know that last week they humiliated Obaseki in London? Do you see the video? They don't.
No, I've not seen it.
Obaseki went to London, and those people saw him, and they were shouting, "Holy thief!" They are running after him everywhere in London. So you see,
yeah, I've not watched it.
Maybe if you check it on YouTube, maybe you can find it. So you see, I think at the end of the day, from now on, people will hold their governor and look at. Do you know that?
You know one thing I saw Edo people do the last
they're in trouble.
governor's election. That was so impressed.
They're in trouble.
Look at comment chairman. People are already waiting for them. That if you like, don't do my road. I will go to your house and beat you. See how people are very mean for them, because now that they
hey, Remy, you remember? Can you? Remember the last election in those states, like the one they all rally behind Obaseki. Like, okay, the people of Edo rally behind him now. That last election, to put him in power, make sure he won. I'm like, why can't they do the same thing this election and find like just just look for the right person, one of the best of Edo, best brain from Edo State, and just rally and say, let's do the same thing again, but this time we'll put the right person.
He cannot do that anymore. He fought with everybody that helped him in that Edo. Fought with everybody, even the PDP leader that helped him.
I don't think you get my point. I think you got my point.
I got your point that why can't you put the right person there or something? I mean,
no, I'm saying the way they all jump behind, like come together as a people and jump behind and make sure you won. Why can't they do the same thing and find a person?
Mikey, they cannot do the same thing because let me tell you,
That one was a gang up. You know, when we want to do ote, when we want to do ote, we can. It's very
what
easy.
is
People
what
can.
I'm thinking?
No, I mean, to me, what I see is that, I mean, people demonstrate their power. But now, do it, I mean, now that you know that you have power, then among yourself,
They
let's find
cannot.
someone.
Let me tell you, it's just like this protest. You know that this protest is ote. Is about enmity. You understand what I'm saying? It's about enmity.
Okay, so the only time we know how to
And
get together is when we want to do an image.
exactly. That,
Yes, it's
you know why it was a sympathy thing that they did for Obaseki that time because of the problem he was having with Oshomole.
Yeah, they all.
You understand? They wanted to, so they wanted to prove a point. They wanted to use it to prove a point. That was what they did.
but that
So
one,
this
that's
time,
what Obaseki did in Edo. Is like he humiliated all the Edo people. Everybody that supported him, they think he should come in and do the right thing. Now they regretted it.
that's what no. That let me tell you, when Yoruba people used to say, "Into panyupo no loma tunyika." You understand? It was not it was what actually bind them together at that time was not actually something good. You understand? It wasn't for the benefit of the people, of them. They just wanted to prove a point by saying, okay, we don't want
It's going to be
we
Lagos.
don't want this what
Simba, you are gone.
Did we all see? Hello, hello.
We can hear it. Go ahead, Dorothy. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Did you all heard Boba Sojo talking that saying that the fuel importers that they did not want Dangote to succeed. So it is now that they know
Don't
that the
mind
fuel
that
importers they
about
don't want
that
Dangote.
about Agbaya
And Baba was one. And Baba was one of those people that was saying that the refineries will never work. They already told him the refineries will never work. So did you see what we are going through in that? Well, Baba himself knew that these guys are. Another thing, another twist to it is that I commented on a comment on Facebook not too long, about 2 hours or 3 hours ago, and the guy happens to be an obedient person. So, and the guy acknowledged the fact that um, what Baba said was actually right. So
which
he believed that Obasanjo,
Baba,
that what
let me tell
Obasanjo
you,
said is
that
right.
man,
Now,
Let Dorothy finish.
Dorothy,
so
that man,
I was not telling him. I love Dr. So what
go
I'm
ahead,
saying
go
is
ahead.
this: Baba already knew. You see, I was talking to some people in over here, Nigerians, that they're saying, no, Tinubu shouldn't have removed that subsidy. You see, one thing I really applaud is that God not to change that thing. Look at what happened. Day first day he said he was not changing. They are coming out one by one to come and support. Because technically it's a support day, it's a support. They are saying that the people that when he was saying it there, that some people wanted this thing. Jonathan said it also. Buhari said they crushed Buhari. Buhari could not do anything. Also for political reasons. Because if Buhari had done it, I can tell you, Tinubu will not come
Let
into power.
me tell you,
So,
Dorothy, hold on. What
yes,
um Buhari did not do anything for that country. I'm very sorry to say. What Buhari was doing, is just like, let me just palliate you people. This is the way you want it. You want to me to just be spoon feeding you. You understand? He was busy just borrowing money. He was not doing anything critical to change anything in that country. He was not doing anything. Oh, so you want subsidy? Okay, I'll continue with the subsidy. You want naira to be at 500 or 400 naira. Okay, I will continue subsidizing, and he was busy borrowing money. As at the time Buhari was leaving that government, even by January of 2023, we knew what happened. You understand? Let me tell you, if Tinubu did not take all those two key policies that he did, that country will have collapsed. Believe me, Nigeria will have collapsed because
You are
it
right.
was
You
not
are right.
sustainable. It was not sustainable. All those, but our people, I don't know why it's so difficult for people to see that. It was not sustainable. What all those things that Buhari was doing, they are not sustainable. But our people cannot see it. And I can't say most people cannot see it. People, because of sycophancy, because of hypocrisy, when we even see the right thing, we'll be saying deliberately be saying the wrong thing.
Simba,
You understand?
Simba, I think the reason why they also got away with Buhari like that is that Buhari knowledge about economic is shallow. But how if you are an economist, if you are an economist, you cannot go to the front of Tinubu and be telling rubbish because this guy already knows what you are talking about. He has it on his hand. So,
Let me tell you, Remy.
So, but Buhari, when they go to him, he will just tell you, okay, go and do it. And that is the way they continue to change the system. He does not know. But Obasanjo use Agbari. Obasanjo use Agidi everything. Not that Obasanjo know about economy like that. But
He didn't get anything done now. It is Agidi, he did not do anything. He didn't, in that of it, in the of the panel, he didn't do anything.
During his time, ego is too much. It's like power is intoxicated by power. That is
It's military now.
Military.
That's why we must not vote anything. Anybody that has military background, we must not vote anything. Military or paramilitary background. Make Nigerian I've been telling people, we must by any means, because Buhari should be the last one. Anybody that have served in the police, you have served in the police before, you have served in the military before, forget it. Or if I need to forget it. Because that's the only way we can work in
custom, like
even
our
custom.
He's making noise now.
Honestly, it was Jonathan that introduces freedom of expression, freedom of speech to Nigeria. I will lie because during the Obasanjo time, or during the military era, everybody be fear president. Nobody want fear president. When Jonathan came, he allowed people to talk to him anyhow. People meet, I kind of praise the guy for that.
Do you want to die?
Nigeria we don't become spoiled people now. Everybody just talk anyhow about it. I say, man, now that I realize the black man don't need to deserve freedom, man. Black man, the iron fist. He's supposed to be the real black man.
Mike, I kind of partly agree with what you are saying. There was day I was saying that every year we are sending thousands of people to the National Youth Service. Why can't we use 3 months out of their service or 6 months to help use them for farming? People are saying when you are doing your home, are you?
I beg, Remy, you have been saying this. Forget it. Let me tell you, the issue. No. You know why? Let me tell you. Me, I cannot actually agree on anything that will come from government when it comes to production, when it comes to business. Nigerian government cannot do any business successfully. Okay, you said they should put the issue. Okay, who will be the supervisor?
Let me build it and then you answer me. First, like this guy is asking all the governors to give him about 500 acres of land, each state. And then when you look at the southern people,
let me tell you, all those ones is all that kind of let me just I can bet you that that one will just be another a wasteful adventure. Believe me, wasteful adventure.
What I'm trying to say is this: the federal government asks the state, give us 500 acres of land. If you really want to say the truth, Simba, the majority of the people working in the northwestern farmland, are they not these Amadiari boys? Are they not the ones they are pushing there? Are they pushing their own children that they send to university or wherever? Are they working in the farm? So is it not form of slavery
Let me
also?
let me let me let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Remy. I am in the North Central.
Mhm.
You understand?
Yes, I
Most
know.
of the Almanjiris, they don't do family.
So what do they do?
They just loitering around. You will be the one that they will be the one that
So
will be picking. Let
okay.
me
Thank you.
let me
What
finish
are
now.
we
You are
to
asking a
them?
question. Don't just you ask a question now. Let me finish now. They will be pushing all those I don't know, this thing that they used to push to pick ions all around. You understand? They just do, or they do security job. Those are the things that they do. The Hausas, the Almanjiris, the core people that actually work are the North Central people, the Benue people, the Tarabas, the Bauchi,
I agree.
the Plateau, and they are Christian. They are not even the Muslim. We have them here. They are very plenty. They are the one working on our farm.
Okay,
The
Simba, let
Almajiri,
me
they are
ask you.
lazy. They are
Oh,
lazy.
so
They cannot farm.
this Amajari is that they have nothing to do and they are in their millions. Because you said Awusa, they are in their millions in the northwest and also in the northeast. What are we going to do about them? What should they do? What kind of solution do you prefer for this more
I
than
already said it now, but Prince Daddy
I you said they
disagree
did
with
not
you.
agree with fine. You said I also need to, I don't know what can we do? I think they are the one running around, 10-year-old, 12-year-old. They just tell them go there, go and burn it down. Nobody.
Remy, do you know during the time of slave trade, do you know that those kind of people, they will sell them to the white people, to take them to Caribbean or America. You don't know that?
I'm not subscribing to that. My
No, that
own
I'm just telling you what used to happen. Like when the Oyibo used to come to Africa to buy slaves, who do you think the Africans were selling?
what I
You
would
know,
have
people
done,
people they look the hold on now, the Obas, they just look in society, they look for the people they are not doing anything, they don't have any value. They just okay, carry this one, they go.
my
That's the people they were
solution.
selling now.
My solution to that problem is this, because majority of the people there are farmers and they have a big farmland. If their governors are proactive enough in conjunction with the federal government, why not build a big hostel? And that hostel, everybody, 2 people in the room, and you have a lot of recreational facility for them when they come back from their farmland, like table tennis, football pitch, everything. Food will be served free for them 3 times in a day, and they will be given stipend at the end of the month. But once they reach, if they are between the age of 7 and 15, they can also go to school in that community. By so doing, you are educating them and you are also putting them
Me,
to use.
Kuma, I made one comment earlier
I
on.
will do this. I will also do the same thing in the southern part of Nigeria because most of our
The issue here, when we
let me finish. In the southern part of Nigeria too, I will also do the same thing because our youth are very lazy now. It's just about polos and Ashewo or whatever they are doing. You have to force the people to work because if you don't do that, we have a huge population of youth. The other time they're asking our some simple math question, they cannot even answer. Everything is already declining. How can you say cut off for JAMB is 140 for God's sake? Continue, Mr.
Remy, me, I will not do as if I'm Tinubu. And I know it because even that refinery that the people, put a letter refinery work. I've never seen that since I grew up. I've never seen those refinery work. I've never seen them. Every time all successful government will come and say they put money there, the thing will never work. Nigerian government cannot do business. So the best thing, if not because of the shenanigans of all these TUC, NLC, the best thing to do is to sell those refineries so that Nigerians will not even talk about put our refinery to work. As if they put the refinery to work, the petrol, they'll be selling the petrol for free or for 100 naira. So that is one. Then so when we know that we look at our antecedents, all the businesses that government has been doing has been failing. Then I cannot now go and be doing another business in the name of saying I want to do farming. No. What I will do is to encourage private investor to actually invest in this thing. All these youth that you are saying, that if you come to Ilorin now, come and see thousands of them that were employed in fish farming. You understand? Private people can employ these so-called youth that you are talking about, and they will manage them better than government.
I've been thinking about this. Honestly, I want to invest like in farming, and I like not because I want to be rich, but just to create some kind of indoor opportunity or just something, I
Don't
don't
worry.
know much about
I
agriculture,
can
so
play a consultant
but
for
since
you.
you're already into that, like me and some I like this to do now. So
I
you
can
have to
be a
let people talk.
consultant,
Go ahead, go ahead.
manage for you, okay? I can manage for you.
You
Just
say?
bring it up. I can manage. I can be a partner, manage a consulting partner, manage for you, and Simba will do the work.
No, no. That's not where me approach business. I don't approach business.
I'm kidding. You want to go to farming, right?
I want to study.
Let him say what he want to do now. Don't put it in his mouth. He's talking. Let him say what he wanted.
What I'm saying, I want to study the whole agricultural thing, the processes, just get a study of it, and then I'm considering investing like if it's just to get a full understanding of it, because I'm not an agricultural person, man. I don't know much about agriculture, but just to get a big picture of it. I mean, the fundamentals is clear, like okay, fish, but the deeper side of it, I want to understand it, and then I just want to picture how to somehow to, because to me, agriculture is the easiest way to produce. Is the easiest area where you can get productivity going, where I can just have a bunch of people just doing something. And then from there, I can even expand further. And then if it's just produce and just export it to America and receive it here and supply places, whatever it is. But one thing I want for sure is once that is set up, I will make sure the workers work their ass off, man. No, not these lazy people. I just want to put them to work, honestly. And the goal is not really for me to be rich. The goal is just for me to see that people are doing something, because we can't really wait for government to do all these things now. It's really supposed to be us that's making these things happen. You understand? This whole farmland thing. It's not. We sit around, we see farmland
That's why,
everywhere.
Mike. That was why I was telling Remy. Let us assume that what Remy is saying. That, okay, government comes to, let's say, assume that okay, Kwara State now, they give him, let's say, 100 hectares of land. And the government, okay, put everything there, seed, put all the input and everything. You don't understand the mentality of an average Nigeria. Nobody will have ownership of that thing. They will just see it as it's government. Believe me, they will not pick one grain from that farm. One grain like this, you will not see from that from those farms.
Trust me.
Nigerians will steal it.
If
they
I'm
will
running,
steal it. They will steal the input. They will steal the output. It will be a bad business.
Dr. Zimba, Dr. Zimba, I differ from Mike's way of doing it. Agriculture has gone beyond that level, Mr. Mike. Let me tell you, I'm an agricultural person, get it, and by God's grace, I mean, you don't need to even work them out. You see, our problem is
what?
actually not
I
really
didn't hear you.
you don't really need to work them out. I have somebody, if anybody wants to invest in agriculture right now in Nigeria, I have a link that I
No,
can
what do
share
you
with you.
understand by
But
what
I
he made
mean,
when he's made that statement, Dorothy? Don't say that. What do you understand by
what I mean,
working them out?
what I mean is this: there are smart ways
What do
of
you
doing
understand by
agriculture.
his statement? What do you understand by that statement?
We put in a large amount of acreage, and we have people flourishing on the land, doing the one thing or the other. I'm saying that we can even go better by deploying greenhouse technology, smart houses, with just checking money. with just not too much money. With just about 4 million naira, you can set up a good greenhouse that will serve you for the next 10 to 15 years. I have people that are with me, right? If anybody wants to invest in agriculture in Nigeria, just contact me. I'll give you some of the links. So what I'm trying to say is most of the food that we even produce, we lose them after during harvest. We don't harvest as much. We don't produce. Our land doesn't give us as much as it's supposed to give us. When the one that it gave us, we still lose it to post-harvest losses. So what the reason why in food production you have affordability, quality, and security. So in our case, we won't achieve food security because the quantity is not there, and we are not able to add value to what we are producing, and that's why we are still having a lot of post-harvest losses. So if we are able to deploy some of these smart ways of doing this agriculture, then we can go into full-scale manufacturing. I mean, food processing, value addition. That is what will put us on the platform, on a global platform. Let me give you an example. The Igbos like this. They like this. Their what do you call it? Palm fruit. The way they normally used to make this soup. That is normally
Banga soup.
yes, this palm banga soup. You know that it's already in can. It's already in the can. You can can it. It's already canned. So a whole lot of things that we can do. That's where and we build other sectors. Like for example, that canned fruit. Look at it. Look at the value chain. The farmers that
Can't put
produce it
a
today. Fruit. Do you know today? Presco Oil Nigeria declared a profit of 20 billion naira. Presco Oil declared a profit of 20 billion naira. And it's a stock exchange listed company. The same thing with Okumu Oil also. In fact, Presco has gone to the level that they are even buying oil palm plantations in Ghana. They are investing in Ghana right now. So what we are supposed to work on is how do we add value? Look at it, the can that they are going to use, the plastic or can that they are going to use. If we fix our steel industry, we bring in the steel.
Hey, Dorothy,
work
it out first. I'm presenting and we do it. All this talk thing that we do. We're supposed to do this. We're supposed to do that. Work it out.
What I'm saying is that you said.
I say work it out, work the whole process out, work it out, and then you discuss it, and then we do it. It's not all this. We are supposed to do this. We are supposed to do that.
I'm working on something. I'm working on something.
You hear me say that I want to put money into something. I don't know if I say I want to.
I'm working on something.
So what I don't want to hear we are supposed to do this. Just tell me something, work out the something, and then you present it, and then we can see it. I can say, okay, we'll go from there. It's not like just be giving pipe dreams of.
I will work out. Like for example, let me give an example for you to know that we have gone. Nigeria is also not sitting. Like for example, in the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta now there. You know that you can raise birds in your home. You are at home and you are brooding birds at the farm. So you can control the temperature by which you brood your chicken.
Check the private chat section.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might be interested in you and contacting you directly. That's a very good move.
Yeah.
And I'm using this opportunity. Sorry, Dorothy, because there's one guy that is insulting me on the comment section. Your name is Derek Hodge. There's a link above what you are typing. Click on the link and come up the platform and say your own instead of insulting me. I've not been talking like blah 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 blah. You have been talking about maybe you sometimes I don't know what you guys have in mind. Instead of typing till you die, why don't you come on board and say your own contribution instead of insulting people? Thank you. If you are hearing me, please come on board. Click on the link and come and say your contribution. At least you are not a little man. Dorothy can continue.
So as I was saying, so this thing that agriculture has gone to a level whereby you can check the soil pH using your phone, your smartphone. Like the students of agriculture right now, these guys are moving into. Nigeria is not sitting. At least UNAB is the best university in agriculture right now in Africa, and the 7th best in the world in agricultural technology. I mean agricultural research. And one of the problems that we're having is that, assuming the government places priorities on agriculture, we will have done better than this. Do you know that Nigeria has the largest arable land in Africa? And 8 or 9 globally, arable land that is
More than
suitable for
Congo.
agriculture.
More than
So
Congo.
I'm telling you, when I say arable land, it means it has access to what good water, and also if you pass it through irrigation, it will produce, and the level of contaminants is also reduced, probably due to, because we have not been able to tap many of our mineral resources on a large scale like that. So the number of land that we have can be used for agriculture, that is suitable for agriculture, is the largest in Africa. I'm telling you. So, and we are not putting this to do, and we are hearing Ebin Pamio. Do you know, I spoke to my sister, who happens to be a double graduate of agriculture at the college level and at the university. I said, what are you talking about? You can make money. And right now she don't understand what I'm talking about. Yes.
Sorry to interject you. In the beginning of this program, before I went to sleep, one man showed a video in which they put maybe 6 or 7 tomatoes at 100 naira per piece. So what is really going on? At 100 naira for 5 or 6 tomatoes, and just about 2 months ago, somebody came on this platform, the same 5 or 6 tomatoes, they are selling it for 5,000 naira or 2,000 naira. So how come now it's 100 naira? So I don't get it. Within a space of 2 months, from a price of almost 2,000, and now it's 100 naira. What is going on?
It's the middlemen. The middlemen are the one killing us. The middlemen, they are our problem in that country. And one of the problems, the reason why they are our problem is because we do not have a mechanism, a better mechanism,
It's
by
not
which we convert some of these excess products into final products.
It's not really the middlemen. They have their own issue also. They contributed to it, but you know what you see when you say, okay, something 2 months ago it was selling for, let's say, 2,000 naira. Now this month is selling for 100 naira. Then you should be crying for the farmers. You know why? By the time they are selling at this 100 naira, that means they're already selling at loss. At this time, if we have good storage facilities, the excesses that we have now, we're supposed to be storing it. Because let me tell you, we are just enjoying it for the meantime now. After a while, the price will go up again.
But
you understand? So if we can just hold on, let me finish. If we can store the excess now and maintain the price probably at maybe at the middle, you understand? Maybe that will be profitable to the farmers. Remy, I'm telling you, the farmers are not making money. All these things that you people are saying on this platform is a lie.
I'm not talking about the farmers. The question I will ask you is this: is it true that these middlemen will just buy everything off the farmers? They will buy it.
It's true. Let me tell you, it's true. I'm an agripreneur when I was in Nigeria, so I understand what you are saying. They will come and frustrate you. They will buy your beds. They will buy your produce.
Not at a very big premium. Not at a very big premium. Because if I am a farmer too, and I sell it for you for 20 naira, and before I can close my eyes, you are selling 2,000 naira in the market. I will blame myself.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Because you cannot be doing that as a farmer. Let me give you, for example, if I produce, let's say, 5 tons of fish, that means 5,000 kilograms of fish. I'll be looking for somebody to come and buy it from me as a farmer.
Yes.
You understand? Because I cannot also do. There are some people that are doing it too, and I think that should be the way. If you want to survive as a farmer, you have to be the farmer and you have to be the middleman at the same time.
You understand? Smoke it by yourself.
You cannot smoke. How much? What are you? How many? What is the quantity that you can smoke?
Dr. Ziba.
You understand?
Let me bring
farmer that will produce 20 tons. That's 20,000 kilograms. How
Yeah,
will
I
you
know, I
smuggle
know, I
that?
know, I know tons very well. So continue.
You understand? Okay, let me
Um,
give you,
um,
for example, now. Presently,
Mm.
egg in Nigeria now, there is glut. Farmers are looking for people that will buy their egg.
Really? But there's scarcity of egg
Believe
in
me.
Ibadan now.
Eh?
There's scarcity of egg in Ibadan.
There is no
And
scarcity of egg in Ibadan. Don't let anybody deceive you. Who's giving you that?
so why can't the
So
price crash?
the farmers are now the middlemen now, and it's only when the supply is now we have people, maybe because people cannot afford it or whatever. Now the
it's
middlemen are
affordability,
now
more of
taking their
affordability.
no, let me tell you, not availability. I have been in that industry
Affordability.
for long.
I said affordability,
There are
not
certain
availability.
that before
People cannot afford.
during the hot season, that's when we used to have this, because they cannot preserve it for long. It can easily get spoiled during the hot season. But now it comes at any time of the year. In fact, usually it comes once in a year before, once in 2 years. But now you can even have
Yes.
like 2 or 3 times happening,
Why is
two or
that?
three.
You see, because more people are going to poultry. Why is that kind of situation?
People are living and see. So
You know
and that
another
is
thing I
what I'm
noticed,
speaking
Simba.
to.
People are living in the rural area, moving into the urban area, and a massive. Like I always notice, like all these cities, Oshogbo, all these cities. Some years ago, when I go there, the population wasn't that much. But it's like every year I go, more people, more
You
people.
are right, Mike.
Everybody's just
If
living.
I go to
And when
my
people live in
village
rural
now,
area, they are living farm
let me,
culture, farm
Mike.
job to come and be looking for service work. Yeah?
Anytime I go to my village, the population of my village has actually declined. In fact, in the 80s, believe me, in the late 70s, 80s, when we were growing up, the population then was more than what we used to have today. Most of the lands that we used to farm those days, nobody is using it for anything now. Nothing is happening on those lands.
So where are they? They are go to Ibadan.
They move to the city now to go and be looking for
nothing they are doing in the city also.
And there's nothing now. They just looking for trading work and they become poverty and become destitute. Most of them become destitute.
So
And
for me, Dorothy, what and that was why I didn't actually agree with that model that Remy was talking about. Government should go and cultivate. Let me tell you, what government needs to do is to maybe improve our storage facilities, probably take most of these farm produce from the farmer. We have a lot of people. Okay, look at what Mike just said now. He said he's ready to invest in agriculture if the environment is conducive. If he knows that he's not going to lose his money, even if he's not making money, but he's not even going to lose his money, he's ready to invest in that. But the way it is being practiced now, you understand, a government should not go and put money and say they want to be cultivating land on their own. It's going to be a colossal waste. They will just wait. Nothing will come out of it. And bet it. Okay, look at what Buhari did during his own time. What do you get from it? All the money that the central bank was saying that distributing to the farmer. Nigerians will never let their things work. Everybody sees it like their own share of the cake.
They
You
collected
understand?
the money and go and do whatever they like.
What exactly? And nobody returned the money.
They won't. This student loan fund, some people, their parents can pay school fees, and they deliberately collect money from their parents they did not pay. And they sell story to the now fund, they are unable to pay. So they are getting that loan now, which they borrow from the government, and the money they collected as school fee from their own parents, they pocket it. Because they think that in future, when they start working, there's maybe another government will have come in, so it's a free money for them. So the mindset is there, and the orientation is totally terrible from the beginning. I understand what you are trying to say. You make a very good point. But at the same time, we have land, a lot of land uncultivated.
Let me tell you, in the private people, if you see, there are so many companies that have farms in Nigeria.
Olam, I know Olam very well. Olam, they have a very big farm. There are so many companies that have farms in Nigeria. You
Even your
understand?
so-called Baba Obasanjo have more than 12 farms in Nigeria, all over the federation. I
Uh-huh.
know,
In fact,
three of
most
his
of
farms very well.
most of the retired military men in Nigeria are into farming. You understand? So we have people that are ready to invest. The only thing that
Simba, why are they
eh,
not selling their product to Nigeria? Why are they exporting it?
are you saying why are you saying they should export? If you produce, are you not going to make profit? Is it not a
I'm not,
business that you are doing?
so
Is there anything, if I can export my product outside and make more money, do you think I cares about
I
Nigerians?
think the government should compel them to sell 50% of their.
You cannot compel people now. What are you saying? What do you, why should government compel somebody, or I tell
Remy, my embarrass Ogun State on this platform. You don't, so I don't know. What do you
Àìṣe
mean?
kówó wa náà ni wọ́n jí tó fi kó fáàmù yìí làwọn bàbá
Yeah,
lọ́dọ̀ bàbá burúkú yìí.
you can't mandate that they must sell to local now. It doesn't work that way.
I understand, but ìgbà tí bí dem pa wọn kó when they are crying of hunger, I think we have to find home solution.
But if you have a joint venture in that sector, right? Maybe mechanized farming where the government provides the land and some other things, then as part of the bargaining, whatever, like the Dangote or other PPP enterprise, you can put a clause in that they have to give you part of the. You can make that deal. But if they have to be the one to invest their funds to cultivate the land, build the roads that leads to the farm and everything, then you can't tell them who to sell to. Okay.
But what I'm trying to say that I'm not talking about other farmers, but all those our retired generals. That most of the money they siphoning from the government. Everybody knows.
How can you be thinking this way? What are you saying? So if they stole the government money, then they should be compelled.
Simba for the short term, in the short term, Nigeria, the purchasing power, cannot match the price of this food like before. Can the federal government compel these big farmers, whether they stole the money or not, that part of your product, just to help the national cause, to help Nigerians, so even if 20% or 25% of your produce, sell it in Nigeria first. What
you are saying now, what you are making the suggestion, how does it sound to even you? If you are the farmer and somebody just come to you, you invest your money, and you said they should compel you.
What I'm trying to say is this: you are looking at it from the business angle. You are right, 100%. But in terms of that, in the problem we have at present, that a lot of people complain about hunger, and you said that throwing money at it is not the right cause. And the people there are complaining that they don't have food and they don't have money to eat food. All of these people, they are our past leaders. And they have a lot of farm all over the country. Why can't they also sacrifice for the nation? Try to say, okay, what I'm getting from my farm, 20% of it, I will sell at affordable price to the Nigerian government. And the Nigerian government, in turn, will now at least sell it to their own people. So that at least we find solution to the problem in our hand. So when we have
Remy, okay, you tell me the incentive.
The incentive
government, listen, government has to provide some incentive for me to want to sell my half or quarter of my produce locally.
Maybe government can probably give them.
No, Remy is based on an assumption that they stole the money. They got the money from the government.
I want to know they are good hearts. They will not sell to the local market.
Papati has a very good question. I can give them tax rebate for 1 year, tax free for 1 year or 2 years. At least there is something that federal government
tax free for what?
For 1 year from their income tax. At least they pay tax every year. They are
nobody pay tax on agriculture in Nigeria. It's free. Nobody pay tax on agriculture.
So they have everything free, and they use their money.
What do you mean by everything free? For the fact that you're not paying tax, it makes you that. Why are you talking like this, Remy?
So Simba, no. Listen carefully. I am not saying they have a right to sell their product to whoever they want, but we are in a serious crisis today. You as Simba, let's assume you are General Obasanjo. What are you doing to help Nigeria? And you have all those farms. litter all around the country. Not one. No, in Ibadan, he has about 4. In Oyo, he has about 2. He has so many in East, in North, everywhere. If you are Obasanjo, what will you do? You have all these big farms, and your people are crying, being power. What are you going to do? At least you have ruled them before. What are you going to do? You are Obasanjo. Put yourself in that position, or Danjuma, all those big people that they have all these big farms. What are you going to do to help the populace?
I don't buy that your idea, because they are private people now. They are not in government, and they are not getting free money from
This is
anybody.
not about private
So you
people
cannot
now.
be
This
saying
is
that
about
you cannot force people to
I'm not
sacrifice
forcing you. I'm
for
just
the people.
asking you a good question. You have the opportunity. You have a lot of farm produce. You are still continue to make your
Which
money.
opportunity?
Let me tell you, you are producing, you are exporting your product everywhere. That means your income does not really change. You are still making your money, whether one way or the other. Now your country, the country you have served before, that you have opportunity to become their president and the head of state. And these your children are
That
crying.
one should, let me tell you, that should come out of their own free volition, not
Okay,
you
out of your own
compelling
free
them.
volition too.
Not you compelling them to do it.
I'm not
And if
complaining.
they decide that they are not going to do it, to me, I don't see it as a problem.
I'm not saying it's a problem too. I'm just trying to say, out of your own goodwill, you are General Obasanjo, you have been exporting all your produce to abroad, and your children, at least they are your children, they are
To
crying
me,
to you.
to me, for them to even have those farms and they employ people and people are actually benefiting from it, to me, it's more than enough.
So you think that they should not do nothing at this present crisis time that we have to help the populace? That is what you are saying. So now the reason why I asked you that question is that I also want you to know the kind of leaders you have also. The mindset you also have, even if you are also a president or you are in that position too, that you export all your farm produce abroad. At the end of the day, I don't think you also help the others. You also think that I'm paying
What you are proposing is not in the economy. Is not in anywhere in any part of the. So what you are saying, you are talking about charity. Charity is not part of. Is not taught in economy. So what is not? It cannot be a suggestion to a solution.
I understand
It
you, but we
cannot
are
be.
saying we are in
Don't say
crisis.
it. Don't say it. It doesn't sound well. So don't continue saying
Really?
charity is not an economic measure.
So you can see now clearly that when you say it's not an economic measure, why are all those big companies?
Is it sustainable? Why are you looking at something that is not sustainable?
No, listen. Just give me 20 seconds. What I'm proposing is not that you are going to do it all your lifetime. Even if you are going to do it for 1 or 2 months, I can see that even in America and the rest, there is a lot of organizations that always help the needy and the poor all over the world. They don't care where your country is. Now we are talking about the same country that you live in, and you have opportunity to be their leader, and you have opportunity to have all those farmland. And you are telling me because you employ them is enough. You don't want to do any kind of help. We are not telling you to help them for all their lifetime. Just from part of what you get from your land, give it to these poor people so that at least some of them will have a respite. But you condemn it. I don't know.
I didn't see what you are just saying. To me, no, I'm very sorry to say, is not in any measure to even to solve any problem. You cannot, even those organizations that you are talking about in the Western world, they can go and buy food and start giving people free food. But I will not be doing business and say, okay, I want to be using my business for charity. It is never done. It's a business. If I make profit, I can say, okay, this profit, I can set aside this amount for charity. Yes, it sounds reasonable. But can I be? Okay, you will expect Dangote now and say, okay, I'm donating this, I'm giving you this cement for free.
Of your produce, I did not say 100%. I even said 20%, even 10%. Even 10%.
Are you sure? Are you even sure that they are even making money? Because if you don't, you understand, you want to ruin their business.
Let me
You
see this.
understand?
Let me see this. Dr. Simba. I already sent my number. So if you want to contact me, you can contact me through that number. So then another thing I want us to look at is this. It's not actually easy for the government to actually do many of these things. Most of the time, we have series of stories that governors we put in a lot of money into so many projects, and his predecessor will look the other way around. Nigerians have that problem of continuity. So that's why it's a bit difficult for somebody to actually do that. Now, let's now look at it this way. Look at what this guy is doing in Oyo State. Makinde. The government can provide a platform through which a kind of land, like they are saying, provide land, let private investors come in and do their thing. Then you can also look at it this way. It might not be the rich people alone. Just like Dr. Simba said the other time, that the government normally gives a particular space where they will clear for people to use, and probably can pay some little land charge or something to the government and let them do their thing and let them have access to some few subsidies in terms of production, that is the implements, the tractor and some other thing that they will have access to. They might also have a subsidy at that level. So but that you want to do full government doing things, it has never worked in Nigeria because of the mindset that we have. Now, there's another point. That's my point, and that is how it's being done in developed world. So sometimes the government might do some little scale of his own personal thing, but it might not go on a large scale like that. You can just support people to do this work, put them
Sometimes
together.
when we even
So
see what our leaders are saying, sometimes you'll be wondering whether they even have brain. How can you say your
we don't have
governor
brain at
should
all.
give you land for you to come and cultivate? And who is going to manage those things? They will, in fact, it is dead.
They
That
won't manage
kind
it
of
very well.
program is dead on arrival. Dead on arrival.
They
DOA.
normally do it actually on a small level, but not on a large scale like that. So another thing that Mike was talking about something the other time.
Unless maybe
We know
we
we have
don't
been
have the
talking on
details,
this platform.
or maybe directly, maybe we don't have the details on how they want to go about. But if they want to go at it full scale, they are the one that they will be the owner of the farm. It will be a total failure. Total failure.
It should be a disaster. It should be a disaster. The private sector will have to come in at a point. That's what they are doing in Oyo State. Oyo State
If they
has given us.
cultivate those land, as you said, and then they start giving it to people, okay, come and take this one, and you'll be the one managing it from the beginning to the end. Fine.
Exactly. No,
Okay,
they can actually do it.
let me give you a
They are doing
model.
it in the north.
Let me even give you a model.
They are
Let me
doing it
give
in the
you a
north.
model that Osun State did during Aregbesola. You understand? They will give them all the inputs. You understand?
Yes, I
But
know
you will
that.
be the one that
I'm
will
very,
do the
very.
work. You
Yeah,
understand?
I know that. I
You will
have a
do the
lot of
work.
friends. In
Then
fact, those
the
people that
government will
coordinated it
now be the one that will buy your produce.
back.
Once they buy your produce, they will remove their money, the input that they give you, and the remaining money belongs to you. You understand? So people are encouraged to put in a lot of effort so that they know that if, let's say, government invested 100,000 and you make 150,000, they will give you your 50,000 because you are the one that did the work. What the government is interested is getting that 100,000, and they will be the one buying the food. Government cannot decide, okay, the food or your production, or this is how much we want to be selling it to his people. That model to me
Old
is
chicken.
actually better
Old
than
chicken. You
say
remember? You remember old chicken? I have friends, but I have some of my friends that work
old
with them,
chicken. Yes,
and
yes, yes. Old chicken. Yes.
old chicken. So I know the model. I'm very, very. Another thing that we can
At that
do.
time, they will give them the chicks, and then they will give them, even
Cheese.
they give them the feed and everything. Then by the time you finish, in fact, that was what they are using to feed the school children that time. Charity.
Exactly. They are the one that started it. It was Osho that started that school feeding program that the federal
Yes. So
government
the
actually
chicken,
copied.
they are producing the chicken. They are not even buying the chicken. They encourage. They give farmers
the chicks, the feed and everything. Then by 6 weeks, when they are matured, they will be the off taker. They will take it
Yeah.
from the farmer, whatever they will value it and give the whatever is left on top to the farmer. And they recycle it like that. But for you to now say, because I've ruled this country before, or maybe I retire as a permanent secretary and now I have a farm, then I should be setting certain percentage of my farm produce to be doing charity. Where is that one done?
Simba, I think you are getting it wrong. Simba, what I'm trying to tell you, I'm not telling them to do it all their lifetime. I'm telling you just for 1 or 2 months. We are in crisis. A little for your country is not too much. I think people always say, what can you do for
it don't make, let me tell you, Remy.
I'm not talking about people like you. I'm not talking about people that are cool, like Obasanjo and the rest. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about people like permanent secretary. I'm talking about people that use their position to acquire this land and to use their position to also make use of the money.
That is an assumption. It's an assumption. So just because they have ruled this country, they now doing private business because you thought that okay, this money they stole it from us, so then they should be using it for charity.
They do not steal. Just do something for the country for 1 month. I'm not asking for 2 months. It's not.
Dr. Silva, you know one thing that is killing us in Africa. All of us want to make money, as in everybody wants to make money. Now, it's not a bad thing to make money, but to Niger, Mike, they continue to talk about something that we call collective intelligence. Collective intelligence is what actually helped the Europeans and the Asians to actually do some few things for themselves. Now, we have been talking about the middlemen and some other bad actors within the agricultural value chain. One of the ways by which you can, everything is always about risk. What the middlemen actually they are not bad in entirety like that. The ability to shortchange the farmers to the level that they can even kill or sniff out life out of the farmer is what we are actually speaking to. Now, in other countries, if you look at it, even in the manufacturing sector, like the car manufacturing, just mobile sector, remember that you cannot produce the car fully. You know that every part of the car has one person or the other. The person that produces the brake. There's only few companies in the world that are producing up to 50% of the components. So right now, so that's the way to create jobs. The greediness of Africans, like I want to own it all, is the beginning of our downfall and our failure. We can segment, kind of put these things into segments. It's not possible that you produce the product and be the one that do the final product, do the final packaging. Sometimes if you feel like you don't have the own money to run the whole value chain, because agriculture, nobody does agriculture and finishes it. Any attempt to do agriculture and you want to finish it, death of the company, death of the person that wants to do it is imminent. I can tell you that. It's a massive sector, and it has the capacity to employ a lot. You can break this thing down. You produce, I collect. When I collect, I process. When you process, you give me this. At different stages of the production, you can factor in people of like minds and pull resources together and get this thing out as the final product. By that, number one, you will have mitigated risk. Number two, you will have completely added good value to what your that agricultural product. Number three, you will have also reduced post-harvest losses. Number three, you have created a lot of job opportunities for people, and the risk that you have also reduced will ensure the longevity of this enterprise. And at the end of the day, the government and the people of the country will be the one that will be good for it in taxes. The country achieving food security. Well, everybody wants it to do everything from beginning to the end. And agriculture is a high risk sector also, because any small thing like this, you will find yourself at the top that you are. You meet yourself on the ground. And some people don't get up again. I'm telling you, some people don't get up again. And that's why we need to what? We need to prioritize all these things. The government cannot do this thing alone. People must know that. And even people that are going into it, I have friends that have done very well in agriculture. I mean, they've added value towards that sector. So I know with time, we are beginning to understand you don't need to do everything. You just need two good, three heads that can partner with you to mitigate the risk. When I take the risk here, I pass it on to you. You pick up the risk from there. You pass it to the third person. By the time we'll have done that, we'll have come up with the final product, just like what I've elucidated just now. So, and we'll be better for it. So that's the problem that we're having. The risk factor, who bears the risk? And the price, after you have done all these things, the price factor, plots, and all these things, the economic indicators, the economic environment also has a role to play in all of this. So who bears that risk? So that's where the problem is, and that's why we have not been able to achieve food security in Africa, even though we are producing what we are producing much. It's not compulsory that you produce tomatoes in the north, and you expect yourself, or you now want to transport it via using tanker. Half of the tomato is already spoiled. Can't we get somebody a freight cargo that can take this thing from that place, or even a rail line? Somebody can take it down from the north to the south, or south to the north, vice versa, based on comparative advantage. So those are the better ways of doing this thing.
The issue is that
Simba,
okay.
You have pissed off Agbeloba Remi. Ẹ jẹ́ kó bínú ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ.
Tani Agbeloba.
Remi.
Remi.
Ẹ ti lè lọ àbí.
When he said we should be doing charity, how can you be saying people should be doing charity with their business? Yeah, charity is not something you force people now.
Government can buy from people and do food bank. All this,
exactly.
People are shouting, yeah, right. Look at this. Nigerians, we have problems. People are shouting, right, rice. And they are giving us rice. They are giving Nigerians rice. But we all appreciate it when people, even Nigerians that left Nigeria with fake COS certificates in UK and other countries, they were duped. They eventually fall back on that food bank in those countries. But we hate it when the government does it, full stamp. The government we hate it. No, the government must be able to do that also. They can partner with you. When you produce like that, they can pick some of those products from there, do it and put it into the social welfare scheme so that to help the poor of the poor. So it's not actually a bad thing. So, but anytime we eulogize these things when they do it in the West, when we do it, do you know that the school feeding program that Osun State did that time, that really helped that risk sharing model that you shared just now? Do you know that Nigeria picked it, Sierra Leone picked it from us, the Gambia picked it from us, so many countries in the West African region picked it from Nigeria. I'm telling you, they came to Nigeria to come and understudy that particular model. So we should not just throw everything out with the backwater. Everybody has a role to play. We have a lot. You see, all the universities of agriculture and the department, faculties of agriculture, all our universities. These are the things that they can also do. You see, UNAB is doing its own. Other universities are also doing their own, because we have about 3 or 4 universities of agriculture. Even landmark in Omwara, owned by Winners Chapel, is an agricultural based university with other aspects, not only agriculture. Agriculture is not, people normally view agriculture as just agriculture. No, agriculture the definition of agriculture is actually an embodiment of all sciences, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Every category, even social science, art, is and business is what is factored into agriculture. is a massive. You look at it now. In Canada, to maintain price, just like you said, Dr. Siba, to maintain price. I read in a book, and not only that, I also know that they forcefully, and somebody already said it here. I think it was Mr. I want to forget his name like this. He was also living in the US. They will go and drop wheat inside the ocean for the fish, just to make sure that they maintain the price of wheat, global price of wheat, and to make sure that their farmers are able to maintain the price so that the price doesn't fall below a particular threshold.
Because
Just
if they
yesterday,
don't do that, let me tell you, Dorothy, if they don't do that, the farmer will run at loss, and it will discourage
exactly,
some farmer from producing.
exactly,
That is what we are not doing in Nigeria, and that's what I used to tell
that's what
people.
we're not.
Even in Nigeria, the problem is not with production. Let me tell you, the problem in Nigeria
It's not
is not
production.
scarcity, it's not production. Okay, Remy was talking about tomato. He said, okay, 2 months ago, that the tomato that they are selling for 2,000 naira, they are now selling for 100 naira. And the question I asked him, I said, now they are selling for 100 naira, do you think it pays the farmer? It doesn't pay them. They are running at loss. But because it's a perishable goods, they just have to push it out there. They will sell at whatever price to minimize their loss. But if we have storage facilities and government can mop up these excesses that we have now, we'll be able to sell it throughout the year at a moderate price for everybody. The farmer will laugh, and the consumer will also laugh. But in the situation whereby at the time we are selling for 2,000, at the time we are getting for 100 naira, people will not remember when they are buying for 100 naira. They only remember when they are buying for 2,000.
Exactly. You know, like now, look at it now.
And that is the problem.
The prices is coming down.
That's why we are. Let me tell you. Let me even tell you. Let me tell you why tomato is even the price of tomato comes down now. Presently, in the south and the middle belt of Nigeria now, there is no rain. It's just like, the thing will just be drizzling. There is no active rain. It's raining in the north, too. In the core north, they are having a lot of rain. But in the south, to the middle belt of Nigeria now, there isn't that. In fact, I've been in Nigeria for almost 2 weeks now. I've only seen rain once, just once, and we're in the rainy season. And this kind of weather actually favor tomato, because tomato does not require too much of
It doesn't like rain.
You understand?
And fungus will destroy it.
Exactly. Exactly, we will destroy it. So, and that is why we are. So, if we take advantage of this one now, if they can mop up these excesses that we have in the market, whether they store it that way or make it can, and then when there is scarcity, maybe during the dry season, and then they cannot be selling at. If we maintain the price at, instead of 2,000, we are getting it for 1,000, not from 2,000 to 100 naira. You can see the loss. Then next, what normally happens in Nigeria, I will tell you. If we have scarcity of certain food products in Nigeria, let's say this year, let's say it's maize, and the price went up and they make a lot of money. The next year, a lot of farmers will go and produce maize.
Everybody will plant.
You understand? Everybody will go and plant maize, and next year we'll now have abundance of maize. Then they will run at loss. Then they will run back. They will say, no, it's not profitable, and everybody will leave. And that is the cycle that we have been doing. Now this year, a lot of people. Hey, exactly. But that's what we do. So to me, I still insist we can increase our production, possibly we can be exporting. Fine. But what we have, we are producing enough now. What we have now is that people cannot just have the money to buy all these things.
They don't have the money. That's it. They don't have the money.
And you cannot force the farmer to sell below the cost price of production. You understand? Because the belief everybody used to have is that when you produce more, then the price will come down. That is a basic economy thing. Demand and supply. Fine. But
it gets to a level, you understand, that you get to that equilibrium that you can't sell below certain, because you have the cost of production. You can't sell below your cost price. And then if you now have opportunity that people can come from other country to come and buy from you, and somebody will be telling me that, okay, because you want to do charity for your people, you should go bankrupt. Some of these farmers, they borrow money from banks, they borrow money from cooperative to do all these things.
Exactly. It's not actually easy. So what we really need to know what we really want for ourselves. You see, this devaluation
All
of
this,
the
let me tell you, I think the measures that government is putting into agriculture, that they are just wrong measures. Wrong measures. To me, no, wrong measures. And even if they want to
I've said it
even
the other
borrow
time now. They
farmers,
should sack this guy.
if they want to
I've said
borrow
it several times.
farmers money, there is not the role of central bank. When did central bank become the lenders of facilities to people? Is that the role of, and that was what Buhari did with Emefiele. How can central bank be giving loan to individual? Is that the role of central bank?
But Dr. Simba, let me tell you one thing. You see,
and that's why they could not. Let me tell you, no, Darati, the people did not pay the money back because it was on the people that are giving the money out. They are not the appropriate. Okay, let's say they give the loans to commercial bank and said, okay, this loan is for agriculture. Anybody that want to take it, don't give them like it's we that will give you the money. Give it at 5% or a single digit interest rate. You understand, for agriculture. You understand? When I got a loan from Bank of Industry, I probably got it at maybe, is it 5% or 9%? That was the interest rate. And they visited the farm. They were monitoring it. Do you understand? They saw, in fact, they did not even give me the money cash. They did not give me cash. They bought the farm input from me. They bought the farm input from me. When I had to buy feed, I said, okay, this is certain amount of money I want to pay. They pay the money directly to the feed seller. Do you understand? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that is the way to go about it. Yeah. And every month they come and see what I'm using the money for. They are monitoring it. You understand? I won't pay. They collect whenever I want to pay the money back every month. They will put certain percentage. Let's say, okay, this one is for monitoring. Do you understand? And I'll pay. That is the way to go about it, but not to go and give one frivolous loan and be using it to do charity. Give it to a commercial bank, let them monitor it, because they are the one that will pay back. If they don't recoup the money, it's the commercial bank that will pay back the money to the government. But how can you be wasting our resources in the name of saying you are giving this scheme to farmers?
But you know, do you know that the commercial banks will also carry their fund group? Do you remember very well that when Tinubu came in, some of the anchor borrowers' money is still in their hands? You see, the reason normally the government is not supposed to. I know they themselves should actually kind of put part of their own money into that adventure. Why we got to this level is because everybody got greedy in the country. And also, there's this issue of risk sharing in agriculture. That was what I just explained just now. So many of the times, our commercial institutions, our commercial banks, the financial, they don't want to borrow agricultural-based enterprises their money because of the risks that are involved. So if the government now brings the money to them, because many of the money has to go through those banks, and I know this because I have worked with a very big company that got a loan from the commercial bank, under Jonathan commercial bank, CBN loan. So commercial agricultural loan then. So CBN has been doing this before, but the problem is these same guys have a way of siphoning this money to using their core, their people, and also even some of them believe in, and other Nigerians also believe that maybe it's government money, maybe it is a government that gave them the money. They are just to manage that money. Actually, that CBN policy, it was not solely CBN alone. Some of the money was given to the commercial banks. So that's just it. But anyway, Sha, God will help us. I'll be checking out. You see, my number is there, so if you want to talk to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So with time, we'll get these things right, but we need to, every one of us need to play our own part. And just it. Nothing good will
With
come out
time,
if we do not.
you will get. You're not getting anything right, Dorothy. I don't know why we keep lying to ourselves. You're not getting anything at any time soon. So, well, I don't know, Jerry. Oh,
I
so
agree with you, BT. We are not serious as
I mean,
people generally. It's not.
look at Simba. Look at the government that we all had high hopes for. Sheyi Makinde. Look at how he's behaving. I didn't know he was
That
that
guy,
bad. I didn't know.
BT. When I will say it in Yoruba, tọ́mọ yọ pé èèyàn gàn wá ní òfò, ó kàn ga lásán ni kò sí ọpọlọ lórí bọ̀bọ́ yẹn. Òfò, that guy just, nígbà tó, what you use to develop the brain, you just use it to develop bones and muscles. And it baffles me how people like that emerge as our leaders. But it's also a reflection of us. That's who we are.
So, but
It's unfortunate.
The joint press statement by the local government council of the state. Do you think that was done by their own volition or what they? Because
No, it
I
was
find it
one
very.
that called all of them. It was not the one that put all of them there. I think what the government needs to do, if it's possible, is actually to dissolve all the executive of the local government, make INEC to conduct fresh election at the same time all over the country for all the local governments.
Even the one that, not even the ones that were duly elected, they should. Is that what you're saying?
Which,
Because
yes, all those ones are just kangaroo now. You understand now? Is any state, any party that is ruling will win all the local government? Is that one? That was not an election; it's a selection. If there is a way they can manipulate the law to make sure that they just cancel, suspend, whatever the language they want to use, organize fresh election throughout the country. Because let me tell you, okay, these ones that are already saying that they don't have the brain to manage the money, that is the governor, is only the governor that has the brain that can manage the money for them. When the money comes, they can even be giving him and say, okay, no, everybody should just be submitting their allocation to him. That's what they will do. So the whole aim will still be defeated. So we are talking about autonomy, whereas there is no autonomy. Because if they still leave the election in the hands of those governors, there's no, it's just on paper. The autonomy is just on paper.
Well, I guess that's it then. Because there's no sight, and then I don't see. Because Owolo in the southwest is probably the one that maybe beside Ogun State is probably one of those states that you think that will have that drive in terms of agriculture, because of
No,
of the
let me
land
tell
mass.
you, they have the land, especially in the Oyo North area, the Okeogun side. They have abundance of land there, and it's suitable for any type of crop: yam, cassava, maize, sorghum, millet, guinea corn, and is very the vast land. Believe me, vast land. They have. Even come to Kwara that even borders them also. Kwara is big. It's big. That was the day I went to a village. That village, if I look at the population,
probably they might not be up to 3,000 or 4,000 population. I went there to buy yam. That was 2021. It will be around May or June. BT, when I got there in the morning, that they've already loaded 4 trailers of yam. 4 trailers of yam. You'll be wondering where those yam came from. From that village. 4 trailers of yam for that day alone. Probably they are taking those yam to either to the east or to Lagos. Because if you see the rate at which the Easterners used to come to the Southwest to come and, I'm talking about, they'll come and buy pig, buy egg, buy chicken, buy yam, food. Generally, they sip it to those, because let me tell you, they have more purchasing power in the Southeast and the South more than our people. You understand? But we produce a lot of things that they feed on in those areas.
You see, I see this is maybe it's a Southwest summit, because people always bother about who controls what, who owns what. I don't care who owns what, as long as it's on Southwest soil. It's the person that has that purchasing power, that has the resources, I think I can find a way to bring in to Southwest to build those manufacturing plants, processing plants for agriculture. I don't care. Just bring them in. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I don't understand. You have the land that's on your state, for example, right? Then you they have some Chinese that are even farming in your state, right? So you open it to foreigners, they're going to export it. You have Remy here talking about local produce, but you don't want to be involved. Yes, you want them to sell to you, even if it's cheap. We have Judy and his guys from Cameroon that will come and buy they'll come and buy the whole thing up. So I don't know. Well, Simba, I don't know. Or going to swimming. I don't even know why I commented
If you know this guy now, Amaju Pinnick.
Oh, the sport guy.
Yes. You know this data guy that became a NFA chairman, then he went to CAF, FIFA. He has a farm in Oyo State. Very, very, very big farm. In fact, most of the South people that are actually interested in agriculture, a lot of them are investing in the Southwest. They are doing the agriculture in the Southwest because one, the land is there, the security is there for them. You understand? A lot of them invested in agriculture in the Southwest. Because even in their own region, they don't even trust their people. You understand? So they are there.
No, but Sima, okay, let me give you an example of where I'm coming from. You know the Dawn agenda for the Southwest, right? Does it not bother you that Lagos now has to go sign a deal with some state in the north when you
Yes,
have
Kebbi
Ogun
State.
State and Ibadan and Oyo next to you? Does that even make any sense?
You know, let me tell you the reason why they did that. I know the reason why they did that. You know, they wanted rice because I don't know when we now see rice as the only food that people can eat. The focus is now on rice. Even if the government want to give palliative, it's rice. If people want to complain, they also complain about rice. They want to do that rice farming throughout the year. You understand? So they wanted to bank on the use of the River Niger for irrigation, and that was why they went to Kebbi. I don't know why they have to go
Okay, even if it's not right,
that
okay,
far.
just when it comes to collaboration with agriculture, you would think Lagos or and Ogun should. I mean, that's what you would think should be the perfect alliance or perfect, how do I put it? I'm sure of what. But to get my point, that's supposed to be
Collaboration.
collaboration among states. That would be the perfect. You already have enough going on between the states. I mean, Lagos to Ibadan, you can get their real tracks, right? There's access to there. So, well, if you have the land, and I need common sense, just say this works beyond rice. Or I mean, forget rice. The other things, the one it works. So I don't then understand. But when you have okay, my can sort of like parallel because I mean it's a mood. But it was gonna if you want Lagos to partner with you, we're not make move as a state. More, this is what we have. Abi, you will show them okay. You show your hand now, Abi. How are you going to anybody? But I don't get the market is there. You have 20 million people in Lagos, for God's sake. So the demand will be there, right? And but you also notice which was me living in Ogun State back in the days. Piggery was a very big thing in Ogun State back then. Pig farms were a lot. We were in, people had backyard with pigs and stuff. It was big. So now they're discussing livestock ministry, and for some reason people think it's Fulani ministry. No, livestock
No. In fact, it's more of a southern thing than even because our
Exactly.
people only think about cow as if cow is only livestock.
Take cow, they call it livestock. You have so many things.
The other thing I noticed is that whatever program the government comes up with, whether it's good or people just don't want to even comment or even say that this thing is good or whatever. They won't see that opportunity. They will have this mindset now that there's nothing good that can come from our government. Believe me. That's it. We just have to criticize everything. Now after like some month or something, we will now go back and be commending that, because it's just that we just don't like the government. And that is what we have been doing. Is what that kind of thing that we are doing. It's not even helping us at all. It's not helping us. Okay, look at this Dangote issue. Everybody was condemning Dangote. Buhari, the Buhari was using our forex to support Dangote because he's a northerner. They are giving him money, whatever.
Now it's now so ready.
Is that same government that you say is working against supporting him now? Now you are still blaming the same government that is working against him. I don't know. That's why sometimes I used to say even Nigerians don't even know what they wanted. Believe me, we don't even know what we wanted from our government.
Because how are the mighty falling? Nigeria used to lead the way. Now we are now waiting. It happened in Kenya. We must do the same thing. You don't know.
If we come and see VT, if they are forgetting about Kenya now, is now the videos that they are now sending all over the space in Nigeria now is Bangladesh.
Do they even know what happened, what transpired in Bangladesh to trigger that protest?
They don't want to know.
You have no clue.
Sometimes it's like exactly. Bangladesh. In fact, sometimes now I'm even tired of being on social media. The only one I'm on is because I don't even go to Facebook, I don't go to TikTok, I don't go. It's only WhatsApp, and it's even this WhatsApp because you see people in group that people will just be sending messages. But I'm even tired of it, seeing videos, seeing all those rubbish that they write. I can't tolerate those things again. I'm tired of them.
They have revolution in Mali. Let's get the same thing in Nigeria. Don't jump on that like it's a trend. Also, like
no, you remember when they started the coup? People are now saying, okay, maybe we should have a coup in Nigeria. Now it's protest now. Anytime that so it's anywhere Belefis. That's who we are now in Nigeria now.
So the one that even funny. Let's change Nigeria. Let's find a youth to take over. Blah blah blah. Yeah, Peter B now the one we're going to pick. When you want change it like they have in Mali, but Peter B change it here at 62 years old. Say, and you I don't understand.
You remember when this young guy became the president in Senegal? You can see now in Senegal, is this. Now, are we hearing anything from Senegal again? How can we even say that whether the guy is doing well or not? That one it has gone now. It's just like, I don't even know. It's like we're having brainwave as collectively as people in Nigeria. You understand? We don't even have our own desire. We only look at okay, where is Senegal today? Hey, he's a young man. Is this, that? Okay, what are you? No, BT, are you hearing anything from Senegal?
Give it time now.
Then the cool one. We are not even hearing anything. The news that is coming from Mali is not palatable. The one that is coming from even Niger is a dead end. Hello, Adewale.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I didn't know. I thought you guys can hear me.
So what do you have for us?
Àwọn lórí gbogbo tó ń láwọn protest àwọn báyé ìṣèkíyà ń jẹun.
Àwọn ènìyàn.
Àwọn ọmọ òfò gbogbo tó ń láwọn protest. Àwọn ọmọ ọmọ ṣàǹfààní.
But Dewale, back in the days, we as Nigerians, we were the pace setters. People, we lead the people follow. Now we're not following Kenya, Mali, and Senegal. I'm follow trend from Senegal. Just online, just jump on it.
For every 1,000 people you see on the street, there are millions at home who does not support that agenda. So when you see noises on the street, sometimes people will say, "Oh, Nigerians are there." No, because they're on social media does not make that. There are a lot of people that are anti-protest, anti all those people going on the street, but you won't see them carrying placard. So when I hear people say, "Oh," people say they're hungry. Things are just expensive.
They were actively promoting the protest. They even changed the backdrop, everything like talk about
they're actually instigating. They are not promoting. They are not reporting. They were instigating. They were like, "Oh, let's just keep hammering on this. Maybe something will come out of this." Simply because of Yoruba man, things are hard. See, people just don't. I don't know.
So if
any of these three candidates, any one of them won this election, what we are talking about now is still the same thing we'll be talking about, because the country, except that individual chose to pay.
If not worse, Adewale, if not worse. Because I'm very sure the kind of boost Tinubu is taking, that chicken Peter Obi, can it take all those things?
I bet you his follower would have been saying, "Oh yes, it meant well, this and that." It meant well simply because Obi did not win it. In fact, Atiku supporters, when Atiku did not win an election, he actually protested. You remember that was a day he wore a black shirt, protesting to the High Court or to the INEC office. I'm not even sure. That was shortly after the election. But people were asking Obi to do the same. He said he won't do it because they wanted to use that opportunity to foment trouble with the hope that will lead to regime change. All these things they said they are agitating for, it's a lie. All they needed is Tinubu to leave that office, then all their problem will be solved. All their problem will be solved. Oh, it doesn't mean to work. You see, what is funny is that Nigeria has a way of providing solution to the national issue. Their own problem gone, they cannot find solution to it. Some of them are poor like church rats. But yes, he has solution to Nigeria. Isn't that crazy?
So at this point, because if this was actually sincere and genuine, government outlay can face Tinubu. government, our government going to lying. So I was thinking that way, face your governors, go to the government house and go and protest over there. That should have been where you should be, but not to federal. Imagine they getting almost 157% increase in monthly allowance. What did Tinubu do 2 days ago? Gave them almost 600 billion naira again.
Babati, do you know that Oloribobo, that governor of your state, decided to hand twist the local government chairman? Now they are no longer part of the ALGON, the Association of Local Government.
If they like, they should not join. The law is the law. You can't give your money to the state governor.
Because he still wanted to control that space by I'm twisting those local government chairman to do his bidding. And honestly, if they are wise enough, they will wrestle that power to the ground. They will, as a matter of fact, go to the mud if it's possible. The fact that they even give them immunity is another issue. If this protesters getting on a clamor for in fact, different from all this nonsense they are right now, immunity should no longer be for the government. It should be taken out completely. So that they will be like,
money, you buy me terrible to eat. I thought he was a big guy now.
The second time, really, you see the reason why Tinubu is a little bit not the public non-committal, or should I say, being a little bit elusive, and look, everything has its own strategy. All those shenanigans going on in the north, right? If this man is able to secure second term, in fact, I'll come out jail because as at that time he has nobody, he has nothing to care about. All those consultancy about consultation with the people that matters anymore. Could you matter more? It will do very much. But every public office holder, the first time is always about settling issues, making peace with every perceived enemy, so that I could local. Second time, oh my God, good. But I just hope that it's maybe you will be able to secure second term. I hope. Táwọn èèyàn ń já ní kí ló dáwọn èèyàn ń já lọ ọ̀rọ̀ tí Simba.
Adéwálé.
Kí ló dáwọn èèyàn wá ń sá lọ? Ṣé voice mi ló piss wọn off tó yẹn tó fi sá lọ ni?
Àwọn èèyàn it's only Babati that probably dropped, not.
Ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ́ alẹ́ náà ṣe.
No, Babati ṣì wà níbí. Ó ṣì wà with you.
Go down.
Babati is still there.
Babati. Àmúrelérò bàbá ọlọ́jọ́ òní o bàbá.
Thomas today ní ìjàre kó wá gbẹ̀jàre dé nìyẹn. Ó ń kọrin pẹ̀lú ohun ọpọlọ tó fi ń kọrin.
Oníṣẹ́ alẹ́.
Orin yẹn gan ọ̀dọ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ̀ kò mórí ọ̀ngàn kọ.
Ọlọ́run ló ti sọ̀rọ̀ bí tó sàngi ó ṣe wà á dé lára ó ṣe àwọn.
Ó pé wọ́n lé Thomas kó ń kọ́ àgbà kan.
You know, if I have two Naija and Mike, you know, man must make dollar now. So I'm just trying to multitask.
Ẹ má dá Thomas lóhùn. Thomas mẹkáníìkì ni Thomas ó ti lọ ṣiṣẹ́ nù.
Wama is not paying me. When he started paying me, so I'll be here fully. So we have to multitask. As we are doing one man show, we are making some dollars as well. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Diwali show, what happened to the Diwali show?
No, it's one man is the boss. I don't know anything. I am just a subordinate.
Right.
Àwọn tó ní make a mark from bẹ́ẹ̀ tí àwọn fọ́fàdà sí ó máa bá wọn permanently ní wọ́n tẹ̀ ní wọlé rárá.
Rational mind.
No, mo dẹ̀ wá gba ti rational mind o. Àwọn tí mi ò lè stand níbẹ̀ irú tí Nàìjíríà fẹ́ kó máa fẹ́ dominate everywhere. I don't do that.
To Bawadi, I'm cry. Hey, you don't allow me to talk. You don't allow me to talk. I don't know. What can't you?
Let's shut it down. Then we can talk. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Another day, another dollar as one man. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that P2B, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that P2B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about it? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know? Remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me.
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra state money in power sector. I invested another 10 over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them.
Di nke izizi abịa ejo, nke ibu abịa ejo, nke ịta abịa ejo, nke na-abịa ejo. Ya chọkwa ụmụnne niile